Hi, everybody. Welcome. Sorry. Been threading the needle trying to figure this stuff out. Hold on. I'm going to jump over, and I think I'm going to go straight to the comm part of this. There we go.
Thank you, guys. God bless. Remember, my name's Pat Colbeck. See you guys.
Cool. See you later, buddy. Yeah. Have fun, pal. By the way, those of you that are just joining the Mike Lindell symposium, there are a few things. Oh, that's right. This is monitoring while it's going live, so I have to
put up the big picture. We're going to show you something now.
Uh-oh. Mike, Steve Bannon was going to come out. We're catching this live. We're going straight in. We're rolling with it.
This is the map. This is the map.
Uh-huh.
This is called the Big Lie. This is the 2020 election.
By the way, in case you guys haven't been following this so far,
say it ended.
There's a
what we're going to do is we're going to go through each state.
He's going to go through each state. We'll get to that in a second. Just so you know, what they've been doing this morning is basically a relatively close live replay of, I think, absolute proof. They spent hi, I'm Hal. Welcome to the show. This is not a normal show. We're just going to live take this because Mike is complaining that no one is paying attention. So since what he needs is attention, we're going to give it to him in hopes that he will be happy and finally go away. This is, phew. I've been listening to this all morning. Even at the gym, I was checking in on it. It's a sickness. It's an illness. My hair is still wet because I ran in and washed it. And then we will take breaks throughout the day. They're going to have a mock election. And that... I can't wait. It's 5 o'clock my time, I think. Is Sioux Falls Central? I think so, right? Yeah. So 2 hours difference. So 7 o'clock they're going to have this thing, but they have another room where they're going to run it, and they just they were having problems with the Wi-Fi in that room, which is seems to be the most legit thing about the election, recreation, other than the fact that there's actually Wi-Fi. The first guy they had out ran through this statistical probability part, basing old elections on basing this election on old elections, not including the fact that people were writing in and their votes at a level never seen before in history, and the volume of that, and the ease of that, by the way, and how much that actually promotes voting. So that you have to forget about that. And he has a magic algorithm because he's a physicist. That is, by the way, has to be different for every state and isn't always perfect. So algorithm is a big word. We've been through this. If you haven't watched my live streams, they exist. I will post them up like links later if you feel like torturing yourself. But Mike Lindell is bringing Steve Bannon on. That's how bad it's gotten right away. So let's roll in. I need to... And by the way, Mike is going to lose his voice probably sometime around 10 o'clock tonight. Because he's been, even when he's got other people up there to talk, he is the one doing all the talking. It's not a good thing, Mike. Take some breaks. There's lots of other shitheels and shysters that will come out and do the talking. So, they can't promote voting how Republicans would never win. Agreed. So let's jump in live, shall we? Let's see what they're doing.
These machines, it was every state, but China attacked every state. Every single state, all 50. Remember, we have 47 states represented here today, and you should all care. Every one of them. Remember when
They didn't flip every state, though. Apparently, they only flipped the ones they knew Biden would win. Fuck it. I'm just going to go with what he's saying. I'm actually inserting some sort of logic in this because if they flipped all the votes, so never mind. An hour ago they had a guy shitting on the ES&S machines, which is not the Dominion machines and are the ones used exclusively in the states that Trump surprisingly won: Texas, Florida, Ohio, and Kentucky. By the way,
so much there. You know, you got to realize if you take so many votes, a lot of them, if you act like you won by a lot, why do you think they made it 80 million to 75 million? They had to react, though. They figured he would only get Donald Trump would get about 68 million votes. So you had to set that first algorithm. Well, that was one of the first miracles of the election. On the
We've
night
all
of
heard
the
this,
election,
by the way.
about what, 11 o'clock, 11:30, Donald Trump was going to win anyway, in spite of that. But you realize that if they wouldn't have done in the middle of the night what they did,
we've heard this bit before. But the interesting thing is he keeps saying that he says, we and Trump went to bed at 10:30, 11:30 at night, and Trump was winning, and then we woke up. By all accounts, Trump was up basically all night. He passed out around 4 a.m. or something like that, slept about 4 hours, and got up raging. But he didn't go to sleep. Trump didn't go to sleep. He stepped on stage and said, frankly, we did win the election sometime around 2 in the morning, right?
they had to expose themselves.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you had Arizona took 1 week to count 1 or 2%, Maricopa County. That's weird. Michigan drops 100,000 votes in the middle of the night, all for Biden.
Didn't happen.
And then they got in Wisconsin, 100,000 votes dropped in for Biden.
Didn't happen.
But this isn't a Democrat or Republican thing.
It's an idiot thing. He keeps repeating things that are demonstrably, obviously, and ridiculously false, but they're anecdotally things he heard in November of last year, so they must still be true no matter who went. No, that's not what happened. I was up all goddamn night during the election, by the way. Apparently, the guy who went to bed at 10:30 wants to tell me, and many of you who watched my all-night live stream, wants to tell you what we did all evening. What happened during the night. What we saw was not what we saw.
Count mail-in votes.
By the way, the best thing about this is that Steve Bannon has been saying this whole time, and Mike's not letting him talk.
Ballots day after day
Excuse me.
to bridge the gap.
But all those deviations, I'm going to really dig into now so you realize that if that wouldn't have happened, you guys got to realize this is the first miracle. This is an election of miracles.
Such a miracle.
They misjudged
Thank you, Andrea.
Donald Trump,
I appreciate it. I remember.
that all of you, everybody that voted for him, everyone.
It's so
And
sacred.
if they hadn't misjudged, they would
Oh my
have set
God.
it up here at 74,
How could you even know?
75. And they would have had Biden win by 5 million votes. Okay? Well,
Mm-hmm.
they had to react because Donald Trump was going to win anyway. And when they reacted, that was the first deviation. We all thought, what is with this? It was every single state. But every state had to make up in the middle of the night, let's Georgia. Let's tell them the plumbing's bad. We all heard that lie.
Yeah, we also know that that's not what happened. The plumbing leak happened at 6 a.m. and was fixed for 2 hours and did not affect the count. Don't say it's in the middle of the night when it was 6 a.m. unless you were on a crack bender and you woke up and you're like, well, it's the middle of the night somewhere. It's the opposite of having a brandy, at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's 5 o'clock someplace.
I want to go through this. The second miracle is, with you being a lawyer, nobody looked at it. All these things were broken. They called the election. All of these things, we went all the way through it in November and December. All of these, the evidence, mountains of it from every state.
Unbelievable.
Every state, mountains and mountains of evidence.
So much stuff.
But
and yet,
the legislators didn't do their job.
Terrible.
December 14th came and went.
Can you believe
But
it?
think about that. If
I am.
that didn't happen, if they would have said, okay, and done their job and put in Donald Trump, it's over. We don't have a country. Does everybody get that?
Right.
Because we wouldn't have known about the
They
machines
hadn't,
and the attack
right,
by
if they
China.
hadn't done
I
it
call
so
that organic
obviously,
cheating. I call that organic cheating.
if
I
the
used to
win
think
hadn't been so
the 20,000
great,
votes or this vote,
if
the
Trump hadn't
non-residents and stuff, I was
lost
thinking
so
to myself,
amazingly.
20,000 non-residents that voted.
There you
People
go.
are good people. They didn't
He's
go out
quiet.
and say, "Hey, let's get together and all 20,000 of us vote." We don't live there anymore. That's a crime. It wasn't them. It was. You heard it before from Dr. Frank. It was the voter rolls they used. Those people didn't live there anymore. They didn't live in Nevada anymore. They didn't live
Those
in
poor
Georgia
people.
anymore. They needed to take it off something. But if that don't happen, it's a miracle. You know. So you think about the news, the terrible
If the thing that
media
didn't happen,
journalists-
if the thing that didn't happen hadn't happened, we wouldn't know that it had happened and couldn't be here today talking about how it didn't happen.
Pressed it and buried and made that news. Guess what?
What?
We wouldn't have a country because by them
Right.
doing
But you said yesterday we don't have a country. It's already, we went straight through socialism to communism. Aren't we the red states of it? All right.
evidence, Rudy Giuliani, that's not evidence. Doug Ducey in Arizona said Arizona was good, and there was, 10 hours of data coming in, Steve? 10 hours. 10 hours. He called it in the morning. Now, everybody look at your...
2 hours into it.
What's that?
2 hours into it.
2 hours
He
into it.
certified
He said our state's good. Now, he's a Republican governor.
Amazing.
A Republican
So,
governor, and you got to ask yourself, why wouldn't he at least let them look at the evidence?
Volumes, I turned the
Doesn't
volume
make
up a
sense.
little bit.
But realize this:
Oh, I
if
see.
Doug would have said, "Let's look at the evidence," and they would have, flipped it on December 14th, we would have never known about the machines. Our country would be gone. Does everybody get that?
No.
These are mini miracles. You know what the odds are of every judge in the country not looking at a case except for Antrim County, Michigan, or Massachusetts?
What do you think the odds are that there's a problem with them on any statistical level? Because that would be the Occam's razor. You know, the reason the judges aren't looking at it because everyone in the chain of command that's taken an oath, every recount that they've done has shown that it's fine. All the normalcy of the world is showing you that it's normal. And the statistically outlandish thing is not that magically all judges, Republican and Democrat, and that Brian Kemp, who many believe stole the election from, for governor when he was Secretary of State, that he and these judges and the Supreme Court, they're all in on it because they all orange man bad so much.
5 months, spent millions of dollars. And all the media did was attack me every day. Don't you think any of the...
They're not attacking you, Mike. You're attacking our election, and we're calling you out on it. That's not an attack.
Knock on my door. Hey, Mike, could you show us that our country's really under attack? Isn't that something?
Mike, I watched all your movies. You failed to do so.
Race back then because he didn't have what I got on January 9th. But then he doubled down. Didn't he double down?
Thanks, Mark.
He doubled down a couple months ago and said the same thing.
Yeah, it's weird because the evidence is on his side, not yours.
In history.
Which we will find out over the next 3 days, which is why I am fearlessly sharing this live stream with you. I'm Hal Sparks. If you want to watch the whole thing uninterrupted, there's frankspeech.com and RSBN is playing it, and they have nothing else to do except this and my pillow ads. I, on the other hand, this is my live stream, so there will be commentary.
It's over. It's over. So it's a miracle on January 9th that I got what I got and said, wow, this explains everything.
Imagine calling the moment you lost the rent on 3-card Monte on a subway car in downtown Chicago the miracle, because that taught you the evils of gambling.
But
it was a miracle. I needed to lose my healthcare premium and my rent and get kicked out on the street, or I would have still played 3-card money the one time I played it.
Ever. But
Thanks, YouTube. Hype train.
I'll let you guys talk. I mean, it's just...
It's a good idea.
Here, we're going to show you state by state, and it happened in every...
Look at Steve Bannon. And seriously, what he looks like someone left him for dead in a duck blind.
This is our projections, our polls. They set them so high, not just to get out and not vote. What do they call those? Where you put the polls so high that you don't even want to vote? Like with Minnesota.
Suppression polls.
Since 1972. But they put polls out there but this time they did it for a reason, to brainwash everybody.
Yeah, why would that? Why would that brainwash anyone?
And they had to set
Trump. I thought Trump supporters loved America first, so why would they go, well, he's just gonna, I guess, darling, we'll just stay home and watch television unless the wind farm dies.
It's when Biden won 80 million to 75 million. He won the popular vote. You're going to watch today. You're going to watch over the next 2 days, and you're going to see who won the popular vote. I'm not going to tell you who did, but we'll get to that.
Joe Biden won it, just for the record, just to clarify.
So this is a physical manifestation, right? A graphic of
Yeah.
what is. Yeah.
Breaking news.
How vulnerable our election is, right?
Mike,
Guys, can you get the mic on?
Come here.
Very exciting. Breaking news. It's happening.
I want to highlight.
Uh-oh.
How long ago did I make the challenge to break into our voting system? Yeah, maybe 10 minutes. Literally, I think it happened within 5 minutes. Gentlemen, we want to stand up. We actually pinpointed who did it, too. Come on. Within 5 minutes, he broke into our election system. But you know, this is the most secure election in history, right?
Well, the actual election was the one you are setting up in the other room that you went, hey, fuck you, that's hooked up to the actual internet in the hotel you're in.
We've gone in and modified the database, all from a handheld smartphone. Wow. All right. Carry on. Have fun.
How long? Just so everybody knows.
Holy shit.
No, we are doing a mock election. It's
Well, not anymore. I mean, it's already been shifted.
encourage them, you guys. Anybody that wants to vote, you can get over to the mock election.
Except that we got to reset the system because.
Oh, we got to reset it because it's been hacked before we even started.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, in Arizona they preloaded votes too. That's fact, Jack.
Yeah. Did anybody preload the votes? And by the way, that's called early voting. Preloaded the votes.
Whenever you want to go off and vote, we'll have it up and running here shortly. But thank you.
Remember, the first vote is who's done more damage to our country in last year, Fox or CNN?
Clearly, Fox.
All right.
Fox has my vote.
What would
Fox.
y'all say out there?
I'm going to go with Fox.
Is it CNN? Raise your hand. Let's raise the CNNs. Is it Fox? Raise your hand. Look at that. Look at the room. Fox wins it by 2/3.
That's scientific.
You know what? It's kind of.
Can we get the statistics guy back out here to show you the balance between people who are all in on a thought process and doing a poll of people who are already self-selected to be believers?
Other person's coming, but you don't know where
It's a waste of time.
your party's back, and you call it. That's incredible. Fox, you're supposed to be not even if you were leaning right, but to just not say nothing. And you've done it for a year. I said, everybody, I said they should become a weather channel. I think I said it on Steve's show, The War Room.
You said it 7
the
times
next day
today.
I changed my mind. I said no, because they probably wouldn't report an oncoming storm. Serious.
I don't know why you need a round of applause. It's only the 9th time you said it today.
But with all the states, we're going to go through each
sorry.
one. I want to say,
Blue, red map.
Steve, what do you believe? When you talk about this election,
I would like to mention that the states that are red have the least people in them, even including Texas. Together, they make up way less than half of the population. Just so, I mean, it looks good on the map. It looks huge.
everybody that comes to this ought to be skeptical, right? That's to be proven. You've got the manifestation up here. They'll show you the states that got flipped. I may want to add in starting is that Donald Trump won New Hampshire in 2016 by about 2,200 votes, proven by Chris Kobach, right? About what they did with the same-day registration of the college kids coming up from Massachusetts. So these elections have been stolen for a while.
Oh, I see. You mean the kids that live there now and will live there for 4 years were voting in the place they were actually living, and they weren't being denied the right to vote where they were, and the ones that weren't registered to vote back home could vote in the presidential election where they actually lived, so they wouldn't.
Through various, computers and voting systems, etc., actually changed a presidential election to make sure that Donald J. Trump, the first president in our history that confronted the Chinese Communist Party, was defeated. Now, that's a pretty high, that's a pretty big charge.
Yes, it is.
I would say that next to the CCP virus that obviously came from the Wuhan lab, and he was either deliberately
clearly,
let go
obviously.
or inadvertently let go, but exacerbated by the Chinese Communist Party.
So they either did it on purpose or that it was an accident, but they went, oh, well, since it's out, might as well send it to America. And the guy that this guy thinks is the first person to, quote unquote, confront the Chinese Communist Party. Let's remember what Steve Bannon just said, that Donald Trump was the first president to confront the Chinese Communist Party. What did he do? Well, he told everybody during the first 4 or 5 months of 2020 that the Chinese were doing everything right, and it was very professional, and it was all going to be over very quickly, and there was no big deal, and it's all handled, and he was downplaying it, and he told Bob Woodward he was downplaying it, and he knew that the virus was deadly, but he was like, he wanted his trade deal. And then, after he'd been, obviously turned the corner on it and we had the lockdown and all that kind of stuff, in the middle of July, he sold China the largest shipment ever of beef, corn, soybeans, and pork. So that's what, just in case you were wondering what Steve Bannon means by first to confront, because it's on a Chamberlain scale.
Working in conjunction with Lao Beijing, the Chinese people who are suppressed by them, to destroy this criminal organization, root and branch.
Root and branch, not root, but okay.
As at least the co-head of the Super Hawks, I am naturally predisposed to say, yes, the Chinese Communist Party did this. Now, what we have going on is we have two major...
Of course, you are so funded by a dissonant Chinese billionaire.
...center over the next couple of days.
So, there's that.
Representation of that, or representative of that, is Professor Clements. You have what I call the ground game. And that goes from the Patriots in Arizona that were at the new Concord Bridge of the convention center in that laborious physical full forensic audit of the ballots, and will eventually start with the recanvassing, and also you have the machine aspect of it, right? The computer aspect of it.
No.
And you have that in Arizona.
No, they cured ballots. You don't get to walk around partisan knocking on people's doors saying, who the fuck did you vote for? Not in America.
Subpoenas, you will eventually have that in Pennsylvania.
No, you won't.
That shift in Michigan. You're starting to see it shift in Wisconsin.
You are seeing shit in Wisconsin, that's true. Mostly from cattle.
With these great patriots in the Telegram chat rooms of America First audits, you're now seeing patriots across the country saying, we need full forensic audits of all 50 states.
That's right, because the ES&S, there's no way Mitch McConnell actually is a senator.
Representative...
Satire, satire, satire.
You need to look at every congressional district, okay? Because something is not right, and we're not going to stop till we get to the bottom of it, okay?
Yes, newsflash, Steve. You are at the bottom. This is the bottom. Welcome to the bottom. This is it. You're going to get to the bottom of this. Success!
Case that was the Chinese Communist Party through the Dominion and other machines, right?
Yeah, and others. I mean, let's talk about the ES&S machines. You had a dude doing a whole hour on them.
He says... you just couldn't go back, even as smart as Perkins Coie did, and all this, and how they did it with the illegal alien votes, and the kids are too young to vote in
yeah, which didn't happen.
Counties, or overvotes, all these different things
that you made up.
And you had to do it through a computer. And he says this is why the hill they're going to die on in Maricopa County is those routers. Under no circumstances would they give over the routers, because the routers proves the case that the linkage between the...
No, they don't. The routers aren't going to have a list of these connections. I mean, they already have the data that they're talking about.
Go ahead.
It's silly.
The routers.
The routers sound like routers are the new servers.
Once we reset.
There are no servers that they don't have, so it must be the routers.
Cyber guy that's in the audience will be in a room where he...
I was at the gym, and I pushed it really hard. And so drinking a cold beverage when you come back from the gym is not... it gives you a little... I'm fine, by the way.
You can't change it. It's like a It's like captured in time. It's like taking a picture back in the 70s where you
Sure.
knew you couldn't doctor it. It is what it is. I keep saying this stuff is what it is. And if
great.
you're at home,
Keep saying
all
that.
the data we're running on Frank's speech, we're running it nonstop. I'm going to run it through August. You can even take it apart yourself and see the 2020 election.
Sure, why not?
Single state. And you know what they'd find if they gave those routers in Maricopa County? They'd find
Nothing.
time they did it, everything. Now, why wouldn't they give
The
it
time of what?
enough? They never gave us the machines which we paid for with taxpayers' money. I mean, isn't that?
What? You're private citizens. Why would they give you that?
You can't look at it.
You haven't sworn an oath.
If you look at the Dominion argument, Dominion argues it's our intellectual property. This is how ridiculous it is. That's
Yeah, and they
something
have
that
a
would
contract.
something about a federal election that they would actually argue. Their argument in Maricopa County when they came back is that this is our intellectual property. We can't turn it over. That's the type of nonsense. All they're trying to do is slow walk this. They're going to fight. If they had evidence of 81 million votes, if they had any evidence that they had a complete sweep of Donald Trump and a crushing of the Trump movement, they would rub your nose in it every day. That's right. Rachel.
They didn't. It was a normal election. He lost by like 10,000 votes.
Do everything. They refuse.
Yes, and by the way, welcome. If you're joining us, this is the live stream-ish of the Mike Lindell, Mike Pillow Cyber Symposium. And right now he's joined by Axe Body Spray spokesperson Steve Bannon.
You look at the polling, the American people are saying, hey,
Hey.
at first it sounded crazy, but the more I hear about this, the more I kind of see it.
It sounds stupid.
Legitimate president. That's why his polling numbers are in free fall. Okay, look at what
Yeah, they're not.
supporting by 41%. And these are not right-wing polls. These are polls done by The Economist and CNBC and others. And that bleeds out his political capital, right? And
Totally.
Another 5 states, not going to see another 15 justices on the Supreme Court. All that nonsense they talked about on the 20th of January is just that. It's nonsense. He doesn't have any political power except
The infrastructure bill, which is going to pass.
in the morning and vote with 69 to 38 or whatever it was, 27 to support the infrastructure bill that basically gives Biden a free pass. That's the uniparty coming together to make sure they protect themselves. Okay.
Or people driving across bridges. It would also protect those people. Selfishly. As a bridge crosser myself, Steve.
The end of the beginning.
I'm for it.
The curtain's coming down on the first 9 months, and now
Yeah, this is it, man. Yeah. Sell it.
ground game and full forensic audits in every state in every election.
Yeah.
Right? Full forensic audit
Everything.
across the board.
Yeah.
Right? Merges
Totally.
now with Mike Lindell's, and by the way, he's invited, this is the power of Lindell. He said, come one, come all.
It's the money of Lindell.
With the best cyber guys in the world, I'll put my own money on the table to incentivize you to come to that the data's
Yeah, because they all had these cyber experts were otherwise busy if they hadn't been paid to be there.
evidence that backs up the manifestations of how these things were flipped. And so what I think the power of it is that Mike Lindell said, hey, I'll tell you, he's like old Fresno.
Hey, come here. I will have shit security, and you can hack everything from inside the place.
Already had his go at it and try to disprove what Mike Lindell says, because I think all the evidence shows that the Chinese Communist Party has the capability, they have the intent, they knew they had to get rid of Trump because what Trump was doing to confront them full on, but the Chinese people were
Oh, you mean the selling them all of our food while we were in, while Americans were in food lines? You mean that stuff?
on Biden,
You mean like the $15 million in his slush fund account in China?
compromised financially, and his son compromised, been honeypotted, right? They understand, and not just that,
Ooh, he's been honeypotted.
have the complete
I thought that was just Swalwell, according to these guys.
administration. And so you have the intent, and now you're going to see what the process is. And so this gathering of patriots should only understand our work is not done, right? Even with Mike proves it all right here today.
Not happening.
Embraced. The one thing I do disagree with brother Lindell on, we're not going to be embraced by the left. This is not what they want to hear. That's why they're in panic mode to pass $3.5 trillion of this radical Green New Deal that is really a social engineering project. This is why they're trying to pass new federal laws to take over our state elections. This is why the oligarchs in Silicon Valley have more social credit scores and a bigger control on things they do in China. In China.
No, they don't.
And they're not about to turn over that power until we sit there and confirm in front of not just the American people, but the entire world.
Yeah, good job.
By the way, nothing was just said. Just in case, I mean, I know you thought you heard words organized in sentences, but nothing was actually said.
They're seeing, this isn't what's in power now. When China came in with this communism, this is going to be a great uniting. And our enemy right now that we have to defeat these next 3 days, this is where Steve says we got more to do. No, we already have 100% the evidence. I've already validated. That's neither here nor there.
Well, it should be here and there.
The media. Let me tell you what just came in when Steve was talking.
That Hal Sparks has taken this feed live and is dangling his nuts on Mike Lindell's forehead. And bouncing a cheek off Steve Bannon's forehead in the process.
And it only descend deeper into bat, SH blank GTER from
Crazy.
There. Says, at long last, Mike's Cyber Symposium is here.
Symposium,
the goal
sure.
of the 3-day conference is to prove without a shadow of doubt,
Sephora.
and he goes on.
It's the Mike Lindell
By August
Sephora.
13, the day Lindell originally said that Trump would be reinstated, he now claims nobody said that. That's a fact. That was their big lie, too. What I said to the media, because they tried to make that a date. They tried to pinpoint that date, like everybody in the country is going to go crazy because he wasn't put in on August 13th. I'll follow the facts.
Play. You got a big video screen. Play it behind. Play what you actually said.
Fact checkers either. About 5 months ago, when I got the evidence on January 9th, and I just dug into it, got it all, validated, had guys look into it, white hat hacker that are looking into this.
All legit.
Now,
How about it?
by what I had, when you have 100% evidence, I'm going, okay, I'm going to keep putting it out there and putting it out there, and it's going to be, because it's non-subjective. I said, I believe this is what I said. I think Donald Trump will be in August. And that was, and I even said it, that's subjective.
Okay.
I said that's what I figured. Based on.
Hold on, I got to pause this for a
I'll
second.
take a gander at this. I think you'll enjoy it.
We're watching it live.
Is because there's going to be a lot of lies. By the way, the big.
This is how he starts off his symposium.
The reason I want to do this live.
Yeah.
And two, the reason I want to do this live is because there's going to be a lot of lies. By the way, the big lie is the big lie. Okay.
Right.
And what we're going to do with this media, I mean, there's a lot of them here out there, believe me, because I invited them. And two, the reason I want to do this live is because there's going to be a lot of lies. By the way, the big lie is the big lie.
Yeah.
The big lie is the big lie.
Is the big lie. Lying upon lying in the big lie. We lie. This is just one of the most beautiful lies you could ever tell. By the way, I'm live streaming at 2 people at once. I'm doing my live stream, which I'm carrying the whole Mike Lindell nonsense right now, and then I'm joining you. So this is I have to say this is a party. It's a lot of fun. Now listening to the first 5 hours before I went on the air, because they've been at this for a while. They basically have been rehashing a lot of the stuff that he's been showing in his videos. He basically this is the roadshow version. That was the music video. This is we're gonna try and recreate this live mistake. You know what I mean? This is his Milli Vanilli moment. This is the Ashley Simpson SNL tape. This is where Mike Lindell is. I suppose he's going to show everybody that didn't watch his docu-movies. He's going to show them now that he could show you live. He's going to these are real people. He's going to bring them out. Now there's a bunch of people, by the way, that in his movies anyways, wouldn't go on camera. So I'm really confused as to what happens when they're supposed to bring those people out or prove his point, because those are the people he hired to verify his stuff. Right now, I'll show you. I am currently...
Let me say thank you, WW157, for the 555. Oh, no, not Mike. Hello. LOL. I know. He's such an idiot. You're like obsessed with him. No, not obsessed, Al, but you're really into him. Like, I personally,
yeah.
like, I can't stomach him for more than a minute.
Oh, it's rough. Excuse me. Yeah, it's brutal. He, for whatever reason, he exemplifies sort of the ridiculousness of this whole thing, but he also finances all of it. I had for a while, kind of an attitude with him that he was kind of, I felt sorry for him. You know what I mean? I pitied him a little bit, right? and yet in the meantime, now after hearing him talk about a bunch of this stuff, I now believe he's just a dick. Like he doesn't deserve that pity. Oh, hi, Sam in Egypt. Look at that. I've got people like all over this place. I'm going to put you in a side window right here.
Thanks for $2. Beer on the balcony with Major Richard O'Heed was so wonderful. It was a great one. It was a great beer on the balcony. Hal, I did want to ask you something. Oh,
sure.
How great was the Joe Biden smackdown on Ron DeSantis, who wants to not pay the superintendents of schools? I'll just pay it out of the infrastructure bill.
Yep. and then that dude wants to name the longest highway, which looks like the withering urethra of Florida. But and then I was like, basically, Biden's infrastructure package is the catheter that will keep it working, in deference to all the Fox viewers who watch all those, I can slide this thing in while I'm flying my airplane video, commercials. This guy, by the way, it's on my screen right now, is a lawyer that he has on with him during this whole thing. I'll turn up some audio in this real quick, see what he's saying.
He's saying things. So for all the folks out there,
Do I have to do something?
He is saying things. That's true.
that have their thoughts and opinions,
Do I have to do something?
opinions about Mike
Oh,
Lindell.
can you hear it? Sorry.
No,
This
I
is
can't
America's
hear.
heartbeat
Okay,
right
hold
here.
on.
And I'm proud to sit next to him. So
Okay, he's basically saying that he has heart, and that this should share the audio. We'll figure that part of it out in a minute. But you can bring it up at any time. Believe me. Go to fwank.com, which is my channel, or frankspeech.com, and you'll see that they're just doing this, not nonstop, like all day. And by the way, earlier, I would like to be a witness to something, if I may. Earlier today, while he was doing this, when I first turned it on, Mike Lindell, they were going to go to a break. He said, "No, I'm not going to a break. There any excuse for them to stop us. I'm going to stay on. We're going to keep doing this for 72 hours. I'm not eating lunch. I haven't eaten lunch. I'm not going to, blah, blah, blah." And he said that. And then news people started commenting on it, and like saying that's what he said. And he's like, "I never said that. I never said that." He just said it. It's one thing to like his whole, August 13th BS, right? About how he didn't say that it was going to be August 13th, the actual day. What he said was middle of August. And then he started throwing around the symposium. And then when the symposium came up, he said, by Saturday, the Supreme Court's going to say 9-0, and we're going to have Trump back, and Biden's going to resign Friday night. That was what he was saying. And he said it multiple times. It's just a friggin' lie. He's just, and at a certain point, like I said, there's something kind of doofy and weak, where in what he talks about, like, it's like, oh, he's just kind of a sap, poor guy, right? He's look at this simp. And then he goes and says, he like gets kind of smarmy and shitty with people, like the CNN interview that he did, where he's like, "Oh, do you want to give Mike a hug? Are you worried about old Mike?" That kind of stuff. And the guy was clearly like, "No, we're worried about you constantly attacking the election. This is gross. It's dangerous. And even though you think you're well-meaning, a lot of the nutcases that like your shit are the people who charged the Capitol on the 6th and would do it again and are just waiting for Trump to give them the orders. It's just hideous.
It is. And you know how I and also the other smackdown that DeSantis got is Norwegian. Is
of course
is allowing a vaccine passport, and DeSantis was trying to stop that out. I have to ask you this because now there's more children in Florida than any other state who are in the ICUs. And how? I mean, these are children. Well, I mean, how is this guy ever going to get elected again? I mean, he's killing his own constituents.
Right. Well, and Trump is killing the rest of them across the country. I mean, if you are seeking national office as a Republican right now on the Trump premise, it's a huge mistake, and it's going to be terrible, the comeuppance that will come from it. It's just going to. Because you have to know that not only are you wiping out a huge member of your audience, your voter base, instead of get out the vote, it's cremate the vote currently. And in Florida especially, the one disregard for old people dying, which was kind of early in the Republican response to COVID last year, was like, well, they were old anyways. They were going to die anyways. In every state but Florida, that might fly. But Florida, classically referred to as God's waiting room, takes it a little personally when anybody tries to shave 7 years off their last 10. It gets a little, that's 7 Christmases without the grandkids. Yeah. That's 7, possibilities for a wedding if she finally gets her act together. God damn it, just settle down. All these grandparents that fill up the state are all living with this. And it's hideous that they would kind of disregard them across the nation anyways, but especially in Florida, right? And now this asshole who's governor of God's waiting room is doing the exact same thing, but not only with the old folks, which is, you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, right, Grandma? We got an economy to save, and if it costs us that argument was made by Republicans last year. Now it includes the grandkids. Because you have two main groups of people in Florida that have meaning to the state. The grandparents and the grandchildren that come to see them. Everybody in the middle is just the infrastructure of that process, right? They run everything. So Disney World is down in that state, so the grandkids will finally come down and see their grandparents. And for him to shrug off the deaths of the old people, there's some, people in the villages who are like, well, my time's come, and if it means for freedom, if I could die for my country and keep the economy from going all commie, well, it's my last chance to fight World War III. I'm not going to be able to pick up a rifle or hold a ballistic missile as it goes hot and pops in my hand. Maybe not. But what I will be able to do is die so that my kids can have a decent interest rate. And that's, you can talk them into that. You really can. A lot of them were. But when the spike in kids dying goes up, that's when it gets really scary for those folks. Because it's one thing to shave the last 7 of my last 10 off. But all of the 7-year-olds, years left gone, or them having to live through life with, a physical abnormality or damage done by COVID, like losing a lung or some shit, is horrifying to that grandparent class, no matter how locked in Trumper they are in the villages. And it might not be both of them. It'll more than likely, statistically speaking, be the grandmother that comes around and calls bullshit on all this. But I don't get it. I mean, honest to God, like because we've dealt with this a bunch of times. Like they believe that that China, and they, like Steve Bannon basically said it during this symposium. He's live right now with Mike Lindell, and he basically said they either made it and sent it on purpose, bioweapon, right? They either did that, or it got out accidentally, and they went, well, this might be an opportunistic infection, as it were. Maybe we just let it get out. We stop it here, wipe out some of our enemies. You know, the passive smallpox response. You know what I mean? You know, Cortez, had he known that smallpox was going to wipe out the Mayans, maybe he wouldn't have gone all the way back to Spain and he would have just parked his boats south a little while and just waited for the wave to pass. That kind of thing. So in their beliefs, they really believe this. He's openly said this. He got applause at Mike's symposium on the idea that the Chinese attacked us with a bioweapon or had an accidental outbreak and decided to use it because it was there. They found a gun full of bullets and went, well, I am sick of my neighbor making all that noise, and just decided to fire through the wall, right? I wasn't really shooting him. I was just emptying the gun. It was a loaded gun in my house. That's dangerous, right? That's the idiocy behind it. So they did one of those two things. And his thing was, so they had to get rid of Trump in the election because he's the only guy that confronted them. Does anybody remember what he was doing all last year? China's got it. They're being very professional. I talked to Xi yesterday. He's a good man. We get along. We disagree on a bunch of shit, but he's one of my buddies. We get along really. He respects me. And we're working on this deal, and it's going to be great. Well, the deal wasn't great. It was $30 billion, and they ended up spending, I think, 11. The country is starving. They need food like crazy. They need it from us and a bunch of other countries. And while in June and July, if you'll remember, that's when we really started having food lines showing up all over the country. Trump sold China the largest shipment of corn, pork, soybeans, and beef in our history. Could have just kept it, paid for it with the U.S. tax dollars, given it to people. Americans in Texas could have had a steak dinner every night. Just wait out come on, man. We'll all wait out the pandemic in style. Just grilling in the backyard. It's a great idea. Just corn on the cob, and I don't know what you do with soybeans. I hear they make you into the next singer of Culture Club if you eat too many of them. But honestly, like that's really what they were selling. That's they really believe that it's okay that he said they were being great. They did it perfectly well. That that China was, we couldn't do better than what China's doing. They're handling it. Our people at the WHO are doing it. Go on. Right? That's a story.
Hey,
yeah.
What do you think? I just played. I don't know if you saw Ted Cruz. It's the best piece of tape. Did you see him? I could just play the first 10 seconds.
Sure. Yeah.
Because this is let's see if your mind goes to the same place that mine does.
Okay.
Because it is so ridiculous. And I'm going to ask you, is he doing this on purpose? Is he just like
being an idiot on purpose?
Yeah. On purpose.
I don't. That would presume that he has another choice. You know what I mean?
All right,
is there a moment when he can't be not an idiot? Right. That's the thing.
All right, check this out. I'm only gonna play like the first 10 seconds.
Sure.
But then I can't wait to get your opinion on this.
Okay. I like it.
Because this is my favorite piece of tape of the day.
Respect your right to make your choices.
Okay, here we go. Now just watch the first lines here. You
Sure.
ready?
Yeah.
In a time of crisis, people's character is revealed. And the character of Democrats, whether it is Joe Biden, whether it is Andrew Cuomo, whether it is Bill de Blasio, whether it is Gavin Newsom, the character from their perspective, they do not respect your liberty. They do not.
Okay, now, Al, in a time of crisis,
right,
your character is revealed.
Yeah.
Now, where does your mind go from there, Al?
My mind, like yours, goes immediately to Cancun on vacation. My mind
Yes, exactly.
is sitting on the beach, sipping on a non-alcoholic beverage. Probably has a slice of cucumber in it, and I'm getting some much needed C in vitamin D. Some view of the ocean and some sunlight. So yeah, that's where I go immediately, and also to the fact that Trump goes to, well, I'm downplaying it in public, but I know the threat is real. That reveals his character as much as anything else, because he didn't want it to hurt the economy.
But how? He must know. I mean, does he realize when he says something like that he's talking about his own character was revealed? I mean, he's got...
No, honest to God, no. You can't be Ted Cruz and not miss that fuse. Quote me on that. You know what I mean? Like there's a fuse missing in his circuit box, in his circuit board. It's just not there, and no one has replaced it, nor will they. So he can't. You couldn't be him, behave like he behaves, say the shit he says, and have that functioning part of your brain. It's not, or that functioning part of your moral character, of your spirit. You have, drowned or dismissed it a long time ago, right? So no, I would say that doesn't, like, I can't process that, and you can't process that, because we don't have the gaps in our brain that Ted Cruz has.
I watched that, Hal, and I almost drew a freaking, I almost drew something at my computer screen. I'm like, are you kidding me? You left your own people when they were freezing to death.
Children froze to death. And he's, like with Mike Lindell, I've kind of vacillated from, believing he was kind of a useless idiot to sort of a dangerous, bitter asshole at his root. Because if you listen to how he talks sometimes, and like, the one big telling thing, we deal with this all the time with George Soros is running everything, blah, blah, blah. The super Jew attack that Rudy Giuliani always drops. Rudy Giuliani, it really is like a drinking game or a timing game. Like, what do you think? You think he can get George Soros in under 12 seconds in this clip? And he'll find some way to crowbar that in. Basically with Rudy Giuliani, it's a noun, a verb, and George Soros these days. And when it goes to Lindell, he does this Mark Zuckerbuck thing with Mark Zuckerberg. Now, the argument about Mark Zuckerberg is that he's been censoring people because he wants mind control. He wants to control what you can see and think and da-da-da. And that, in a social media platform, is actually antithetical to making money, because people will leave if they're aware of it, or they catch on and people don't trust it anymore. Ask MySpace, ask eWorld. People will go, I can't do what I want to do here, I'm leaving. And it doesn't cost them anything. It's free. So the only thing you have keeping people there is that they want to be there, and that they reach a lot of people who also want to be there. The minute you lose that, it's like, one of my favorite movies is Miller's Crossing. Did you ever watch it? It's a Coen Brothers movie. Yeah. Just beautiful. Just such a good movie. And Gabriel Byrne is talking to Albert Finney at one point. He plays Tom Regan. And Tom goes, you only run this town because people think you run it. They stop thinking it, you stop running it. Right? That's what social media networks always deal with. The minute we're all over it, it's gone. Because there's other places to go. That's why the whole antitrust thing with the social media networks is a little silly, because it doesn't cost anything. Your benefit is only what you glean from it and what you want to glean from it. You don't have to go there. Even the business aspect of Facebook and Twitter is debatable anyways. Having the first 1 million followers on Twitter did nothing for Ashton Kutcher's movie career. It didn't do anything.
No.
The butterfly effect blew it. And it came out right about that time. It should have translated. It did not. It's not a guarantee. There's plenty of people with 3 million followers who nobody would know who the fuck they are except those 3 million people, the ones that are real anyways. Compared to, some people with fewer, like myself, that, everywhere I go, I get recognized. There's a difference. It's not all in social media, right? They don't have a grip on you. But the idea is that they want you there and they want to control you. This is the storyline that he's been telling for a long time. That Mark Zuckerberg it's all about like making you you're not allowed to know certain things, and they're keeping certain information from you, and they're censoring things, whatever. You could argue that would be where you would get his nickname from. You would make, some nickname up for him, because he doesn't have one for Jack Dorsey. He has one for Mark Zuckerberg. And the one he has is Mark Suckabuck, which is based on the trope that Jews love money. And he says it all the time.
Okay.
It's anti-Semitic. He's doing it. He picked the one that stuck, does not answer to the nickname he gave Mark Zuckerberg, does not answer to his criticism of Mark Zuckerberg. It plays on an anti-Semitic trope that his audience likes. That's what's gross about it. And that's why Mike Lindell shifted for me in a lot of ways. And keep in mind, I'm not Jewish. I don't have a distinct, like this. It doesn't constantly prick up my ears. Like I'm not like Woody Allen and Annie Hall going, Jew eat? Jew? He distinctly said Jew eat. Like not did you eat, Jew eat? I don't walk around with that radar up. But he said it so many times, and I kept going back over his bullshit. And I'm like, this friggin' reeks. This goes beyond useful idiot or useless idiot, depending on your opinion of Mike Lindell. This goes into he's fucking gross. He's an asshole. Yeah. And he gets this affable kind of, well, golly, kind of. I have to say, it as a relatively likable guy myself, who is completely comfortable with his distractions and his dark side, when I see someone who's got a Mr. Rogers type persona, as far as the media is concerned, but none of the works to back it up. Even his Lindell Recovery Network is a website that connects people to other actual, addiction network things, and it's in many ways a PR scheme. It's if the biggest, and any PR firm in the country, if you're a millionaire, would tell you, look, when people think of you, they think three things: millionaire, pillow guy, crack addict. And they stop at crack addict and go, fucking crack addict. Fuck him. And so you got to do something to mitigate that thought. Right? Like for your industry, for your business, and for your people's opinion of you. You got to do something. And he did. He wrote a book, and he put out this Lindell Recovery Network, which is basically a social media site. And
so Hal.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I was just gonna, because, speaking of idiots, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene now is suspended for a week for spreading false information about COVID. Now, Hal, why isn't, and what's talking about social media?
Right.
Why aren't they just banning her? Definitely. How many times?
Because she's a sitting congressperson. Yeah, because she gets the same reason Trump gets leeway, and she gets attention for the site. So there's a mix of that. There's always that confusion. The issue that, it's weird that beyond the, she doesn't believe in vaccines and all that shit. That's another thing entirely. But the idea that she would have gotten kicked off for, in my opinion, should have been the fact that she was basically telling people to shoot anybody who comes to the door asking if you've been vaccinated. Her whole storyline was, if Biden sends his shock troops to your house, you can fix it with a Second Amendment solution. When I'm like, These are volunteers who think vaccines are important. Even if you don't like you believe that it's a pandemic. Even if you don't believe that vaccines work. Even if you want, or you've been telling this story back and forth. Even with that, that's not the fault of people who volunteer because they know if you have the vaccine, statistically, more likely to survive if you do get a breakthrough infection, right? So it's their fucking fault? What impact do you think you're going to have murdering 2 volunteers who show up on your goddamn porch to give you a pamphlet? It's just, I mean, and she didn't get kicked off for that shit. She got kicked off for.
I know, Hal. That's what I'm saying. She's dangerous.
Yeah.
Trump got kicked off.
It's vicious. Some vicious shit. They're making a move at Frank's Beach. Hold on. Oh, somebody's. Wait.
You're a police officer, a graduate of law school. He's got the greatest number of votes for Congress in the history of Brazil.
Oh, it's dude. Bolsonaro's son is speaking now. Has shown up at the Frank's Beach symposium. Bolsonaro's fucking son. The Brazilian president. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can bring it up.
Here. Now, I want to bring in an example of what all the other countries in the world.
He has a MAGA hat with him. Jesus Christ. So yeah, so Bolsonaro has been running this whole whoops, hold on. Bolsonaro has been playing the Trump playbook in all of this. He's been saying, his elections are being hacked and that that I guess America did it. Biden had some play in it. Let's see. Yeah, Bolsonaro's been on a public military.
Stay up all 72 hours with this guy?
No, I'm doing the first day. My girlfriend's birthday is day after tomorrow. We're going out of town. She deserves to go to a beach on her birthday.
Where you going?
Why don't I announce it? Why don't I just? You want the address? You want me to just say that on a live stream?
No, I mean, if you say a state, doesn't mean I'm going to know where.
Oh, we're going to California. We're just going to California. It's just a drive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. We're just spending some time down there. It's a relatively close to a staycation, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So, he's been arguing. Let's see. Yeah. Brazil's election authority to investigate Bolsonaro over baseless fraud claims. He's running this. This is on The Guardian right now. President has stepped up crusade against Brazil's electronic voting system, prompting counterattack from Superior Electoral Court. He's basically trying to claim that he was denied an election and therefore, lost his election. Or that they're going to cheat him out of his election. Stepped his long-running crusade against Brazil's electronic voting system in recent weeks, apparently hoping to energize supporters at a time when his ratings have plunged over his handling of a COVID outbreak that has killed 560,000 Brazilians. Addressing followers on Sunday, the populist leader warned the next year's presidential election, which polls suggest Bolsonaro would lose to his left-wing rival, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, might not be held if physical balance were not introduced. He made a similar threat last month, leading another prominent left-wing rival, Ciro Gomes, to urge the international community to signal that the premature death of Brazilian democracy would be intolerable. And so his son, who believes that his dad is being denied an election, and is running the Trump playbook, is indeed speaking at Frank's speech right now.
Complaints. They will say, "Oh, you're complaining only because you lost that, man. You're a bad loser." Come on.
Yeah, hold on, say again.
My mom is wishing your girlfriend a happy birthday.
Oh, that's very sweet. Yes, her birthday's on.
And by the way, before I forget, I had Dino Badala on the show, and I told him that you're running for mayor.
Yeah, he asked. I'm gonna go on his show next week.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he said I gotta have him on. Then I go,
yeah.
See, I'm your PR guy.
I know. I gotta hire you, and like you and CSL and Natalie and Nat in our chat needs to get together and just run my. I'm going to start my own PR firm called AKA PR, also known as PR, just for all my comic friends who can't get a real PR agent to do stuff for them. I just see this big gap in there, or whatever. But yeah, so and now Bolsonaro's making obscene gestures with his hands. And Mike Lindell is trying not to talk.
How?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of pressure is being put on Garland now because he's waiting too long with this Trump thing. He's got to arrest this guy. I mean, look, after what Trump said to Rosen, just say that it was rigged and then I'll handle the rest of it. I mean, come on,
but that's
now.
I agree, but you have to once you get that big piece of evidence, you can't take a swing like that, especially if you want to put him in jail and miss. So there are a lot of people who are continuing this investigation in the DOJ. Make no mistake about it. The process of arresting a former president in the United States of America is and should be fucking huge. And should be a lot of boulder moving. It really should. Otherwise, that's one of the things that undermines your election. The opinion even that the impeachments of Donald Trump, both of them, even though they were both based on reality, had facts behind them, were worthwhile endeavors. The idea that it seemed to happen quickly, mainly because in the second one you had to. The dude had just fomented a revolutionary attempt on our Capitol and participated in it and coordinated with it, and then went, what's the big deal? I love you. Go home. We'll try again tomorrow. Everybody, just cut it. We'll go back. We'll be back on Monday. And then they had to do it before they wanted to impeach him, get it to the Senate so they could be tried while he was still in office, because there were a bunch of Republicans who weren't going to vote to impeach him because he was already out of office. What's the point, right? So they were rushing to do that. Now, the opinion that was rushed, the feeling that was rushed, the idea that it was rushed, is in many ways the thing that made, the Marjorie Taylor Greens and the Matt Gaetz think that they can impeach Biden right now. That they can just do it. They rushed it, we'll rush it. Just do it. It doesn't take anything. It doesn't require any effort. So dragging your heels and making something work is one of the ways that you check people's intent and the quality of their work. You know what I mean? It's why NASA scrubs missions. It's why it takes a long fucking time to go, from the Apollo stage to the space shuttle. You know what I mean? They had the equations. What the fuck's the holdup? Build the goddamn thing, right? But if it crashes, people die. If you miss, the impact is enormous. So that's why I would say that. Yeah.
Josh Jameson, thanks for $5. He says Rachel Maddow discovered that the lead DOJ guy in Georgia resigned after Rosen warned him about Trump's attempts to replace Biden electors. I mean, this is, how? Like, this is what I mean. Like, and how about Trump on the phone with the, Steffenberg, or whatever his name, in Georgia
Raffensperger. Yeah.
That's
find the 17,000 votes.
14,000 votes.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Right. I agree. But let me run you through this. Trump goes into court, and they say, you said on the phone, find me 17,000 votes, and that'll do it for us. You don't have to figure out all of it. And then they go, what were you saying? Like, well, I truly believe there were 100,000 fraudulent votes. And I didn't even need them to find all of them. Just look. If you look, you'll find that there were 20,000. Give me 20, that kind of thing. That's what he's going to argue in court. Now, before you take him into court, you have to batten down that bullshit. You have to, from a legal standpoint, you have to tourniquet those arguments from him. Meaning, you have to get all the communications back and forth with people he was talking to, before he started sniffing his own farts and believing what he was being told. You have to back up to, this asshole knows it wasn't stolen. He was asking for something he knew he hadn't won. Because that's the difference between a conviction and acquittal. And if he gets acquitted, then it's justification for all of his psycho followers. and he gets away on another thing when, well, if that's fake, well, you're just tormenting him now, right? If you go after what then he really could murder somebody on Fifth Avenue, and as long as he's not there holding the gun when the cops show up, you'll never convict him. It'd be like OJ times 10. So you have to. Yep, the investigation part is not. He said this. He fucking said it. He was trying to manipulate the election. That's not the part. The part you have to investigate now, and the part that you have to be able to answer in court is he knew he was asking for something he didn't earn. And the problem is, he's such a stupid son of a bitch that he has plausible idiocy. You know how there's plausible deniability and stuff? Trump is a plausible moron. There is a portion of this conversation where in court, someone go, Your Honor, clearly my client is a dumbass. And if we made dumbass a crime, I think most of us would be in jail right now. Your Honor, ha ha, ha 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 ha. I move to dismiss.
Yeah, but then you have to have his attorney calling Trump a dumbass. Trump would never allow that to happen.
He'll be, by the time he gets to friggin', in court, he'll be Weinsteining around with a little walker with tennis balls on it. He'll be like Durst with the fucking microphone hanging on his forehead because he can't. Fucking Golden State Killer, And then in his room they see him going, "Fuck, I'm gonna get busted." Like in the cell when he's walking around, it's total bullshit. But in court, he's like, wait till Cosby gets his eyesight back by November.
But that'll be worth it, seeing Trump in court trying to play the.
Oh yeah. The hair just kind of flopped over to one side, a pack like a garbage can lid, and it just kind of they put okay, John, listen to me. I know you're not going to like this, but as your lawyer, I think the strategy would work. I'm going to act like I'm hot, and then I'm going to have a little one of those hand fans, and I'm going to let it drift a little bit. And just trust me on this. Stop screaming. Your hair will just do this. It doesn't even have to go all the way over. They won't say, we just want to see a little of this. And right when you feel that breeze, go, and fart. And you'll trust me, you'll survive. We're keeping you out of jail. Do you want to go to jail or do you want 3 minutes of viral video? And he'd be like, lock me up. I can't take it. Bolsonaro just...
his ego wouldn't allow it.
No. So, oh God, it's just like and by the way, they're showing video now. All the I have to call bullshit on Mike Lindell's live stream right now. In that he has so far played like 2 or 3 movies or half movies in this process. So earlier today, they started playing one of the guys who's there, one of his movies on the screen as kind of, evidence.
What is he trying to accomplish here, Hal?
He's got, all right, so this is he's got cyber ninjas of his own, white hat hackers who were misnamed red hat hackers by one of his other people who's an expert, but, whatever. And they've got, allegedly, something like 37 terabytes of data packet captures from the election. And while he's on stage blathering and showing these videos saying, see, told you, they're in another room going through all the terabytes of data to find the aha moment. We are more than halfway through the first day, and no ahas so far. Also, no data so far. They are playing the video of, allegedly, they are playing the Cyber Symposium video on another screen on Frank's speech. I have not found it because I've been doing the live part of it, and I looked earlier, but because I was on my phone, it was just, sign up for Frank's speech, download our 8x10 flyer, and post it on telephone poles. And that's all you see on the main one. And then you have to enter your email and your phone number, of course, which is why I have a burner, to get on the site and then watch this shit. And so,
what do you think of Lindell going? The big lie is
he's been saying that for weeks, and Trump said that as well. And that they think the most adorable thing about that is that they actually think it's. I think they think it works. You know what I mean? Like ooh, zing. You know what the big lie is? The big lie. That's what the big lie is. The lie that they're saying that the big lie is real is a lie itself. Like, it's such a flailing attempt. It's kind of adorable. But I have to say, like, at this point, they're talking about Brazilian elections right now. Which, by the way, if do we want to talk about Iraqi elections before the United States was involved? Or how about North Korean elections? Let's talk about those. Like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? And they had an hour-long thing of a guy shitting on ES&S machines, going like, and this was, the same guy was in his Absolute 9-0 video, I think. I get them mixed up. They kind of bleed together. But this guy was on there talking about how I mean, it's very confusing, but at some point, the Chinese hackers and they were able to siphon information or insert votes, even though the vast majority of what he showed, well, he showed all these lists. He showed these big lists of, see, here was an attack. At this point, look right here. This company pinged this computer in Fulton, Georgia, and most of the time it's not even counties that Trump lost, which is weird. And at this hour, on the 3rd or 4th or whatever, after the election, which is like they're counting mail-in votes for 2 fucking days. Like, where were you? Did we all watch the same goddamn thing? Like, this is, I don't even know why this is a mystery. And then it would show whether or not the hack was successful or not, and how they did it. Did they have login codes? If it was a login code where they literally have someone's password and they can get in, or they hacked past something, which was another like hash mark in this thing. And then how many votes Trump lost. That was the end of it, right? So the end of the list is every time this attacked this, and maybe it was a successful or not, and then Trump lost votes. Well, the original video that he showed, Trump lost votes no matter what they did, whether they were successful or not, or whether they got in or didn't, or whether they had credentials or didn't have credentials. Trump still lost votes. And the reason Trump still lost votes is because they were counting the mail-in votes, which were largely Democratic. None of that shit happened during election day, except in obvious places where, Biden was going to win handily and people did vote in person, or they were Democratic governors, so they would count the votes on election day instead of waiting till the next morning, which is what a lot of the right-wingers were trying to do, to make it look like the red mirage, right? And so in all these little hacking things, he said, all right, this was successful, this wasn't successful, they had credentials, they didn't have credentials. And even the ones where they weren't successful, still Trump lost votes, which would undermine, and it was like 50% of the lines on this fucking page. Like half of them were like, nope, that didn't work. But he still lost 3,215 votes. That's because they're counting. They're taking the day, the actual clock of the day, as people are counting in offices, and they're uploading how many votes came in, and they're telling Steve Kornacki, we got 15,000 new votes, and they're posting them and shit like that. We got this many, and Trump, they post them in 10,000 blocks or 15,000 blocks, or they do it on the hour, or whatever the system is in any of these given states, and it's all different, so it looks all like crazy. Everything's all over the place, right? And it's really just each state, different counties have different rules, and when you put them together, they're like, there's no system here at all. This is a mishmash of nonsense. So what they're doing for this is, oh, by the way, the next time he put that graphic out, we saw it on his next follow-up, he took out all the lines where Trump lost votes and the hack was unsuccessful. So that's easy. That solves your problem right there. Every time my neighbor leaves the house, there's a murder. And so I think my neighbor is a murderer. Because every time he goes out and there's not a murder, I don't count that one. Also, anytime there's a murder and he's at home, I don't count that one either. I only count the murders that happen when he's out and there's a murder. Therefore, my neighbor is the murderer. This is the argument. This is exactly the argument that we're seeing. This is yeah.
I have to ask you this because I'm going to be out in 7 minutes. But
sure,
the infrastructure bill is going through now,
Passed,
which is an incredible win for Biden. Now, what is Trump going to say to the Mitch McConnells and the Roy Blunts and all the guys, all the Republicans who voted for it?
Whatever he says is not going to be anywhere near as effective as them running on the idea that even where Biden is a terrible monster, I still know the good stuff and I'm working for my constituency and therefore enjoy your new bridge, clack. That's what they don't give a shit. Believe me, no matter, Trump is a bridge to nowhere.
I know.
As a human. And so Mitch McConnell and all these other, like a big chunk of these Republicans, and by the way, a few of them will drop off when the House bill comes back because they'll pretend to not like the changes, of which there will be next to none. Right? There will be none. It's going to go through, there'll be some wailing and gnashing of teeth about the squad, refusing to vote. Then you'll get some Republicans.
Wait.
Yeah.
I thought it passed the House and then went to the Senate, and now it passed the Senate.
No, it's the other way around, I think, unless it's happened in the day already.
So it goes to the Senate first?
Yeah. Hold on. Infrastructure bill vote in the Senate. Yeah. So now it goes back to the House.
Okay.
Right. So they negotiated it. Let's see. Key component legislature, the largest funding of federal investment into infrastructure projects in more than a decade, touching nearly every facet of American economy. President vote 69-30 was uncommonly partisan. Mitch McConnell, 18 other Republicans, shrugged off increasingly shrill efforts by former Donald Trump to derail it. But the measure now faces a potentially rocky and time-consuming path in the House, where Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the nearly 100-member Progressive Caucus have said they will not vote on it unless and until the Senate passes a separate, even more ambitious $3.5 trillion social policy bill this fall, which is, it's months away. It's part of the budgetary process on its own. And it's reconciliation. It will be part of the regular budgetary process. It's a dick move. And so the nearly 100-member Progressive Caucus is ridiculous. There's not 100.
They got to get this thing through.
No. And Pelosi's going to operate on promises extended to her by the Senate that they are going to vote on it. They do want to vote on it. The Senate, it's not like the Senate doesn't want to and the Biden administration doesn't want to. But if you crater this, there is no fucking way you get 50 votes in the Senate. If you crater that, you're never going to talk the Joe Manchins and Kristen Sinemas or anybody else that, into the $3.5 trillion bill. And by the way, you want to see that thing start getting pared down in half, helping half the people that it's, because they're going to have to start dealing on who they can get on board.
Yeah, they got to pass this quick, Hal.
It's a dick move to not pass it. And if you pass it, the 3.5 trillion will be it'll be a big noise. They'll start working on it. It's good. It only has to pass in reconciliation. They know they're going to go through with it. There is a version of it that will be, it may not stay at 3.5. I would guess it might drop below 3 for parts of it and be rolled into the overall budget. But this is going to pass. Yeah. And I also think that Nancy Pelosi will bring it up for a vote because it's necessary.
Yes, there you go.
And if this gets cratered by progressives in the House, the trust part will take a shit. It will, there's nobody is going to trust, and like I said, it's going to make a lot of House progressive Democrats one-termers.
Everybody's asked, everyone's a few people have been asking me to get your take on Andrew Cuomo.
I think he should step down. I think that was a smart move. If he's going to defend himself, then he should do that. But I don't think you can govern that way. It was too many people. I think.
And he's meddling with the DOJ.
Yeah.
You know, and he.
Nah, get out. Yeah, you have to be away from, especially if you're facing criminal charges, because you don't want it to look like you're trying to stop that, from happening. Defend yourself against criminal charges. Defend yourself against all of it. And if at some point you are cleared of it in any major way, and you can make something of it, and you go, well, the 3 that came after me that with stuff that they allege was really genuinely terrible were actually political operatives and blah, 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 like he's kind of saying. If you can make that case, go make it, but don't make it from the governor's mansion.
But the only thing, Al, that irritates me is, like, when the hell is Gates and Jordan and Trump? All these guys have, identical charges, and yet they're still freaking lingering around.
Well, yeah, but they're Republicans.
Yeah.
So
what does that mean?
That means they have no morals and think women deserve it. Even, we're like, the Democrats are like, look, if it's true, piss off. If it's false, go deal with it and rehab yourself and push back with all you have. But if you're bullshitting everyone about this, it's going to come out. So go, but don't represent me if that's the level. And it wasn't like the first couple were the turning point. It's like 11 women coming out saying, yeah, that was the pervasive thing in the office. And
Trump has like 28 or 35.
Right. Right, and that's the difference. That's the difference, because we're Democrats. He's a Democrat. Sorry, dude. Same thing with Al Franken. Like, Al Franken was making a joke about. Yep. By the way, the groping shot of him, where he's the picture that everybody uses. Yeah. He's not actually touching her. He's away from her, and it's a joke about that. And it was because she had grabbed the country star that they're touring with's ass as she came on stage while they were performing with the USO. So it was a referential joke. But you remove the context of the reference and go, well, he's a man, so he can't make that joke because women are weak and always on the receiving end of stuff. And it gets into a really difficult area linguistically when people are talking about this stuff. So Al Franken stepped down, and you can have whatever.
I think Al Franken shouldn't have stepped down, Hal.
Right.
I think he jumped too soon.
Right. But it is the difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, because there are women who have DNA. They have DNA evidence of Trump's assaults, and he's been dodging showing up for court for those things for a very long time, and that's got to end. That I think is the first step. Like, if you're looking at where's the stage, is it the tax shit? No, probably not. It takes a while. They'll push back against it. They'll delay. It's a tax argument. And so it doesn't have the same pressing nature. He's already, they might suspend their business license while the thing is going on in New York. That's the next step as far as that rule. But otherwise, what you really are going to get him on is he has to be deposed in these sexual assault civil suits or criminal investigations, wherever they're put up. He's got to start showing up, going on tape, and giving his side of this shit. Because if Clinton had to do it in office, the fact that this son of a bitch is able to just not go is beyond me. I don't get it.
I know.
Hey, so Cuomo, I think it was right for him to step down. Guilty or not, we have a representative government, and some of the charges are egregious enough to warrant a deeper look, and not while you're governor of an important state like that.
Well, Hal, thanks so much for coming on, and I love this cool podcast we're doing together.
I know.
Go ahead and plug anything that you want.
Well, I'm today. I will pop right as soon as we're done. I'll just go back to live streaming and listening to the symposium, and holy hell. And right now they have a bunch of Q people on via satellite, which is hilarious. And then tonight at 5 o'clock my time, in a couple of hours, they're having a mock election where they recreate the election to show how easy it is to hack. Now, never mind that it's how easy it is to hack their mock election, and they're going to hack some voting machines to show how easy it is to hack voting machines in a hotel in Sioux Falls during a thing where everyone there wants the voting machines to be hacked. Like, what? I mean, talk about an experiment without a control. This is it. This is just hilarity.
Hey, Hal, just by the way, I'm going to be in Vegas at the end of October doing stand-up for a week.
We're hanging out.
At the Laugh Factory at the Tropicana, so definitely let's hang out.
Mm-hmm. I'm for it. I insist. I'm seeing Kiss on September 9th they're in Irvine, I think. Of course I'll be wearing a hazmat suit with strategically cut holes, but it'll be a great show. And then I've got a show next Saturday at the Rec Room in Huntington Beach. And I will be rolling in from Disneyland that day because we have reservations to go to the Mask Up and Task Up Disneyland that's currently open right now for my girlfriend's birthday present. So we're going nice. So we're going for 2 days, one for each, California Adventure and one for Disneyland. And the number of people there is low compared to normal. Especially as things go back to school, and especially as the mask rules are there, and we've both been vaccinated, so we have our vaccine passports, as it were, our little cards showing it. Yep. So it should be nice, and then I'll just roll in with Heat Stroke and do a stand-up show at the Rec Room in Huntington Beach. If you're in the area, come on down, Huntington Beach, baby. And then
I'm heading to COVID country. Thank you, Benny Logan, for the $2. And no, I'm not high. I don't smoke or drink before I do this show. So
you can't when I'm on. It'll throw a monkey wrench in the whole thing.
Hal, I'm going to COVID country in Florida next week. I got show 20th and 21st at the Lake Park in Boca Black Boxes.
Oh, wow.
So I'll be wearing the mask, and I'll probably be getting stuff thrown at me for wearing a mask, but I don't care.
Well, the interesting thing is, like, I don't wear one on stage, but everywhere else, I'm throwing it back on. And it's about, like, exposure and viral load and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm protecting against those kind of things. It's just the nature of it. But, take care of yourself. Do what you have to. I mean, I would invest in one of those respirators where you can see your face that they use in, like, undersea horror films. You can get a snorkel with a filter on it that is a full face mask one that has the horns on top of it. You know what I mean? Wear one of those. You can pick one of those up in Florida pretty cheap. And it would be fucking hilarious. I mean, and then in the middle of your act, you take it off, spit in it, wash it around like that, put it back on to keep it from fogging up.
Hal, I'll give you a little nerd trivia here. In Star Wars, the way they had the Darth Vader breathing sound, one of the producers went to a snorkeling store and just taped him breathing from an actual snorkel. And there is that sound effect. Yep. How do you like that, Hal?
I love it. Do you know how they made the TIE fighter flying noise?
No.
Took a mason jar, stuck it in a toilet, and screwed it into the hole, and then slowed the sound down.
Really?
Yep. And then the laser sounds come from hitting the stabilizing cables on electrical lines with a monkey wrench. So if you ever see no, I'm not saying how I know this, but if you ever out in the woods and there's an electrical line there and they've got the two big like steel cables that hold make sure they don't blow over in a storm.
Yeah.
During Christmas or during the winter, sometimes you'll hear because that's literally the snowflakes, some of them big enough to hit and make a vibration, or a hailstorm. But if you just go over there and whack the thing with a monkey wrench, it'll go choom. That's where the sound came from. And the original lasers were scratched onto the film. They weren't, they didn't have CGI at that point. So they literally took like sometimes you see an old scratched up film and it's got like a light line through it because that's the light passing through. They scratched it physically and then rephotographed it.
But the sound was for what? The sabers or
No, the laser blasts from the guns is the monkey wrench. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well,
And
Hal, it's been a hell of a time talking some Star Wars with you.
And and of course the lightsabers is, I think, a vibrator being pulled out of a drawer. I'm sticking to it.
Do you know how he came up with R2D2?
How?
He was editing.
He was in an
American
adult
Graffiti.
store in the butt plug aisle. No, what?
No, he was editing American Graffiti, George Lucas, and on the shelf was R2, meaning real 2, D2, dialogue 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he said R2D2, and he said one day I'll make a character named R2D2.
Nice.
How do you like that, Hal?
I like it. And in the books, which I read a bunch of, for a while they were spelling it ARTOO-DETOO instead of the numbers. Because because you could tell they were dictated, and the people who were doing the movie were like, who the fuck has hired these writers to come?
Hal, you and I could talk for hours, brother. From movies to guitar and music.
Splinter of the Mind's Eye is one of my favorites. Splinter of the Mind's Eye is my favorite Star Wars story not made into a movie. It's a book. So if you're ever like, I'm going to take a book on vacation, Splinter of the Mind's Eye. It's amazing. And that's one of the, I read it when I was like 9. It's just great. And I still have it.
All of those books. All right, Hal, I will see you soon. I'm sure sooner than later.
I insist. All right. Cheers.
Buddy.
Bye.
All right, take care. Bye, man. The great Hal Sparks, my resident genius.
It's true.
And good friend.
All right, and I'm signing off. Now we'll go back to our live coverage. Thanks, everybody, for having that little sidecar conversation with Stuttering John. Here we are. And in a little bit, I will actually put up my my whatever intermission thing and go blow dry my hair because it's still wet. I'd like to splinter house my time. Ew. I don't even know if that's good. I do indeed love Star Wars. It's true. And thanks. I saw a couple of questions in the chat room that people were asking me about stuff. I want to scroll back. Trying to take down the emancipation. Where did I see it? There was a couple of. Hal's a mega nerd. This is true. This is mega nerd wide. Let's check in. Okay. We'll figure that stuff out. If you have any questions, I'll try and I'll pay more attention to the chat so we can see it. But I definitely want to check in with the video. Let's see.
No, I think we're voting on which two networks have done the most damage, CNN or Fox to it.
Oh, Jesus. He said this already earlier.
See on the sign there? What was it in Brazil?
It's Fox, by the way.
CNN.
He thinks it's Fox.
All over the world, and everyone in the world watches them all the time. I used to say I'd go over to Israel and stuff, and I'd go to Italy. I've been to Australia, New Zealand. You go over there and you see CNN everywhere, but you also saw Fox. So I was over in Israel a few years ago, and
great story.
Going, wow, I'm this part of the
wow.
We over in Tel Aviv, and it was all CNN. You go to Jerusalem, it was Fox. I'm going, wow, they're even dividing that.
Oh, they are?
But now we got a big problem because we got CNN over there brainwashing everybody. We got Fox just not doing anything. They're not reporting. And that's a big problem.
It is.
When you have journalists that have been in it, the media, look what they're doing in Brazil. That's what they is. If you don't have that,
that is what
you wouldn't have the block because people could speak up, and you can't brainwash without the media. You can't. It's look what Hitler did. Look in Germany when they brainwashed the whole people. One of the best marketing ever. You convince the people they're better than everyone. The guy that was, I think it was Goebbels, or what was his name? Goebbels. The guy, that's what.
Yeah, either one.
Country. You take away the media, then you have one narrative, and then you can condition polls. You can condition, like you say, it's not suppression polls anymore. It's conditioning your.
By the way, his eyes are bloodshot as fuck. They weren't that way this morning.
Something. If this last election You know, it's so bizarre. But what if we did? You know what?
Yes, I agree. Brainwashing, terrible. Especially if you mix colors and whites. I think that's one of the biggest fears that Steve Bannon has.
Would anybody have said that's weird? Of course we would have. You know, or if you'd have said Florida, Biden wins by 85%, you'd say what? That's weird. Those are called deviations, bizarre deviations. Nobody would believe them. Not one person would believe them because, but the thing is, in this election,
get back to the
because
bring it back around.
He was going to win anyway. They had to break it, and they had to show us these deviations. Nothing was shown until they stopped all the polls in the middle of the night when they had the big deviation. We just seen Wisconsin. We just
saw.
Have we shown Michigan yet?
No, we have not seen Michigan.
What do we have?
Sorry, we have not saw Michigan.
Which one?
What's going on?
Pennsylvania, they want. Pennsylvania.
Yeah, bring up Pennsylvania.
Now,
Let's do it.
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Donald Trump had, what was it, 800,000 point lead? Do you know on the morning of the 4th, I called up, I ain't going to say his name because I know he was, and it was with the campaign, with the administration. I said, wow, I said, they said, we're going to win Arizona because that way you could see the trajectory, even though they had front loaded, he was going to shoot by like 80,000 votes. And we're going to win Georgia,
By the way, he's been saying this Trump was going to win anyways thing for about a week now. Well, I don't know where the launch of this was. It just kind of appeared in his head.
By, what, 90,000 or 80,000? 80,000 votes. Let's look. Remember, the big lie is the big lie, everybody. With the data that we have.
The data, which is a picture.
Here is the look at that. Isn't that kind of strange, huh?
Oh, my God. You went from one picture to another picture? How is that even done in modern times? What'd you do? Get a time machine and go back to 1972 and change the photo?
Why did they go that large in Pennsylvania?
Even like Steve Bannon is like, yeah, keynotes don't actually change anything.
Every state in their constitution, they set the time, place, and manner for their elections. And what we saw in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, one of the things they also set is in case of an emergency, like there's a tornado or fires or something else, the Secretary of State's office or the Board of Electors has the ability to modify that if they can't meet together, in time to do anything about it and fix the problem. So, COVID.
Put up the truth for Pennsylvania back on the screen. Because why? Because they made new things.
The dude on the left is a lawyer he brought up. I don't know what his name is. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So the whole week.
It's true, Kath. Sorry, it's true, Eli. Land does vote, not people. I probably.
I'm counting on the 4th.
The truth.
He said, well, wait a minute. We're down by, I don't know, it was thousands of votes, 800,000. So look what they had to do. There's no way they could have made that up.
Unless they counted all the votes?
Or whatever they did. We heard the rumors trucked in. And unless they changed what the legislators didn't get to do, they changed the rules, right?
Yeah. It's pretty clear. And you had different legal challenges. You had a different category for each. So you had Team Giuliani, who was talking about voter irregularities.
Yeah,
and so
that worked out very well.
And then you had legal challenges brought by Lynn Wood, where we were changing in-person voting different from people that were doing mail-in voting, which is unconstitutional because it wasn't set by the legislature. And then you had the fraud category, which is what
and again, by the way,
been focusing on.
This whole thing. Look, if there's an emergency, the elector you don't have to go through the entire legislature and pass a whole new law if you have to respond to an emergency. COVID was an emergency. That's how they did it. The way that the legislature defined how their elections were carried out in accordance with the law was by adding if there's an emergency and we don't have time to draft a whole new bill, or we can't come to we can't get together to actually do it because shit's going down, you can actually do anything that's legal that's already on the books as an available tool for everybody else.
And change the rules.
Oh no, Lynn Wood is a guy. He's
through the machines, and our country would be gone forever. And this is why we're here. This is what I've been saying for 7 months.
Sure.
There's hope. We have all the evidence. We have it all. They had it all then.
Yeah, everybody had
There's
it.
more evidence you need. We could fill up this whole thing. We could fill up the state of South Dakota with evidence stacked 10 feet deep.
10
But
feet
it didn't
deep.
matter. Why?
Because it's not evidence?
They pushed it down. The media.
Oh,
The social media.
The media.
Suckabuck and Jack Dorsey.
can't not do the anti-Jewish trope. Can't not do it.
The Facebook fact checkers. They've been more damage to our country. Who are they to judge? Some guy over in Belgium. That's where he's at. There's 5 of them in that thing. There's 4 owners. Alan Duke. Everybody heard that name? Shame on Alan Duke.
Alan Duke.
Before I even came here today, he put fake news over the top. I invited people here, this frankspeech.com. This morning, I get up at 6:30. I go, Alan, I invited you guys here and you do a thing like that. Where's the love? It's disgusting. And then he goes,
Well, they love democracy, so they're going to call this fake news because you're full of shit. You're rambling. This is insanity. Calling it that, it doesn't mean you don't love people.
deviation. Either you're with the communists there that did this, or why are you covering it up? How do you sleep at night, Martin and Alan Duke?
Well, obviously in the fetal position.
Even with the MyPillow. That's nuts. No, I'm serious. I just don't get it. And when we get done in these 3 days, everyone's going to see it. This is the time, everybody. If
this is it.
If they try to
Here comes
divide
the
our country
time.
because of Democrat, Republican, or race and all the stuff they try and
matter.
deflect, and they talk about, we'll put legislation in our state for the no more mail-in ballot, no more mail-in balloting, or no more mail-in ballots. Well, let me tell you something. If the mail-in ballots were done fairly, do you realize that this is just the machine stuff taken off of there? That's just the machine stuff. Look at Pennsylvania. Look at Pennsylvania back up there. Just the machines. So that was with mail-in balloting. Even if there was ground cheating, I call it. You know what I mean? Yeah. All those things that Mark Zuckerberg stuck, those things. This is the big lie. And now you flip it to the truth.
It's already on the truth. It's like the Trump truth.
Okay, I guess we got to bring remote there. The election. It looks like we got a long line for the election room. So when we get
that's the bathroom.
Get 5 more minutes for the last call.
Apparently, the lunch had a couple of ingredients that didn't agree with a lot of the cyber experts.
Are you guys waiting to vote, or you already voted?
Yeah, you wait to not vote.
Raise your hand if you've already voted.
That's why they're still in line.
A lot more waiting to vote over there. Remember, the vote is...
You mean the people in line are waiting to vote, and the people that already voted are sitting down like the guy who just waved his hand in front of you?
You know, we took a poll before. We took a pre-poll, but this was a real one. It was like 90% Fox, wasn't it? At least. And why? What's worse? Someone that badmouths and does this stuff and this fake news every single day where you know where they're coming from? Or somebody decides just not to talk.
Yeah.
And just not even report anything.
Not even
report. It goes round and round. Oh, Hunter Biden's laptop, Hunter Biden laptop. Who cares? We got our country we're losing right now.
Yeah. Who cares if
they
you can't
talk about
find
that.
it? Who cares if we don't have a laptop?
What's happened to Fox? I don't understand.
What happened? What happened?
You know, the last speaker that we had, I just want to touch on something at how severe this is, because a lot of us get to sit here in comfort and think, well, none of this would ever happen to me. I wouldn't be the politician's dad that gets stabbed in the gut trying to save Brazil or their country.
Well, you're not Brazilian.
Just a little reminder, folks, we've got political prisoners even today
that
showed
detainees?
up peacefully
January 6th
to support the true president on January 6th, many of which are still behind bars right now.
Oh, God. Thank
under
you.
Gruesome conditions.
Gruesome.
So the cost here, when we talk about
food isn't
the
organic.
snake news, when we talk about how they've been weaponized, they don't care.
They don't care. They don't care if the barley oat cookies are a little dry.
9 months? Based on what? A misdemeanor?
The person they're talking about who got stabbed is somebody in the video they were playing during Bolsonaro's son's speech in
If you're
Brazil.
going to confine someone to...
When bikers for Brazil were confronting forces.
Or They have to have a criminal record. The vast majority of the folks that are political prisoners that were targets for their political choice to support the president.
No, for their trespassing and their attack.
Background, and they turned them.
You know who also didn't have a criminal background, just for the record? Bind, Torture, Kill. BTK killer. Yeah, he didn't, he had no record.
One by one.
Squeaky fucking clean, that dude.
We're seeing that through our platform suppression. We're so lucky and fortunate to have Steve Bannon, who has amplified so many of our voices to get out there and fight.
Yeah, and without that Chinese billionaire money, it just wouldn't be possible. So, xie.
People that served with dignity. And that's the landscape right now. So let's not forget, as we are fighting for our country, that there were people that were so...
Yeah, Don, I don't know that he has friends and family, Mike Lindell. Honest to God. I know he's got a lot of hangers-on. Like, these dudes are just, like, ticks. I don't know, I'd call them... Is the lead singer of the Flaming
Or
Lips?
isolated.
It's sad when the former bass player for REM goes off the deep end.
It's real, folks. It's very real.
They're weaponizing every aspect. They're going to weaponize not just the media. They're going to weaponize every aspect of law. They're going
to like power tools.
Justice system.
They're going to weaponize. It's like a zombie apocalypse.
We found out that a patriot named Jeffrey Clark, who at that time was an assistant attorney general, head of the Civil Rights Division, wrote a series of memos. Those memos are very clear about exactly what the problem is. This was written right before January 6th. I think they were written in late December. The memo lays out, a memo to the president, a memo to then the acting attorney general said, hey, there's so much controversy
in
the states. We don't have enough time to do these investigations. What we need to do is to basically send this back to the state legislatures to let them get their hands around the certification process of the electors. It never said we got to flip these electors to Donald Trump. It says we have to follow the Constitution and do this, right? And send it.
The Constitution was being followed, and the underlying message, because Trump wanted that, was this is the methodology by which you flip it back to Trump.
The last week, the left.
Dude, I'm just trying to help democracy, okay? Don't you love the Constitution?
Slip in on some sort of technicality about executive privilege, which to me is extraordinary. First time executive.
By the way, Mike had to step down. He's carpet farming right now. He'll be back.
Acting Attorney General Rosen spent 6 hours on a Saturday in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee giving testimony about what? It's another aspect of how they're coming for President Trump. Whether it's a grand jury in Atlanta, whether it's the Attorney General Merrick Garland, right, coming after President Trump, whether it's his deputy Carlin sending letters out to Wendy Rogers and Sonny Borelli and the great senators and the people of Arizona, threatening criminal action if you're participating in a canvass. They are going.
Yeah, it's illegal. You're not canvassing. You're going door to door and asking people who they voted for. It's illegal.
Smart, and they're very.
That's not a canvass.
And they cannot win elections of the American people when you go to paper ballots. So they're going to weaponize everything around.
We had the most comprehensive paper trail in the history of American elections this time.
This conference, and
just in case you think like, oh, I like paper ballots. That's true. Well, yeah, so does everybody. That's why we have them.
And full forensic audit.
You know where we didn't though? ES&S machines in some districts, in largely Texas, Ohio, Kentucky, and Florida. Weird.
If they had the receipt
satire
open, they would rub your nose in it every day. They would show you every ballot. It wouldn't have to be any subpoenas. They would turn the routers over. They say you not just lost, you got.
No, you wouldn't. Nobody shows off their new security system by giving a bank robber the key to their house. Dude, I'm not scared of anything. Come on in while I'm sleeping. Rummage around. My gun's in the drawer.
They possibly can. To do what? To thwart the will of the American people.
Or to keep lunatics like you tied to Chinese billionaires and criminal security companies from getting their hands on the internal workings of our voting machines between now and the next election.
No, 2024. The Republicans
Thanks, somewhere in time.
Elections about the future. The future is now, and the future is about 3 November.
Well, no, that would be the past and the present. There's a very distinct difference between the future and all right.
If we get to the bottom of it, everything becomes clear.
Yes.
What happened in the Wuhan lab and who's responsible for it. that virus, number one. Number two, what happened on 3 November of 2020? Who's responsible and who's going to be held accountable? And the third is what happened on 1/6. Was it a failure of intelligence as we've been processed and been told?
No, Trump actually stopped the National Guard from responding so that it could happen because he thought it was going to work.
You find out who's responsible and you hold them accountable.
Trump, and he should go to jail.
Back, okay? Yeah. And it's going to be the country that was bequeathed to us. It's going to be a constitutional republic that's been passed down for what, 12, 13 generations to this generation. That is the calling of everybody in this room, okay? History is going to weigh and measure us because of these great patriots, we know what went on, and they want us to do is quit. All they want us to do is say, yes, we'll get them in 2022, we'll get them in 2024. Let's go change some laws. Let's change laws in Georgia, raise more money. No, that's the sucker's play. That's the great con. If you want to see the con, you want to see the scam, just look at the vote today in the infrastructure bill. There is no reason a conservative should vote for that bill. Number one.
Well, yeah, obviously a bridge that might kill some of their constituents. Broadband would be helpful. Well, obviously they didn't vote for it when Trump was president.
They can't raise the debt ceiling by 1 penny. They can't spend 1 penny that you don't authorize, okay? So what?
Well, no, you're not talking to the actual House of Representatives.
Uniparty's trying to support the Biden administration as it implodes before our eyes.
By the way, that's the uniparty thing you're hearing is the horseshoe theory aspect of, like, Democrats and Republicans are the same fucking people, man. It's all deep state. It's all the establishment. The left's word establishment is the right-wing word deep state. It's just in case you need a translation.
You know what?
Same concept, same concerns, same fears, same paranoia, same conclusion.
In their own perspective, but they cover the details of everything that's happening. When people sit there, you go, you know what? I've got a lot of questions about 3 November. I've got questions about his legitimacy. And as people question...
So what? I got news for you. You know, like we all believe, question everything. Yeah. Once you get your answer, you can maybe have another question past that if you have concerns about the answer that you were given. After a while, though, you're just being an asshole who's asking questions even though you've already got the answer because you have either monetized or weaponized your faux ignorance.
Raise that debt ceiling, right? If they can't raise that debt ceiling, there's no $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. There's no $3.5 trillion radical Green New Deal that's really all these social programs wrapped up into one.
Well, no, they'd have to cut some of Trump's military spending.
On November 3rd, you have the power to get to the bottom of the 1/6. You have the power to get to the bottom of the Wuhan lab where we've changed all what the world thought about it, right? That it came from some cave 1,000 miles from Wuhan and somehow mysteriously wandered up over the back roads and mountains of China to a wet market in Wuhan. We know that's a lie. We know what happened on 3.
Well, you're making it up. The premise was, and the one that he's referring to, is that this particular bat that had this particular coronavirus was brought to the lab in Wuhan and was being studied there because that's what they do. The bat lady who studies coronaviruses, in case there might be some that cross over, brings new samples all the time. This particular one had this particular version of COVID. And then some asshole at the lab, after they're done with these animals, apparently tried to sell them for money, for cash on the side in a wet market nearby. And somebody somewhere bought and or ate and or carried and or held and infected themselves with this either living or dead sample from this lab. That was the premise that he's talking about. It didn't magically appear. There was a path that was distinct to the lab and the environment. That's not even weird.
Those electors are unsealed and counted alphabetically. And wouldn't you know, right when Arizona was open, curious thing happened. This breach. And all of a sudden, we can't get to the heart of the fraud that the American people wanted to know more about through the rule of law.
What?
And it's curious that it was Arizona that was silenced when all they wanted was like a 10-day investigation. That was what was being asked by Senator Ted Cruz. Look what happened, though. Look who rose to the forefront. The state of Arizona, right?
I don't know why there's an audio delay on this, by the way, other than the fact that shitty technology. Let's see if I'll restart the page. See if that does it.
And right now, we have it all. We don't have the routers, but we still have enough.
Sure.
Okay, so it's these divine providences where the enemy thinks they've won.
They totally do.
By going through this smoke and mirrors debacle.
An actual election.
But we the people, demanded more. And we had some courageous senators that helped accomplish that. So Maricopa is still in play.
I'm confused. Are we all supposed to be humming the Battle Hymn of the Republic or the Star Spangled Banner right now?
For a different outcome. And we're seeing an exact opposite, where Arizona is just shining very bright. So I can't wait till we get to the next state, and the next state, and the next state.
Yeah.
And once we have enough of those electoral votes where you can subtract, get down below 270, and we get the real president back in office.
Sure.
We still have to proceed. We still have to do a full forensic audit in every state. Why? Because what we've just seen over the past hour, 2 hours.
Is that Trump actually lost Ohio, Texas, Florida, and Kentucky?
Doubt. We got to build the foundation all over again.
Yeah, totally. It's the United States of whoever this asshole is.
Saying, for too long, you've let the professional politicians not just make decisions in the country, but
you mean the elected politicians?
In elections. The thing that is the most powerful about this movement
is that it wants to supersede representative government by saying that the people that you've chosen to represent you are not the people you've chosen to represent you, and therefore we will represent you even though we don't give a fuck about you and you have to do whatever we want to do even if you like the way the election turned out. You know, democracy.
Right? Because you've been told time and time and time again that this
shave, bathe,
perfect, everything was okay, and it has been the relentless.
Well, no, everything wasn't okay. There was definitely some fraud. As a matter of fact, we found out that one guy murdered his wife and voted for Trump in her stead.
TV, 24 hours a day. You saw him doing the process, right? And none of them came out in front of the media, in front of the cameras and said, it's me, I've been doing this. This is the same thing that happened in Lexington and Concord. We don't, except for one or two people, we don't know who was there on those bridges.
It was probably Dominion. Dominion was on the bridges.
That's the backbone.
I mean, were there even bridges? This is pre-infrastructure.
That's probably what's happening.
And let me tell you this, the Founding Fathers would not have voted for infrastructure.
Wendy Rogers, why do you think they hate Sonny Borelli? Why does Mark Fincham worry them? Because now you have people...
Because they're unhinged?
...who back. Elected officials prepared to back the will of the people. And it is the will of the people in Arizona that's coming forth. What has inspired this movement that's now on Telegram? What has inspired people in Georgia?
It's on Telegram. Is somebody selling Telegram today, Steve?
It is this movement of patriots. It's a populist movement that you're seeing, and that's spreading everywhere. That's why you have moms at the school boards. That's where you're confronting CRT. That's where you're confronting mask on kids. That's why people are sitting there going, I need more information about the vaccines, okay? In 6 weeks, they're going to come back and say that you people are going to destroy the full faith and credit of the United States because you're not prepared to back off the debt ceiling. When you, in fact, are the full faith and credit of the United States, it all rests on your shoulders, right? You pay all the taxes. It's your pension funds that drive all the industry. All power rests with you. It's always rested with you. We've just gone asleep for a long period of time. And that's the providential nature of what they stole. It is providential that they stole this on November 3rd. Because now there's no questions. You've seen the radical nature of this regime. Is this cultural Marxism? This is nothing different than what the Red Guard did under Mao in the 60s.
Yeah, it's very different. They killed 40 million people.
In Russia at the turn of the 20th century.
They killed 40 million people. And they burned down churches on purpose because no more churches.
People having rights, but the radical nature to destroy all of society and to destroy religion. And at the end of the day,
Yeah. It didn't bother you till they got around to Christianity, I guess.
The nuclear family. We've seen it. They've played all their face cards. So now we know, and there's no middle ground. There is no compromise for this. It's either one side or the other.
Right. So why are you even sitting there? Rise up and start murdering people. Obviously, they're the enemy. And I know you thought they were just other Americans you disagreed with. But no, they're definitely Marxist murderers, and they're trying to jumpstart Mao and Stalinism. By the time that by Christmas, 30 million of you guys are going to be fucking dead. Hurrah! By the way, this is just like he just did cliff notes from his daily show.
We've drawn our battle lines. We know who the enemy is, and Mike has graciously pointed out those folks over there several times. And but it's not just.
He means the media. And by the way, he's only pointing to the ones that fucking showed up. Dude, all due respect to your lunacy. When you point to the cameras out there and like the media can't be trusted, you're pointing to the only ones who actually showed up to film your shit. And it ain't the big three. It's not the people who you hate and deride all the rest of the time. They didn't fucking show. You're pointing at RSBN. You're pointing at your own cameras.
Politics is what, downstream from the culture? Well,
no, not necessarily. Obviously, politics moves the culture sometimes.
Movies.
And by the way, if politics is representative, most of the time, it's going to reflect the will of the people. You know, deep state shit.
Problem.
Yes, OAN did show up.
People talk about the university setting. I have news for you. Yes, I inherit people that have been watching films that have been promoting communist China their entire life. Legendary Studios, for instance, was bought by the Wanda Group, $3.5 billion.
It's a big. They got a big audience. They're selling movies.
Where you had Tom Cruise's bomber jacket on the back. Maybe you didn't pick it up, but there was a flag of Taiwan in the original film. In the sequel, it's a geometric triangle that kind of looks like it. We had First Man, the movie with Ryan Gosling about landing on the moon. You would think that the most cinematic scene in that movie would be planting the American flag.
No, it wasn't. It was the moment he went to the crater and tossed in the bracelet of his daughter.
We have so many examples of our children.
I fucking love that movie, by the way, and it's a treatise on stoicism. If you ever want to watch it, you want to watch a movie that helps you get through grief. First Man is one of them.
You got these things called
This dude's a lawyer for that he brought. I don't know what his name is. Well, they'll reintroduce. I hope.
Let's go with the fortune cookie guy. And under the guise of language training, they are force feeding propaganda. So this.
Yeah, but the kind of it's the kind of propaganda that says like, these are your lucky numbers. You're about to take a trip.
And it's all coalescing at the same time, and we're finally awakening. The question is, do you all realize your power? Do you see the power that you have when you...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at me. I've got my name on the screen twice.
We're almost there. I hope that the next 3 days we get this past the finish line and we start seeing results and hopefully, Lord willing, convictions.
Don't say convictions in front of Steve Bannon. It makes him nervous.
I've got to go do the war room.
Wisconsin needs you, please.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, brother. Oh, yeah. Let's talk afterwards.
Let's do it. Hey, let's have a thing.
Thanks.
Oh, no, you don't. What is this? This is not a live stream, Mike. This is bullshit.
Okay, so...
No, okay, he's back. All right.
We just,
That was not 20. You owe me 3 minutes at the end of the thing.
we just found
I'm
out
putting this on your tab.
we're not going to be able to live stream it right now while they're running through, but they're going to go through, get all the numbers, and
You're not?
They'll put, who won, and we'll have all the numbers, and anyone that wants to watch it when the election ends can watch it in real time, and then they're
Except us at home.
to be able to do that so we can see.
Except the audience.
Because we're going to do elections.
Anybody who wants to watch it who's actually there at this super spreader event can actually do it.
What I want to do now, what I want to run is that video because there's two things I want to say. So it is 4:35 Central Time. Tonight, I want everybody right now, you need to send out to everyone you know at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Time tonight.
We'll be here.
You're going to see something nobody's heard about, nobody's seen, and it is the biggest news, okay?
So Jeffrey Toobin isn't going to be on.
The world that we're talking about. Even these fake news people will have
Those aren't fake news people. They showed up to film your shit. Be nice.
about this one at 7 o'clock. This is how big this is. This is the one thing. It's a big surprise. At 7 o'clock, everyone's got to be
election.
tuned in.
No.
It is the most important thing. This is historical what's going to happen. At
No, it
7.
isn't. High schools have them all the time.
And but what I want to do.
The fuck are you talking
right now,
about?
I want to run the video that everybody should be sharing out there, and we got to run this again. Everyone,
Why?
if you're just coming in now, this is the most important video you need to share everywhere, every day, every minute. I'm going to go over it, and I'm going to tell while we're waiting for the video that remember on
It's important, but it's late.
running data. The data that I've gotten with the 37 terabytes that are running. Remember, the cyber forensic experts are in all the room.
Yeah.
They're tearing it apart. They're still checking it all out. The data that's there that they're running, I mean, Alan Duke,
Apparently, they're too busy to tilt the camera up.
Wisconsin, are the same data on there. I'm the one, I had the guys take it apart for visual so people at home can take it apart, so they did. But it's the 2020 election, okay? So you see a duplicate. We're going to get that fixed if it is, and put the other one in. Tomorrow we're also going to have.
Wait a minute. You're rerunning stuff from before and pretending it's new, and then you got busted for it?
Takes a month. I'm going to run it on Frank's Speech every day. You can just watch that go and watch it go.
So what?
You can freeze the screen and you can
You bet I
dig in.
can.
And you're going to see. You know what happened, what we're doing. This data that extrapolates to is the states. We're going to watch this. I can come back and we're going to finish up the states that we have to see today.
Well, yeah.
I want everyone to watch this.
I need to see the picture you made of the shape of the state, blue, and then I need to see the picture of the shape of the state, red, and then I need you to take the numbers and then just reverse them and then say evidence. La da
You're
da.
watching this movie. I'm going to check out. We're going to call out because
72 minutes is 72 hours. I'm only going to be here for the first day, though.
7 o'clock. It's going to be such big news that Fox might even report it. Seriously.
He's doing a mock election at that time. I don't know.
Maybe
I honest to God don't know why he would think anyone's excited by that. This seems like something you do perfunctory as part of this.
But I'm going to report it. Look what happened to Lou Dowds because Fox says, okay, I get sued. Lou loses his job. Shameful. Shame on you, Fox.
Well, no, they used it to broom him because they were trying to get out of his contract anyways.
Midterm elections. An investigation was launched to delve into irregularities in the U.S. election results.
And what we discovered is that the Yeti mic and a couple of sheets of insulation behind me make me look really ominous.
Anomalies in areas of extreme concern.
Then in
in November
1984 bullshit.
multiple groups of concerned Americans came together because they all observed something incredible in the 2020 general elections.
Yes, their guy lost.
To launch a full-scale investigation led by former members of the U.S. intelligence community, the Department of Defense,
Why were they asked to leave?
the U.S. national laboratories, private investigations and cybersecurity companies, and legal firms from around the country. The discoveries gained through intense forensic research left everyone
All of them Q fans?
concerned about the future of our nation and our world.
Okay.
While the U.S. media will undoubtedly discredit this information as far-right conspiracy theory, the
Oh, no, I'm not calling it that. I'm calling it lunacy and bullshit.
founders, all creeds, and all political parties to ignore
Well, this creed says fuck you.
that will gravely affect the lives of every man, woman, and child of every nation.
So pets are out.
If there ever was an authentic, nonpartisan issue, this is it.
And yet,
In 1970, Henry Kissinger said, "Who controls the food supply
Kissinger.
controls the people. Who controls the energy can control whole continents. Who controls money can control the world."
he was actually wrong.
Critical to understanding the thinking of those who seek to cripple and control America. To achieve their goal, they've got to disrupt families, divide races, destroy small businesses, dismantle the middle class, and distort the American dream of owning land
And a drone.
for the pursuit of happiness and sovereignty.
Dear tenant, you are being here. Okay, it was a lovely letter. There's no official seal on it. I would leave if I was them.
Hard to tear down the last standing wall between them and their agenda of global domination. That wall is you, the American people.
Me? Shit.
By focusing on specific election system vulnerabilities, our investigation confirmed that the entire U.S. election system is under the total control of private equity firms and foreign money. UBS Securities LLC New York and UBS Securities Company Limited Beijing injected hundreds of millions of dollars into Staple Street Capital, the current owner of Dominion Voting. UBS currently holds the intellectual property of Dominion as their equity collateral. Up until December 2020,
the rights to it, not the actual stuff.
Listed 3 senior Communist Chinese Party members as being on the boards of both UBS Securities LLC New York and UBS Securities Limited Beijing. The company's owned 75% by the Chinese government. Seidel, the parent company of Clarity Elections, located in Madrid, Spain, a data management
this is where your votes went to Spain.
Company, went bankrupt in May of 2020 and was subsequently purchased in a closed private equity deal by an Irish company called Paragon.
Fucking Irish.
The election sites for new
news are fucking Irish.
Go to a Clarity Elections web address. The counties don't own or control their
election night reporting. That's what they do.
Secretary, treasurer, and CEO are all occupied by one man, Jonathan Brill.
Dun, dun, dun.
Brill also happens to be a part of Seidel's senior management team and has run campaigns for Democratic Party candidates. Our investigation also revealed that contrary to
that there are other people who are Republicans on there as well,
and their equipment were connected.
But why didn't you show them?
Making them infinitely hackable.
Voting machines themselves are not connected to the internet.
No voting machines are connected to the internet.
The devices are not connected to the internet.
They do not connect to the internet.
Those things are not connected to the internet.
The Department of Homeland Security says the 2020 election was the most secure in American history.
The 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history.
But
that's what they say now, but just a short while ago, the political narrative was very different.
In 2018, electronic voting machines in Georgia and Texas deleted votes for certain candidates.
Oh, you mean before they fixed the problems that were there?
Brought in folks who, before our eyes, hacked election machines.
Workers were able to easily hack into an electronic voting machine.
Yeah. What do you think the vulnerability of computer systems was, versus like now versus 1992?
For fraudsters and hackers.
Unfortunately, Dominion has recently been thrust into the national spotlight as part of a dangerous and reckless disinformation campaign aimed at sowing doubt and confusion over the 2020 presidential election. First, there were no switched or deleted votes involving Dominion machines. Dominion is not and has never been a front for communists.
Hold on.
The company also does not have any...
Wait a minute. You got... Dude. Dominion votes Roger Clinton's... Okay.
Including investment or source code transfer.
Free speech news they don't want you to see.
Clear. Voting systems...
Yeah, for the record, notice how he zipped past those headlines as if the story below is going to tell you what the headline says and what sources are those. Oh, look, Ron Johnson.
Can and are connected to the internet.
Throughout, you're going to, particularly where a vote is cast on election day, those machines tend to and should not be connected to the internet, certainly as a best practice.
But some have the capability, don't they?
Some may have modems that are typically disabled, but in certain states, I believe in Wisconsin, some are temporarily activated to transmit some counts.
But those tabulators are connected on election day because that's how they transmit the data.
That's, by the way, why he thinks he won Wisconsin.
The unofficial...
in some cases, yes, sir.
Yeah,
that's right.
Okay.
You mean in the areas where Trump curiously won?
From County, Michigan. Affidavits from numerous election officials in Georgia, as well as the operator's manual for Dominion's Democracy Suite 5.5, our teams have gathered indisputable evidence that the entire system can indeed be connected, hacked, and manipulated. And in fact, it was.
It can. It's a big distance between can and was. If you plug it in and add an Ethernet port.
Security Operations Group primary finding in the 2018 governor's race, where a direct flip of 560 votes was made from Matt Bevin to Andy Beshear. So that was exactly 560 votes was deducted from Matt Bevin. 560 votes were added to Andy Beshear. This race was decided by a little over 5,000 votes. So this one switch represented about 25% of the margin of the vote.
Andy Beshear is declaring victory because he is the leading candidate over a Republican incumbent governor in a state Matt Bevin won by 10 points 4 years ago and a state Donald Trump won by a ton.
Here's an example.
Again, and
we would take the ballots and we would scan them. It's going to feed these ballots through the scanner. So what we're going to do is we're going to take and we're going to overvote.
What do you mean by overvote?
Overvote is when if there is multiple people in a section where it says only vote for one.
So you're scanning the same ballots twice. That's already been scanned once.
I've already scanned them once.
Yeah, so you're scanning the same
ballots twice. It just accepted every one of them. Every one of them went through the system. There it is, the fifth batch.
Okay.
It's pending adjudication.
yeah, pending adjudication. There's 2 fucking marks on here. One of them looks real and the other ones don't.
So you made a vote for someone where someone...
And then you, when it asked you to adjudicate those because something was funky, you went, fuck it, yeah. So you violated your oath as the person doing that. Not only did you fake vote, but you agreed that your fake votes were real. This isn't a win.
Initiated by a court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard.
Dun, dun, dun.
The vote
not hooked up to anything, or powered, but that's okay.
Engagement and transmission of election data. Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general elections, that 5 key states all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where the software, Dominion machines, ESNS machines were used.
Ooh, ESNS machines.
The GEMS software. So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that
You mean when people went to sleep and got up the next day and worked on it? Or when shifts changed?
Observation the teams made.
Or they went from counting day of votes to counting votes that were mailed in.
That had a severe impact on the 2020 general.
This is the stupidest part of this whole thing. I mean, there's a lot of stupid here, but the spike part, like, look, right at this point, when they ran out of day of votes and started counting the mail-in votes, where Biden was the favorite, obviously, because Democrats were voting by mail in mass, and Republicans were like, I'm going to vote on the day, because America.
20 election.
I don't care if I'm going to get COVID for Trump.
For the country to understand that it didn't
Hi,
happen
Recrafted
accidentally.
Studios.
Democracy is not self-executing. There was a conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes, one that both curtailed the protests and coordinated the resistance from CEOs. Both surprises were the result of an informal alliance between left-wing activists and business titans.
Yeah, that's always the big fear, is left-wing activists and business titans working together.
That's why the participants want the secret history of the 2020 election told, even though it sounds like a paranoid fever dream. A well-funded cabal of powerful people, ranging across industries and ideologies, working together behind the scenes to influence perceptions, change rules and laws, steer media coverage.
Words. Scary words.
They were not rigging the election. They were fortifying it.
This
and then we go to a screen.
Really shows the
your mind map
of money, people, and influence and control between key players and key organizations. Now, there were
no, it doesn't. It's a self-selecting list you made and connections you made. It's your graphic.
What's even more troubling is
this list breezing by
have received
stuff. Oh, quit. Apparently, I need to update my version of wavelength. George Soros, look at that.
Complex or mysterious than George Soros. You're a Hungarian Jew who escaped the Holocaust by posing
as Tucker Carlson,
and you watched lots of people get shipped off to the death camps.
Right. And I would say that that's when my character was made.
My understanding is that you went out with this protector of yours.
Yes.
Went out, in fact, and helped in the confiscation of property from the Jews.
That's right.
I mean, that sounds like an experience that would send lots of people to the psychiatric couch for many, many years. Was it difficult?
He was a child.
Not at all. Not at all.
Like Carnegie.
Yeah, finish that thought. Not at all, because I was a child and it was the only way you could stay alive.
Only to turn around.
And he wasn't turning people in, he was confiscating. They were picking up physical objects.
I am basically.
And then he went back to try and make up for it, clearly.
I cannot and do not.
It's like when a gang member gets out of jail and they go back to the streets and try to stop gun violence. I mean, doesn't bother you that you used to sell drugs and carry a gun, and now you're telling people not to sell drugs and carry a gun? Why aren't you on a shrink's couch?
Currently doing to America. The Philippines, Russia, Turkey, Poland, Pakistan, as well as Soros's own homeland of Hungary, have learned the hard way the true intentions of this ruthless multi-billionaire.
Weird. The Orban doesn't like him? That's strange. We're getting very close to the enemy of my I don't know why they're. I guess this is the bridge going into Hungary. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Money, and they're a major cause of the violence we're seeing because they keep putting the violent criminals back on the street.
I'm not sure we need to bring George Soros into this. I was going to say you get the last word, Speaker.
He paid for it. I mean, why can't we discuss the fact that millions of dollars he spent?
I agree with Melissa. George Soros doesn't need to be a part of this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't pay for the DAs that were elected in these environments. But Gingrich wants them to hate this dude.
We're going to move on.
Fox, how dare you? They're trying to warn people about Super Jew.
The stable and just world is the United States. Translated into truth, that sentence would read, the main obstacle to destabilizing the world is the United States.
What?
While Soros...
Yes, thank you for translating words into truth and not citing what they were said in context.
Humanity that he's actually guilty of.
Jesus.
Many of those crimes he keeps hidden in plain sight. According to a white paper called U.S. Programs 2015 Strategy, Soros's Open Societies Foundation began funding radical operations in Arizona and Georgia in 2015 with the goal of subverting the 2020 presidential elections. Through massive campaign contributions,
he could tell Trump was going to win.
Owns and controls countless public officials, university professors.
Yeah, this is all Q stuff.
Unions.
By the way, fuck you, Mike Lindell. This is not a live stream. You're playing a video while you're taking a shit or having lunch and then coming out and saying you did neither.
And electronic voting machine companies around the world.
I like the doubling of the usage of stock footage. Way to get your money's worth.
China has a better
Where'd he go?
government than the United States. While the Chinese people should be considered friends and allies, the Chinese Communist Party is anything but. The CCP has been plotting to take over the United States for the better part of this last century, and their unconventional warfare principles are barely recognizable to the U.S. population.
America's top intelligence official even went so far as to say, and I quote, "If I could communicate one thing to the American people from this unique vantage point, it is that the People's Republic of China poses the greatest threat to democracy and freedom worldwide since World War II."
While we were
right, except of course that was before January 6th.
Taken root and are now in full bloom within U.S. soil. The Chinese government...
Yeah, why would you burn an American flag? Aren't you patriotic? You beat cops with those.
They're purchasing American farms.
Do you even Jan 6, bro?
Volume. In addition, the CCP has co-opted the U.S. entertainment industry. Chinese firms own several major U.S. entertainment companies and control more than 8,000 American theater screens. Hollywood movie scripts are often reviewed and censored if they pose any threat to the image of the Chinese Communist Party. And many professionals...
Wait. That was the Japanese flag.
...by the CCP.
The pandemic sped up a trend that was already years in the making, and it's brought about another change: the Chinese government's growing influence over the content of these films. That has people worried, including members of Congress, as they point to a growing list of examples of Hollywood seemingly bending to China's will.
Now, here's a case in point. If you're a Hollywood actor, whatever.
Wait a minute, Newsmax?
On a country, here's WWE star John Cena apologizing for doing just that.
Yeah, by the way, I called this bullshit out when it happened. So the idea that somehow the left, it's Democrats, want this bullshit. This is straight up money situation. This is a corporate act.
Now, because you're now making movies for 16-year-olds and China. And that's it.
LeBron James taking on Houston Rockets general manager Daryl Morey, whose tweet supporting protests in Hong Kong set off a firestorm between the country and the league.
China announcing this morning they're pulling NBA games from their airwaves.
I don't want to get into a feud with Daryl, but I believe he wasn't educated on the situation at hand. Just be careful what we tweet and we say.
Why would the NBA?
Yeah, the situation in hand is that LeBron James gets a shit ton of money from China.
They are a customer of ours, and guess what, Megan? I'm okay with doing business with China.
One of the stark realities of this past year is the clear
Is your semen sample checked out?
United States of America and to the daily lives of Americans. And it's not just about exporting.
By the way, this is supposed to be convincing us that China hacked the vote that we have paper copies of
Dollars in bribes from the Chinese government in the form of payments to his son Hunter's businesses in exchange by
We've watched all this bullshit too.
Military and economic aggression.
This is the reason why I've held the view for so many years and continue to hold the view that a rising China is a positive development. They're not bad folks, but guess what? They're not a competition for us. Yeah, I think that the biggest competitor.
Yeah, he was saying we can beat them.
Today, suggesting that China wants to own America by 2035.
They literally have a stated goal of toppling America as the world superpower. How on earth could Joe Biden, with a straight face, negotiate with a government who's put billions of dollars into his family's businesses?
I mean, you'd have to ask Trump.
If you are a silly people, and Americans are a silly people. Half the country is having a never-ending woke competition deciding whether Mr. Potato Head has a d***.
Don't tickle me.
We are a silly people. Do you know who doesn't care that there's a stereotype of a Chinese man in a Dr. Seuss book? China. You think China's doing...
Well, they actually burn Japanese textbooks, so when they don't like what's written in them about China, it's a lot more complicated. By the way, Bill has never been to China, insofar as I know.
And surviving the coming zombie.
I have.
Lips. Those are real. And so is China, and they are eating our lunch.
China is going to eat our lunch? Come on, man. Last night, I was on the phone for 2 straight hours with Xi Jinping. And, you know, we don't get moving, they're gonna eat our lunch. And he called to congratulate him. We had a 2-hour discussion. He's deadly earnest about becoming the most significant, consequential nation in the world.
Doesn't mean they'll be successful.
U.S. port facility operations and already controls the Panama Canal. They're building 5G networks throughout Europe and the West, which can be used to feed personal information and sensitive data directly.
Also, if I may, let's see. Let me pick up a new window here. Let me grab this. Remind me later. Let's go to just so you know where. Yeah, here you go. Let's see. Yeah, this will do. There we go. This is China's dams and reservoirs currently, and in 2021 they have had multiple major dams collapse. washing away entire cities. And by the way, the guy's symposium is about how China's going to destroy everything. So as bad as like the flooding in Germany was, for example, where 9 people passed away, I believe was the number I heard. There may have been more since then, but what the reference that everybody's having is to what's going on in China right now, especially around Chinese construction and all that kind of stuff. This is the big fear is that the Three Gorges Dam is going to go. And there's been talk about parts of it already being broken and them lying about it. Yes, Bank of China has I don't know if it's a floor in Trump Tower, but yeah. This is, there's dozens of these channels, but this dude needs you to know that Biden is at once not taking, hold on, let's see where he is now.
Extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a hot dinner in the back hallway at the buffet.
If you know what I'm saying.
At your convenience. Thank you very much.
A hot dinner in the hallway in the back of the...
Remember, this, what you just seen, that movie needs to be shared everywhere. And remember, we're live streaming here.
We know.
We're live streaming 72
So am I. Hey, thanks for reminding me, Mike. Thanks for joining me today. Today is a different kind of a live stream. I'm just on for the run of it today. I'm just hanging in there. At some point, I will need to go to the bathroom and eat something, but I will do the bathroom thing in private and eat probably right in front of you. So get some popcorn, hang out, come and go as you please. I'm just live streaming this horse shit so that later Mike can say, nobody ever cared and nobody did. No, I love you, Mike. I'm here to support, whatever you do. It's a joy to watch the collapse. And I'm just here turning you into a liar by calling out your bullshit and also showing what you're doing, and in spite of the fact that you say nobody is. By the way, I'm offended. You've gone to Twitter a couple of times and you're like, this guy and blah blah said this shit about me and this article wrote it, and you don't care about the little guy, do you, Mike? You don't. Fuck is the matter with you, Mike? Sure. CNN says something bad about you, you got to read it live on the air. Look, he's doing it right now. Is that what he's doing?
Speech.com show internally consistent evidence of fraud? No, the clear screenshots serve as a thumbnail. He put duplicates over it, but he put it so he didn't realize that that's not the data. So why can you put up the data screenshot of the? Look at this. You see in the middle there? That's a screenshot on Frank's speech if you go down. Well, I had to put...
Oh, you're going down.
It says click here to view. I had to put click here for Alan Duke. I mean for Martin, this guy over in Belgium that decides our...
Let's click here to view. Is this it? Thanks. That's helpful. What is this? What is this in? Settings. Zoom. Let's see. Yeah, I can read that. Thanks, Mike. We blow it up full screen? Dude, that is fucking gibberish. Shame on you. Why is this supposed to do anything? This is like TV hash. Here, I'll turn on captions. Unknown shit. The audio's up. What the hell is this supposed to show me? What screen caps? This is like at 480p. Honest to God, there settings. Zoom 100% speed. Let's see. Speed normal. Let's slow it down. There we go. That's so much better. Then let's see. Do we? Let's see. Can I? How the fuck is that supposed to be, like, readable proof of fucking anything, Mike? What do you mean we're gonna take screenshots of that shit? Here, I'll blow it all the way up again. Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Wisconsin in a row. This is what he's across the top here. Okay, Mike, you're an asshole. That's a dick move.
They're the worst. When you put something up, remember when I put out absolute proof, people kept reading it.
I watched it and streamed it, you prick, and you've never thanked me.
Contains nudity and porn.
No, they didn't. They said it violates community guidelines, which may include a list of things that includes nudity and porn.
So now remember.
You're a liar. Mike, don't just drop the lie part that's obvious and stick to the lies that are harder for people that they have to dig for.
In the election, that was the $5 million prize. Well, another thing he did is he put up a thing. It's false information because two of these are the same, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Two of them are, they could be, we haven't checked that. I made 50, I had 50 states made by these white hat hackers, these experts. They made 50 states.
They made 50 states?
They were too blurry to compare.
But see, if you stop them, they're very clear, by the way. If you stop them, that's what all the cyber forensic experts at home, we got it on the big screen. It's running over here on this TV. You can stop it and look at it and stop it. So, Martin did that, or somebody did for him. If we find out he lied about that too, I mean, this would be a mistake if I put two of the same by accident. They're still from the 2020 election. But we're going to find out tomorrow if Martin lied again.
Why not just check now?
Facebook fact checkers. And let me
It's
tell you
your
a story
shit.
about them. These guys, when something
Check.
last summer, we had it was actually the Seradivir that these guys had brought me. We actually had a guy that used it, and it was very public. He used it. He said, yes, I used a therapeutic to do it. And another guy that had a YouTube channel said that he used it because he knew he used it, but he didn't name it. He said he was a therapeutic. So old Alan Duke of Facebook fact checkers called Lead Stories, they have hurt our country so much. Here's what he did. Bam. The guy, he put not only fake news on his podcast, but Facebook took away 1.5 million followers out of 2 million. And that's his livelihood. He has employees. They took 1.5 million. So we got on it. Was a friend of mine.
How?
Look this.
You mean the fake ones?
I got on there.
They broomed the bots?
I got a hold of Lead Stories. That's when I met Alan Duke and his henchmen. And we got on the phone.
Oh, you mean when they broomed all the Q people, and then that guy's audience was Q people, and I see.
For the COVID. And now, so they go, you know what? Wow, we made a mistake. So they took it off. You know what? Mark Zuckerberg never gave those followers back.
Well, they were
That's
gone.
pretty sad. The guy's business got ruined because of Alan Duke and Martin putting up a fake thing because they decide. They're the almighty decision makers.
Oh, by the way, the guy this guy right here is the physics guy who says that statistically Biden couldn't have won because of statistics based on elections that didn't happen during a pandemic and didn't have widespread available mail-in voting.
Fake news, fake news, fake news.
And an algorithm that he created that is apparently the Chinese created, but is different for every state, but the same because it's different.
I guess he was right. But you don't get to bring it back the damage you do. And they need to know, and all this fake media.
You invited those people. They're not fake.
They're blocked.
You know what's fake is, I mean, this dude
and you
is
know what?
tucking
This
in.
election was stolen by China in a cyber attack of historical proportions.
It's a state.
And we've got it all. It's 7 o'clock tonight. Everyone in the world needs to tune in. Everyone in the world, 7 o'clock Central Time.
Thank you.
You're gonna, and there's stuff out there in the news that this is going to affect. This is it. Anybody out there with Dominion, remember what Dominion did this morning? Right as we opened Frank's speech and started this, they took down. I had 4 platforms set up for that it would hold up before they attacked, and they attacked 40 million people this morning. But a lot of them were bots and attack groups to attack the technology. They took it down, as we all remember this morning. They took down the first.
Wait, so he's literally accusing Dominion. This is brand new. Dominion attacked his broadcast today.
Then we put down the fourth one. We put down the fourth one. Well,
I want a hot dinner. Where's the hot dinner? That sounds good. It's only 3 o'clock. It feels like 9 o'clock at night.
Got news here. Okay.
We got news here.
Put this down, and then
Chili's is closed. No more deliveries.
they thought, the media out there, or who's ever behind this, there's attacks, they thought this was no way we would be able to do this today because they had it set up to just attack. So for almost an hour, we were down.
Almost.
Okay? But during that time, Dominion filed another lawsuit, 3 of them this morning. Newsmax, OAN, and Patrick Burns. What do they have in common? I don't know. They maybe said something about the...
They weren't supposed to air this thing, and they were not suing them because they weren't going to continue these things, and then they decided to, and you're spending all day defaming Dominion, and therefore they're going to sue you. By the way, ES&S is going to join the suit in the next day or so.
But it's just bad. Oh, the con is winding down. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go. This just came out. This is the Washington Post.
Washington.
The Washington Post. Is there a name here that wrote it? We got to call out the name.
Right here.
Where is it?
Philip.
By Philip Bump. Philip Bump, B-U-M-P, is a national correspondent for the Washington Post.
Compost?
They're probably the #1. They're probably right there with my hometown paper, the Minneapolis Star and Tribune. The worst papers. We'll have to have a vote on them in our voting booth tomorrow.
Yeah, put that in there.
The con is winding down. Here's what it goes. So, MyPillow CEO greets fans before former President Trump arrives to speak at a rally on the fairgrounds June 26 in Wellington, Ohio. What does that have to do with this symposium? Does anybody...
Same bullshit.
Now let's think about that.
Same bullshit. You're saying the same bullshit he's saying.
Country. This isn't about Donald Trump or Biden. This is about our country was taken by...
No, it's about Donald Trump. You're trying to... You think Biden's not president. You want Trump back in.
And here's what it says by Philip Bump.
Philip Bump.
Allow me to present to you the evidence that China stole the 2020 election. Please sit down. I don't want to be injured when you faint. So Viola is writing this.
Voila.
Voila. Oh, then he's got all this.
He's got a PCAP and he can't interpret it. So of course, evidence.
Yeah, he's got a PCAP. He can't interpret. By the way. Wow. Yes, you're reading that right. Looks like you owe MyPillow, Mike Lindell, an apology. Wow. That's what he wrote. You think that's what it really is?
He can't read a PCAP, so
no. But you think that's what the story ends? No, let's read.
Yeah, please.
And you say you can figure out what you're supposed to be looking at. Well, that's just because you mumbles, and you know what? I really have to get going to this dentist appointment. Let's change gears for a second. And he goes on and on and on. Presumably, you
skip
call
the
local
setups.
police
just read the
and you
punchlines.
present them with the original document in translation and the FBI. So what he's saying here is, why didn't I bring this to the government? Why didn't I bring this to the FBI and CIA? Why didn't they call me when I've been attacked by them every day for 7 months?
Yeah.
Why didn't the government call?
Why?
Why didn't Bill Barr call?
Come on.
Why didn't he call me up and say,
Why
hey?
didn't he call?
Then he could have told the whole country how he lied back in whenever it was. He actually doubled down this spring. Chris Crabe should have called me because Chris is the one that said this is the safest election. This is the safest election ever, or the most secure. The most secure election ever.
Something like
what
that.
Did he say 4 months ago? On MSNBC, he said, they asked him, what is the #1 threat to, are you the United States right now? And he said, bar none, a cyber attack right down to the local precincts. So the gibberish above is the result of the latter process.
That's like a cop saying, the biggest, most dangerous thing is if people get murdered. Therefore, a rise in murders would be a problem, so we should work to lower the crime rate. Holy shit.
Author went to the summit to validate what Lindell claims to have. Is Ron Graham here? You want to come up and tell us your findings? During a breakout session, he and the others were provided with access to Lindell's team's claims to obtain. Graham shared what they were given. A collection of files consistent with the computer internet protocol, blah, blah, blah. Well, technically, they were given rich text format files converted to Hexwell coding. Well, I don't know if anybody knows what we're doing back there, but we keep feeding the forensic experts all the stuff so they can just keep examining. So
I know what you're doing back there.
He decided that Mike had planned to pledge real information Tuesday night or Wednesday. Meanwhile, Lindell's live stream, being watched by hundreds of thousands of people on one streaming feed, presses on. Well, there are millions there. That's a fake news fact checker there. There's millions of people watching right now. OAN streaming it live, RSBN streaming it live, and frankspeech.com streaming it live. But this is just disgusting. MyPillow, a useful bit of advertising given that Lindell's conspiracy theories have cost his company plenty in the number of retailers' inventories. Again, that's been the case for months. He goes on and on and on and on here. Pretty obvious it was for a while you were skating, cashing checks. At least he spent some time writing. Watching this symposium live this morning, he thinks he figured it out. I think I figured out the start of the event was delayed by technological problems. Problems Lindell claimed were a function of his bespoke social media site being hacked. In other words, I lied. That was the refrain. He'd done everything right, but the hackers kept picking apart his site's defenses. He said the same thing when his site first launched and quickly got flooded.
Don't tell him about the Wi-Fi.
He also said Tuesday morning that his plane had trouble landing Monday night, hinting at a conspiracy aimed at silencing him. That's not what I said, everybody. Now we will call.
What'd you say?
So the Washington Post, okay, let's just see how they write. This is really important. Philip Bump. Everyone knows what I said this morning. The airport here closed last night, and my plane couldn't land. They closed. I didn't have any problem with my plane. It says Lindell had problem with his, claims he had problems with his planes, and did they attack that too? This is what they do. Why are they doing this? Why is this Bump guy, why wouldn't he say, hey, the evidence is coming out, it looks pretty promising, and guess what? They're going to have it 7 o'clock tonight at Central, 7 o'clock Central Time, something that the whole world...
Yeah, why isn't he looking at Mike Lindell's stuff and selling it for him instead of interpreting it using logic and going, this is fucking ridiculous? Why would he do... What's wrong? This is so mean-spirited.
Months and all of you out there, anyone that speaks out like Sonny, right? You've been through it.
Right. Well,
this is what they do.
Well, you just witnessed the liberal sin.
Yeah.
SIN. They shift the subject, ignore the facts, and then name call.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, we got breaking news here.
Okay, here we go. Pat's back.
Breaking news. All right, I know everybody wants to focus in on the 2020 election, but that's so 2020. We've gone through a few mock election cycles out in the back there. How many people here have had a chance to participate in that? All right, here's our real-time voter turnout numbers. And what we've gone through is a few election cycles in the back here. Now, a lot of people are asking, what the heck is a PCAP? No, it's not a four-letter word that we can't say here. It's actually, this is an example of a PCAP. It turned out as we were conducting our mock election back there, we were monitoring our traffic that was going on over the network that we had. We were transferring data from our scanner out to our election day server, if you will. And we're monitoring the traffic along the way.
Great story.
And something very interesting happened. We actually had our election results that came out. The first one came out, we had a real count. The actual voter count was Fox 10, CNN 16 for our election.
And what we were voting on there was the network that did the worst damage to our country last year, right?
I think it was Who Lies the Most.
Oh, Who Lies the Most?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Fox don't talk, so I don't know. I'd have to go with CNN. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, this isn't big news, but we found out that somebody didn't think that the margins were significant enough. So obviously we had some guy that was in a black hat hacker. I don't know if it was our gentleman that hacked into our network earlier or not. I don't think so.
He only used a phone for that idea.
Yeah, he only used a phone. But if you use an Apple, anyway, we won't get into that. But the bottom line is he actually decided to increase the margin a little bit. So the certified vote tally that came out after the hack was 35 for CNN and only 10 for Fox.
Wow. Did everybody hear that? Now, so he hacked in. And he switched it or whatever. Okay, but now tell us about why.
What the fuck are we listening to?
So important because, first of all, look up on the screen over on the right-hand side. Everybody wonders, well, where the heck does data like that come from? And you're going to see a lot of
Computers. I'm going to go out on a limb.
screen and what you'll see over here. As a matter of fact, the hexadecimal printouts that you see down the bottom, you're seeing down at the bottom of this.
Totally.
This application that you're seeing is called a PCAP sniffer. And it's essentially going through and looking at and monitoring the network traffic that happens. And
is it working right now?
You can't see it in this particular screenshot, but you can see SQL Server calls, for example, when it pops up. So this is the stuff that people are monitoring. This is the stuff that we're monitoring, and a lot of people were monitoring during the last election. And you'll notice the...
No, it isn't. This is actually from today, from your machines, allegedly. And guess what? How does anyone know even this is real? I'm going to trust that it is. They just pulled it from their own machines because they're like, look, this dude hacked us and changed the thing. It's awesome. But why in the fuck would showing this on a big screen convince me? Beyond all the bullshit from the actual election PCAPs that they allegedly have. Like, why? Who? What?
We're going to be conducting this all 3 days.
It's going to be great.
Y'all need to know, which we're going to show live later. We're going to do it.
Be very
we'll probably
exciting.
do that tomorrow because I want to take the whole show.
Yeah, some people need to go to the bathroom.
It is. So when you pulled out the packet capture, now there's a lot of cyber forensic experts here. How long did it take them to show that to where that they knew what the vote clip was, they knew the IP, they knew everything?
Well,
they printed that out. It says it.
Quick for us to go off and take a peek on the inside, so we can.
How long did it take you guys?
I mean, it was real time. We were looking at that stuff real time.
So
yes, they had the machine open.
Yeah, we had people monitoring this
so
real
you
time.
can read this. You can read this.
So if you were plugged into that network and able to monitor it, you can see that data real time.
Okay. So when we do it, though, what I want to do tomorrow when we're doing. Because when we're doing the mock elections, I want people to see.
Tomorrow,
when I want to see you
hang
actually
out.
pull the router or pull the PCAP out of there, and we'll have a cyber guy in another room to come in and read that packet capture. Will they be able to do this and tell us what happened?
Yeah, the red team you put together.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's the same kind of. You can capture packets. Well, never mind. This is so fucking dumb. If I take my computer and I hand it to someone about something that just happened right now, and you compare it to digital files from God knows where. I know the stuff I gave you from my computer is legit, but I have no fucking idea where you got the rest of it. So saying that, like, we looked on your computer and we saw data that looked a lot like this. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can, what's a good, let's go to this webpage and go view. Let's see. Hold on. Right. Let's see. Show. Let's do this. Let's see. I'll let him keep playing. Who cares?
We're going to bring maybe some of you cyber forensic experts up here, and you guys, if you wanted to come up, you can actually try and explain, to us. We'll have our own experts, but if you want to explain, because they all get it, and I can tell you what I do know is you got here comes an attack through the internet, and if you capture it. You have to capture something. It's captured in real time. It can't be altered. If you do alter it, I've been told it's forensically you'd see it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why don't you, Dr. Frank, tell us if you would just say with a packet capture or with an attack, do one just attack, follow it, and tell us how they capture that and what would it show us?
Well, whenever there's internet communication, what happens is it's not continuous. The information is sent in packets. So let's say I say hi to Pat over there on the internet. Well, my phone records it, and then it says, what's Pat's address? Okay, and so it writes Pat's address, and then it puts a timestamp on it, and it has to decide how it's going to route it, which service and whatnot. And then there's the packet of it, there's the payload, all the information, and then also where it's from. And then it sends that up on the internet, and it whirs around, it finds its way, because it has an address, to the router that's going to go to Pat. And so it hangs out in that router, and then the router says, hey, I just received a packet of information. Did it get here, or is it corrupted? So it sends a message back to the sender and says, hey, I just got this message, and when I check it, I get this total. What do you think the total should be? It's called a checksum. And he says, oh, I think it should be such and so. Okay, that's a good packet. And then it passes it on to Pat. So what the beautiful thing is since it's saved for a moment there in the router before it gives it to him, you can put a program in there called a snipper. It says, hey, is that an interesting packet? Ooh, that's interesting. I'm going to pull it out and save it. That's a packet capture.
So what are you saying that would that be why in Arizona they wouldn't want to give up the routers?
Yeah, because the routers have all the packets in them.
No, they don't, unless you have a packet sniffer. You just told him. They only stay for a moment, unless you install this program.
Why wouldn't you report that the people want to see the routers?
I have code. Hold on.
I mean, why won't you do it, media?
Look at this code.
If any one of you media,
look at all this stuff.
Sit out there in the bad ones that we've all talked about. Politico, I got another hit job here from them.
Lindell TV is done on a WordPress.
It's all these IP addresses. You want to actually understand what the address of these equipment is.
Crazy.
And in Michigan, what's happening right
now,
there's a company
country
coming
right
around
here. We're losing
called
our country.
Source that does the quote-unquote maintenance for these electronic voting machines. Now, under federal law, all election records, not just ballots, all election records are supposed to be preserved for 22 months after the election.
Correct.
So this company sent out notices to all of the clerks in Michigan saying, we're going to be doing some preventative maintenance on your equipment.
The cover-up.
And in that preventative maintenance, what they want to do is remove the batteries. Now, it just so happens that in the contract with the state of Michigan, they provided a preventative maintenance checklist for these Dominion ICX machines.
Crazy.
Guess what it did not include as part of preventative maintenance on that checklist?
Saving the results.
Removal of batteries. And that's exactly what they said that they were going to do for preventative maintenance in these counties. It's been conducted all the way through Michigan. So
they wanted to prevent them from having batteries.
Is continuing.
There is no evidence to this. He's talking out of his ass.
When you take out that battery, what happens when you reboot that machine? It's going to go reinitialize. And guess what it's going to reinitialize? All your server connection settings, like IP addresses. That's what's going on right now.
Not if it stores them.
That's Dominion and other machines trying to get this covered up before we get the word out. But it doesn't matter, because you know what?
Batteries.
All the stuff that right now, we have all the evidence. I've been telling you all that for months. When we did that, when you do the audit in Maricopa, when that finally comes out, the packet captures I already have, they're going to match up identical. Because a packet capture, the truth is the truth. There's only one truth here. There's only one truth. It can't be, one thing says 8 to 9, and the other one says 10 to 3. You know, it captures, right? Am I right?
Yeah. It's going to tell you where you had the mods.
It is what it is. That's why the evidence we have, it is what it is. That's why I keep telling you with the Supreme Court it'd be 9-0, because it can't be 7-2
no,
or 5
like
to
4,
4, because you're bringing them non-subjective evidence.
9,
Here it is.
5 and 5.
It's over. Okay? But what's preventing us? What's stopping us?
Logic,
just like
reason,
this hit piece article
intelligence.
here. What's stopping us? Thanks, Pat. Thank you. The hit piece article, you guys.
Sure.
That they do, instead of reporting that, and saying what he just told, we're bringing it out to the people, what's going on, the media, what they're doing, hit piece after hit piece after hit piece here.
Okay.
I do have good news. I just got a report from the frankspeech.com.
Excellent.
We've had 81 million requests today.
Woo!
81 million. Now, granted, I don't know if that counts the initial attack, because a lot of them could be just bots or whatever that attack, so we don't know that. But
by the way, earlier what he's talking about is that there was 40 million accounts tried to sign up that were bots and tried to crash the system, and apparently they tried to do it twice, so 81 million. So there's 1 million people-ish, if, plus or minus, other bots.
I want to go back to the states. Can we pull up the big lie? Can we pull up the big thing of the big lie?
Pull up the big thing of the big lie.
Can we pull up, Tim, the thing of the big lie?
Yeah, there you go. You should have buttons on your desk.
The full map.
Dude, get a Elgato Stream Deck.
Okay, while they're getting that.
Brandon House, why haven't you gotten him a
going state by
Stream
state,
Deck?
And they got it. And
It's a little thing, just
and
buttons.
Sonny
He can
here,
call
one
it
of our
whatever he wants.
heroes in Arizona. I want to show, goes in with no
I can't
fear.
pause, Janker. We'll be here forever.
Fearless. And that's where
I'm
the
not-
more and more of us that don't.
For the record, I am not averse to pausing this shit, but since it's live, I'm just stopping to talk over it. Sometimes I'll just talk with it. But, I mean, if anybody wants to watch this, it's available everywhere. So, fuck it.
Summarize, China did a cyber attack on our country of historic
Yeah, he said that this morning.
to take the whole country.
And it didn't work. Apparently, it only took the red states.
All the machines. Every state, everybody was hacked. Every single one.
Especially Texas, Ohio, Kentucky, and Florida. Satire. Satire.
To Arizona. And I'd like to get Maricopa County, too, because we could do separate that.
Sure.
Separate that. But if you don't have the Maricopa, let's do Arizona. So let's go Arizona. Now, this is the big lie.
This is the actual vote tally.
Talk about Arizona a little bit in depth. When I watched, this is the reason, on November 4th, I woke up and I watched one state. This was my number one I kept watching because it was so weird to me when the election started. Right away, Biden had this huge lead, like right out of the gate. I'm going, wow, like every mail-in vote, voted.
Yeah, just about.
Makes sense. Well, you will find that. That was injected over 120,000 votes. That's just another story.
What do you mean another story? When the fuck are you going to tell this story? Except now. It's your 72-hour live stream. Tell the story.
All week. And I'm going, it stayed at 98%.
Again, put it on half of this goddamn screen. Look at this thing. Look how big this is. Half the screens would be, here's 60,000 votes of dead people who were in the military, and here's a bunch of children that were, delivered to Earth at Roswell.
They were sitting there trying to figure out how to grab that because he was going to win. So they stopped it. All those states, they stopped in the middle of the night. They had to overreact. That was the big deviation. Arizona is the biggest.
Why the fuck would they? If China had this algorithm, what deviation?
99 or 98% get counted before 3 in the morning. And then everyone's going, well, there was mail-in votes this year. Everybody, they were counted on the morning of the 3rd.
No, some weren't, some were.
So let's look at that.
Different states had different rules.
Because I watched it, all of a sudden with 1 or 2% left, it stayed with Biden ahead by about what you see there, 10,000 votes.
Yeah.
So whatever.
And it still has.
Kind of hovered there and election over. Show us the truth based on the data from the.
Look at this, flipped.
There for a while. 270,000 votes. Donald Trump took the state of Arizona. That's what they're fighting for.
I see this whole thing as a giant attack on Steve Kornacki. Because basically that's what we're seeing. We're just seeing a big do-over of Kornacki the way they wish. This is like anti-Kornacki fanfic.
And you're a Republican governor?
Well, Fox News called the election around like 9 p.m. that night. Only 16% of the vote was being reported up on the street.
You remember that? That was when I'm going, what's up with Fox? I actually watched CNN.
It's time for physics professor to make his move.
Where you could look and see what's left and study it and go, what's left? And Fox it was disgusting. Them on election night. Why did they do that to Arizona? They put it. That's almost like what do you call
What's it like?
Suppression, but so you get used to you're going to use it in case at the end they had to steal it, which they did.
Right. They try to desensitize everybody.
That's what the word was.
Everyone's going.
They tried this propaganda campaign about almost a year out before the election, where they said that Trump was losing suburban moms.
Yeah.
It was just like, wait a minute, I've been to every one of these rallies, and the ratio was women to men was like 8 to 1. Right. So if you're a single guy, that's a target-rich environment. But
you bring up. I've actually used that example before.
Yeah, I live streamed all of Trump's rallies. The ratio of women to men was not 8 to 1.
Donald Trump Well, let me tell you.
It was 50-50, mostly couples.
Like, you have two buckets, okay? We have two glasses here.
This should work. Yeah, don't
And this
buckets.
is Donald Trump.
Glasses.
This would be Biden, okay?
Sure.
Now, everyone that voted for Donald Trump in 2016, we went in on faith. Never had a businessman before. Never had somebody that he wasn't a lawyer.
And 600,000 people died, so a lot of those people were like, nah, that was a nice try. Maybe a different businessman.
Something because it wasn't working. The stuff wasn't working for us, the people.
Well, it was actually. Besides, during the Obama years, things improved greatly considering the crash that was caused by the Bush administration.
I got to personally vet this amazing man. When I walked in his office all by myself, when he invited...
This is... Now we're telling the same anecdotes again?
He said, like my pillow made here, and entrepreneurs. He talked about blocking up the borders because I told him...
He kissed your ass and needed your support?
At the Lindell Recovery...
You had money and you were a donor. He talked to you like a donor. That's weird.
In the world. If you're watching right now, you're one of the millions of people watching. Go to LindellRecoveryNetwork.org.
Okay.
It's free. I put millions into it. You go there, it's free. If you're hurting inside and you need help and you feel hopeless, and 1/4 of our country, of our youth now have thought of suicide in the last year and a half. Addiction, though, is an opportunity. You know why? People don't look for hope. They're looking for hope. And right now we have hope. And you go to my Lindell Recovery Network, that hope is Jesus. I'll tell you.
I see. So, by the way, this is what you see when you go to Lindell's Recovery Network. At the top, he's got his little graphic over in the corner, the Lindell Recovery Nazi flag. And then if you scroll, this is high quality. I mean, if you guys, I don't know if you're watching, there may be far too many pixels. I mean, he's dumped millions into this, so expect a miraculous website. Okay, that's a big. I mean, it's bold. Hope match. Enter your age and select your addiction from the drop-down menu to find people like you who've been freed from addiction. Okay. Let's see. 51. And my addiction. Alcohol. No. Cocaine. No. Crack. Thanks for... I can't imagine why it's important to make a distinction there for him. Ecstasy. As the emotion or the drug? Because if ecstasy was a readily available emotion without any chemical help, I would be right in there. Gambling, sure. Heroin, no. Opioids, fentanyl, OxyContin, Percocet, etc. Thanks. Benzodiazepines, Klonopin. So basically the Trump drugs in these marijuana, meth. Oh, sausage fest. That's depressing. 3 dudes. Oh. Hi, ma'am. That's it? There's 4. Only 4 sex addicts. See, and here's the thing. Even though they're on the website, I'm not going to mess with people, these individuals. They're not on the hook for him being an asshole and selling this whole thing. How do I access this website for free help? You can't click that. That's for one. Please watch the featured message of hope to gain access to the site. Oh. Wait, so I have to watch this video? Is this like when Christian soup kitchens make you sit through a sermon before they give you a coat and a bowl of soup? Oh, I have a code, though. What would the code be? DS21? Does that work? I'm addicted to codes. Listen to the Hope Report on the Hope Report show. It's very lovely. Can't. Oh, that's a different link. Support. Oh, I can donate. About donate terms of service privacy policy. This is he dumped millions into this. Millions of dollars.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell.
Hi, Mike.
Welcome to the Lindell Recovery Network.
Hi.
You all know me as the inventor of my pillow.
No, I don't.
But what you might not know is that for over 30 years, I had many addictions, including crack cocaine.
Including? Wait a minute. I've only heard about crack. Tell us all about your gambling addiction. Heroin and OxyContin. I'll bet you pills.
I tried many times and many ways to quit my addictions, including going to meetings.
Trump asked Yum as a code. We'll see.
Counseling.
What? What happened?
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell. Welcome to the Lindell Recovery Network.
Sure.
You all know me as the inventor of My Pillow, but what you might not know is that for over 30 years, I had many addictions, including crack cocaine. I tried many times and many ways to quit my addictions, including going to meetings, counseling, treatment centers, you name it, I've tried it.
Becoming a
Everything
pirate?
I've experienced in my life has helped me to develop the most revolutionary platform for addiction ever. What I'd like you to do to get started is enter your age and your addiction below, and you will see people that have made it through. You're going to see your hope matches.
Excellent. My hope matches. So I'm not talking to these people. I'm just watching their shit. Okay. Now, how do I access this episode for free?
Now that you've watched some of your hope matches,
Yeah.
I know you want what they have, and the best
do
help
I.
ever is inside this website.
Excellent.
But you're going to need an access code to get in.
True.
And to get that, I would like you to watch the message of hope below. I've selected powerful messages from pastors from all over the country.
Is it
Just
Galatians?
watch the featured message, and you'll unlock the site.
This is like an old CD-ROM game. Jesus count down, down, down. Okay, so you have to watch a 25-minute video.
Feet, but you live in victory in Jesus Christ.
Do I?
That's a promise.
Okay.
It's not just promising to do better, trying harder.
No, that's not
It's like,
enough.
that'd be like being on a treadmill. You're on this treadmill and you're running harder, harder, and you finally get off the treadmill, but you
I don't
find out
react
you're
to a
still in
treadmill that
prison.
way.
You're still in the cage.
That would be a hamster wheel.
When you
Not a
stop
treadmill.
believing the lies Satan tells you, the lies your friends tell you,
know-
the lies the culture tells you.
Just like I would just like to say for the record that in prison you don't get a treadmill. You're out in the yard lifting the heavies.
Lies you tell yourself and believing in the truth in Jesus Christ, that's when you'll be free.
Oh. Jack Graham PowerPoint Ministries. Oh, there we go. Wait a minute. I'm not creating a... I was supposed to get a code at the end of that. This isn't... I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is not the greatest recovery site. Let's see. Let's see. Addiction Recovery Network. I'm just going to go out on a limb and just say with the... there we go. Like, let's see. This might this might be a little better, Mike. I'm just saying, as sites go to help with addiction, and I'm very happy that you've decided to use addiction as a way of gathering emails. I'm sure there are wonderful addiction-related coupon codes for MyPillow that show up in your mailbox when you sign up on there. But the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration in the government provides this one with a national helpline. They're open 24/7, 365 days a year. English and Spanish are available. You select the option to speak with a national representative. They get, let's see, they get 800 and... In 2020, they got 833,598 calls, a 27% increase from 2019 when the helpline received a total of 656,953. A lot of people were home. A lot of people were dealing with stress. A lot of people were dealing with the pain of addiction. Let's see, suggested resources. Oh, look, this is good. So they've got What is Substance Abuse Treatment, a booklet for families. Alcohol and drug addiction happens in the best of families. It's not your fault. A PDF that you can read. It feels so bad, it doesn't have to. After an attempt, a guide to taking care of your family member after treatment in the emergency department. Family therapy can help for people in recovery from mental illness or addiction. And then language assistance in multiple languages. I'm just going to I'm going to guess they spent more money on this. You can look at this, find treatment. practitioner training, so you can actually, not only, if you want to help, you can, by God, there's a whole thing on learning how to become a counselor for people. Look at this. Suicide Prevention Resource Center, Rural Opioid Technical Assistance. That sounds like something that Mike Lindell would give a goddamn about, and apparently not. They're rota grantees. These people give a grant to it or whatever. This is purpose. This program is to develop and disseminate training and technical assistance for rural communities on addressing opioid issues affecting these communities. The grantees facilitate the identification of model programs, develop and update materials related to prevention, treatment, and recovery activities for opioid use disorder (OUD), and ensure that high-quality training is provided. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that the government stuff being untrustworthy and bullshitty. Mike, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that site kicks your email gathering scams ass.
And I did it. I mean, I noticed that the margin was within a few $100,000 for the whole state.
Yeah.
I found in Maricopa County alone, there had to be at least bare minimum floor of 200,000 phantom voters. There probably were more, but the math says it could not be less than 200. That's easily enough to swing your whole election in the whole.
Well, except that those phantom voters all voted for Trump.
In Washington,
just saying.
I've done a lot of work.
The assumption is that they voted for Biden. They did not.
In Washington, they have, you know how we mentioned how the Steele works, that before the election they inflate the registration database, then during they monitor and flip, and then afterwards they clean up the database. Well, in the state of Washington, they've been dramatically removing the phantom voters after the election.
They're not phantom voters. They're people who didn't vote.
Because they vote and then they're too easy to find. So they clean them up afterwards. I mean, we're talking 40% of the voters are removed after the election.
No, they're not.
From our team.
30% of voters in Seattle are not removed after elections.
That 18,000 voters were removed from the voting rolls.
Do you have
who didn't vote?
That 18,000, that's a walk list right there.
That's we're working on that. Yes, that's right.
I want to jump down to Georgia. Can we put up Georgia before? Because there's a reason for this.
Yeah,
because I want to explain with this data.
By the way, since we were covering or whatever, if you have issues with substance abuse or know someone who does, or want to maybe develop a career in helping people with substance abuse, this is actually a great resource. You know, the blessing is our prayers were answered, because if Mike Lindell's recovery network hadn't shit the bed so soundly and wasn't just a scam to gather emails so he could send people my pillow codes, we might not have stumbled on this. So 1-800-662-HELP. 1-800-662-HELP. It's also not just for addiction. It's also about mental health. So if you're having a mental health issue, or you're concerned about your mental health and you don't know quite where to start with it, call 1-800-662-HELP, and they'll direct you to a possible resource for you. That's a beautiful thing. Unlike this horse shit. This actually matters. Just throwing that out there. Okay, so he's reading Washington Post articles again.
Election. 40,000 votes of people who moved without pre-registering their new county, and 30,000 to 40,000 absentee ballots lacking proper signature matching. Here's the thing.
By the way, all those people voted for Trump.
You know what? We only lost by 11,000. On that phone call, we only lost by 11,730 votes. Okay? All he said was, you're on the phone with Brad Rasmussen and saying, just give us some fine-tune, give us 2 of these piles.
Yeah, except you have no guarantee that if there was any fraudulent voting, it wasn't for you. As a matter of fact, all the fraudulent votes that have been found so far have voted for Trump.
Rasmussen said, those aren't the real numbers. And what did he said, well, where's the real numbers? Where did we get these numbers? And you know what? The gal said to the president, said, we got them from Brad, sir. We got them from the Secretary of State. Do you all remember what he said? Well, when do we get the real numbers? Silence. But I'm going to explain something so everybody understands this cyber attack. There's a point here. All these people, dead people, did not vote. They didn't vote.
No.
The non-residents that were there, that moved out, 20-some thousand people.
They did not vote.
20-some thousand people.
Nobody.
Did not commit a crime
No,
and vote that weren't residents. Of
course not.
Minors did not vote that weren't residents. People in jail didn't vote that were residents. You know what they did?
What?
Just what Dr. Frank proved. They used the 2010 voter rolls. Census, right?
Yep.
Census
To inflate
report.
the registration.
We've
That's
covered
what they
this part
stuck in these algorithms.
Yes, yep.
So all of these people, they really did move, but they used their name.
Yes.
They really, you know. So
Ban of voters.
so when I looked at these, it explained to me, like when I looked at all through November and December, I'm going, what do you mean 20-some thousand people in Nevada voted? I looked it up and they said you had to live in Nevada for at least 30 days. I'm going, 20-some thousand people would commit a crime? No. And you'd have to organize, hey, everybody, let's get together and go commit a crime. You know.
That's how it works
People are
usually.
generally good people. It had to be done with what? Computers, machines, a cyber attack. That's why you have, when you show his algorithms that they show that.
Frank.
But there's a couple things, too, I want to tell my state.
Yeah.
At Colorado and Iowa, probably not here in South Dakota because it's actually growing because of the great stuff going on here. But when you go back, you pick a county in Iowa. Well, since 2010, you might pick a county and double the people voted that live in the county. Double. And you're going, how can that be? More people voted that live in the county. Well, here's what. Since 2010, people either passed away and died, or they don't live there anymore because they moved into into urban areas. It's such simple, and that's what his algorithm figured out. What his math? These are mathematics, everybody. Did everybody hear this morning or this afternoon? We had Dr. Frank on, and we said we could all do it. Do you know when he first did this? When he came to me, we filled out.
He said he had an algorithm, and the algorithm is different for every state and is fuzzy. We covered this on Absolute Proof, I think it was. I did his whole segment, and then they just replayed it, and yeah.
But you know what? I'm going, wow, this makes sense. And I first asked him, I said, how could this be? And anybody could figure this out. And he said, yes, if you go to your Secretary of State, right, if you go to their offices, you can get the data rolls. Well, guess what? Tell them if you can still do that.
No, you can't still do it because the secretaries of states around the country are hunkering down and protecting the databases and not giving them out anymore.
The secretaries of states are hiding the data. Tomorrow we're going to have Dr. Shiva on here. He was in the first movie, Absolute.
That's the guy who had his election stolen locally in Massachusetts.
I have him on tomorrow.
I think it was.
The interesting thing about him is he was in a primary in Massachusetts. And he knew he was going to win. He
lost the primary.
Do the run for office, but he cares about our country. So he runs for office, and he's
as a Republican.
Hands down, and all of a sudden, bloop, he loses. Well, he is a very smart man. How many degrees he have? I don't know. Not
he's a good guy.
You, but he's got. But so he didn't take it. He went out there and started fighting it as his own lawyer. I think he still is. He's going today. I'm calling. Can he get her? He goes, well, I got to tell these lawyers what to do because he did it all himself on his own money. But what happened was,
and it worked out.
All of a sudden, the election, he lost. It wasn't even really close.
He does.
So
the
he
Q-Snatch guy, I think, might be on tomorrow.
The precincts throughout the whole state of Massachusetts. You know what he found?
What?
Every single county. I think it's county, if I'm saying this right.
Every one of his precincts.
Every one of his precincts.
Yeah.
It was 60-40, 60-40, 60-40. Exactly, he lost.
Yeah.
Every one of them. So what does he do? He brings it to court. And the Secretary of State of Massachusetts, I might get that. He'll tell you the whole story tomorrow. But the Secretary of State of Massachusetts, she threw away the ballot image, or she wouldn't let him have them, right?
Yeah, he discovered that he was the one who discovered that the ballots weren't being counted. It was the images.
It was the ballot image. So the ballot images, and he'll tell you tomorrow. I'm going to get right to the chase.
Yeah.
So he put on Twitter that hey.
Yes, no normal decent person can make it through 3 days of this psychotic bullshit. Agreed.
And you know what?
What?
Twitter then took down his account. So he went to the fake book fact checkers, Lead Stories, the ones that just did this. Lead Stories, Alan Duke and them. He went to them and going, what do you mean? The ballot images really are gone. The Secretary of State really did that. Well, then now it backfired on Lead Stories because through their investigation, do you know who ordered the code red there? The Secretary of State called Jack Dorsey and said to take it down. Do you know how illegal that is? It's bad.
Well, he can't order him to do it, but he can request it.
He finds that out, and he gets a restraining order on the Secretary of State. It's quite a story there. This is a primary election. I mean, this is a primary.
Yeah, run by the Republican Party, I think.
And I really believe in that one. It was done by local hacking. Maybe not even China on that one, because you can hack these things locally, too. It doesn't matter. We had a guy here that hacked in, it took 5 minutes in our mock election. With his cell phone, you guys. He hacked in, and we didn't tell us he was doing it. Hacked in with his cell phone about 3 hours ago.
Amazing.
Before you leave Georgia, we should talk about absolute interference. You brought in somebody in absolute interference, the guy who worked for the telecom company that recorded. Remember how the machines were communicating through the thermostats, and so they cleaned all the meetings.
Absolutely.
That's a great
and we're going to show, we're going to break that stuff down too with the, but I want to do a few more states. But this, we'll do a few more states. So the big lie, which one do we have here? This was Georgia. So here's Georgia.
Yeah.
No. Go back to Georgia on the big lie. And now let's find out what really is Georgia's numbers.
Okay, he's just doing these flip graphics. He's done this before. On September 1st, Ayyadurai lost the Massachusetts U.S. Senate Republican primary election. So their example of cheating in elections, the linchpin dude. If you remember the graphic that they put up, that we showed on the screen, that I think they had posted on Newsmax or some shit, that you could look at. No, it was on Flashpoint, where they traced it all. It all came down to Dr. Shiva, right? Okay. Ayyadurai lost the Massachusetts U.S. Senate Republican primary election to Kevin O'Connor in Massachusetts. Weird, a guy named O'Connor winning in Massachusetts, who took 59.7% of the votes to Ayyadurai's 39.4%. O'Connor will face Democratic candidate U.S. Senator Ed Markey in the Senate election November 3rd. Ayyadurai will run as a write-in candidate, Shiva for Senate. We all know how that turned out. So Dr. Shiva, his post refers to ballot images having disappeared. Ballot images are digital copies of ballots captured by modern scanners used in elections in the process of tabulation. O'Malley told Reuters that images were not taken of ballots in Massachusetts because our state laws do not allow the examination of ballots after they have been sealed on election night. We have instructed our tabulator vendors to disable the functionality which allows some tabulators to capture and store ballot images. As such, there are no ballot images to provide. So the computer takes the ballots in, the physical ballots. It produces an image of it. The count is done by the image. If anybody questions the count, they go back and count the ballots, the actual physical ballots. They don't store the images because they have the ballots. If it turns out when you've asked, like when you lost, that they recounted again and the paper ones match the count, which is what happened, then you can't ask for ballots because they don't keep them. But when they run them again, they do a hand count, and then they probably run it through the machine again to compare the machines to also see if the machines work. So Dr. Shiva is a lunatic and a jackass. And it's no wonder that he and Mike Lindell hang out like crazy.
Attack so that it would look like Biden wins by 5 or 6 million in the popular vote. But he didn't win the popular vote, and that's going to come up. We're going to finish that one tomorrow. Remember,
do you have a big graphic that shows the entire United States blue, and then it says flipped with a little asterisk, and it turns red? And
we have millions of people watching. At 7 o'clock, you're going to see this is big.
In an hour. It's going to be huge.
It is so big.
Hang in there. Thanks for coming, by the way. Anybody who's just joining us right now, I'm live streaming the live stream of the live stream that no one is live streaming and that was hacked but wasn't hacked, and is on but not on. And also all the people that are airing it are assholes that work for the fake news media, even though they're there filming it for him.
They do.
Like and subscribe, give a thumbs up. I don't know that there will be short videos cut out of this one because that's a lot of goddamn work, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone, CSL. But if you find something magical, just hit the the clip button on Twitch. That'll do it. Just grab teeny little things, because this is good fucking Lord.
RSPN's running, RSPN's running.
Yeah, why are you shitting on
Here
it?
to see this. This should be headlines all around the world. We're going to save California for tomorrow.
Yeah. You don't want to do California on the first day? Devin Nunes couldn't be there?
Okay, all right.
Dinner's over.
All right, we'll do Virginia first, and then we'll get to them.
Yeah.
Okay, Virginia.
Again, this is just anti-Karnacki bullshit. All right, hang out for a second. I'm getting myself a snack. Dude, this is a regular live stream. This happened. This is real. If Michael and Dell can get up to pee, I can go grab a snack. He does have hecklers. Save your questions for a second. That's the big lab. Be right back. All right. Ugh. I'm back. Give me 1 second. Setting my stuff up so I don't. This is popcorn. All right. This is there are no food sponsors on any of this. Give me 1 second. Sorry if I left you alone. I'll be right there. Coming. This is. I had to put pillows in the thing because this chair doesn't go high enough for the camera where I have it mounted. My other stool does. So, hi. All right, here we go. Let's open up a beverage. I should put my headphones back in so I know what this asshole is talking about. Sorry to leave you alone with him. I feel bad. I should turn him up when I'm gone? Okay. You can hear me pee. That was not me peeing. That was, that was not me peeing. That was me blowing my hair dry because it was still wet from when I came back from the gym and took a quick shower. Wait, why is he not making any noise? Oh, sorry. Damn.
So there's 60. They
My
stole
bad.
40,000. You know, just almost
make it
identical
up.
to what they did here in South Dakota.
Yeah, just say a number.
Okay. So now let's do the other state because they didn't show up. They didn't think it happened in their state. Delaware. Let's do Delaware.
Mm-hmm. I'm working with a team in Delaware.
Dr. Frank's working with a team in Delaware.
In Delaware. Don't be afraid to pronounce it with the German pronunciation.
So Delaware, the big lie is coming up. Here it is. In Delaware, what do we got? 96,000. Let's flip the truth. They took, what did they take? 9,600?
About 20,000 they flipped.
It's about 30,000.
Gotcha.
About 30,000. And you say, why? You know what? I'll tell you why on that one. If I'm looking, and this will be subjective, but a lot of these states have laws within the states about Sonny. You have to be really close to get an audit, right?
Yeah, usually.
The state has to be close. Like Arizona was within 10, thank God, that you could ask for the audit. Some states, they wanted to make sure it was big enough so you're not going to bother and do an audit because it wasn't close.
Yeah, that's what it was.
This could be one of those, but I'm not going to say anything I don't know for sure because I don't know their law. But they
Well, look it up. It's not like you're throwing on a 3-day event claiming fraud in the state.
Do Hawaii. Alaska's here, by the way. We'll do them next after Hawaii.
Mm-hmm. Always wait.
It's the big lie of the whole country.
You know, where are we going next?
Okay, we have, what do we got here? Is this Delaware? So this is Delaware. You have 166,000 approximately in Delaware. What's the truth for Delaware?
That's Hawaii.
That's
Oh,
Hawaii,
no,
and
this
it's
Hawaii.
300.
I'm sorry, this is Hawaii. Let's go back. This is Hawaii. Go back. The big lie says in Hawaii about, what is that, 100?
197 to 366.
About 200, about 160,000. What's the truth? So 160,000 minus 120, so 40,000 votes. Isn't that something? We have these states with 40,000 votes. Well, here's Hawaii. Look at that. And Hawaii is...
Yeah, Mike, I know you paid these folks a lot of money, but could it possibly be that they are just going around and peppering extra votes in their count to explain their whole Biden really got 64 million and Trump got 81 million, that flip idea, and that they have to go back and just pepper votes everywhere? Otherwise, they'll go, well, obviously this is bullshit.
The internet. I mean, think about that. That's just such a big lie. Oh, nothing's on there. Remember when CNN, when they flipped it on CNN?
Yeah, I remember when CNN said there's nothing on the internet.
Everyone's seen that? Except for CNN. They didn't bring it up. No. So here, let's do, you want to do California?
No, tomorrow.
Okay, let's do California.
No, you're blowing your wad on the first day, Mike.
I didn't.
Save it.
Okay, we did Texas earlier, everybody, and Texas just was huge. Now here's California.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 500,000 votes, 500,100, 5,100,000 votes.
What the fuck is he reading?
Ready, everybody?
Hold on.
Flip it.
Is there a 5 anywhere in that shit?
Here's the truth. So you had 500,000 votes, so you had 5,100,000.
720,000.
No, 7.
But
That's 6 million.
Trump started with 6,006,000. Now he's up to 6 million. So they added.
They took away 7,000 from Donald Trump, and they added. It's almost an exact flip. It added 800,000. 1.5 million votes in California with the flip. 1.5 million. Now I will tell you a little caveat of California.
Yeah.
These numbers.
All the extra Trump votes that were added, by the way, are all illegal aliens. Yeah, Mike, prove me wrong.
They really did.
I don't know what
this
the fuck
stuff
he's
wasn't done by machine. So
No.
there's a lot of stuff that went up there where you could say that was probably one of the highest states where you had organic cheating going on.
Well,
And
it's California.
How much could you, with that?
Yeah, it was kombucha cheating, we like to call it. It was all like in other states it'd be meat and potatoes cheating, but here it would be like Gardein and potatoes cheating. Shit.
And remember, these are numbers, everybody, if you're just watching now. The data we have, the 37 terabytes, the data, the packet captures and the data.
Oh, yeah, I buy it.
This is what you take it through, you take it out, and these are the real numbers. So it shows what was hacked by China. So here is Nebraska. Donald Trump won by the 556, so you got about 200 and
Sure. Something.
and about 200,000 votes.
Look,
190.
Mike, just understand. We get there's not room on that page for you to put the difference. Graphically. There just isn't any space for it. So, and I noticed you stopped putting the flipped asterisks on them.
Okay, let's write it down.
Jesus.
So it's almost
40,000.
It's almost 200,000, so it's 190, right down 190.
Yeah.
Go ahead and flip it. What's the truth? 190 and 260. So 260, 70,000 votes in Nebraska they took. In Nebraska.
Yep.
What was the other one? New York City? New York.
New York.
Let's do New York.
It's called, you say it 3 times and then it shows up in your bathroom mirror. Fucking hell. I can't count. I don't know. He's looking at the same screen we are.
Here's the big lie of the whole map.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they have to reset.
Okay, here's New York.
Right.
2 million votes. That's easy. Flip it to the what's real. 2 million, and it was really 1.2 million. 800,000 votes were taken in New York, the state of New York. 800,000.
Yeah, you can see the
Unreal.
evidence right up next to the number.
Okay, let's do anybody else. Got anybody? Indiana.
I hear Susie.
Okay, here's Indiana, the big lie.
Right.
And remember, the big lie is what they certified and said was real, but it wasn't.
Yes, the big lie is the big lie. Yeah. We've been following
In Indiana, Donald Trump won by 500,000 or 480. 480. So 480 won by, what did he really win by? 600 or
Clearly.
740,000.
Oh my God.
Wow. See, I mean, what was that? That's probably a double what he was up.
Yeah, right.
So, any other ones? How about Florida? How about Florida?
How about Florida?
Let's go to Florida.
Let's go to Florida and get Delta variant.
I gotta go.
I gotta go.
Thanks, Sonny.
Yeah, bye, Sonny. He can't be on the stage when they talk about Florida legally.
Going to Florida, it is about 370,000 votes. Huh? Right,
No, Julie, Biden has not resigned yet. He's not supposed to do that till Friday night.
Now, what's the truth in Florida? Wow. Let's see, what is it? 1,300,000. A little bit. 1,300,000. Is that 1 million votes?
Yes.
1 million votes were taken in the state of Florida.
They're acting like this is a fucking
1
telethon.
million. You know why they couldn't? You know why he couldn't win Florida? Because everybody voted for Donald Trump. Just about, you know. So
Just
they
about.
couldn't- You realize they couldn't.
Give or
even
take
that
4.8 million people, according
you
to
know,
your count.
With the voter rolls,
Wow.
the 2010 voter rolls, they couldn't even do that. That's
Do
amazing.
Mexico.
1 million. That's got to be a record state.
Canada.
It
Do
is
Canada.
in Lady Draza's analysis.
Right.
She did a whole analysis of a time series. She said that they were planning to win Florida, and so they took it right to the limit. They did everything.
Trump
they could,
won
and they still
diamond, he lost silk. Just saying.
The minute that Florida lost, that's why they had to stop the others, because they were must-wins.
Did everybody hear that? That's why they stopped the other, because they had to take Florida, and they knew they couldn't because it was running on a railroad track.
That's why Florida's pushed so high. That's why it's a record. They had to win. And
They wanted to take Florida, but they didn't realize that the polls, the fake polls were out.
Yep.
I'll bet you it was
They
probably
believe their own polls.
Yeah, it was
Suppression.
probably
Suppression
70% Donald Trump. In the
Yeah,
polls.
yeah, yes.
So here we go. I
That
want
was
to
a
do
pro-Trump
Georgia.
suppression
Did
poll,
we
sure.
do Georgia earlier?
Oh, yeah.
We did.
Do Georgia again,
Is there any
though.
other ones out
Georgia's
there?
my favorite.
Oregon.
Do Georgia again.
What's that? Oregon?
Oregon. Yeah, yeah.
Oregon's here. Let's
But
do
not
Oregon.
the
I got a
the
super
beach
mine
side.
in Oregon.
Do the inside the state. What's the militia vote?
Here we go with Oregon. Oregon, the big lie said 340, about 400,000 votes. About 400,000 votes. What's the truth in Oregon? The truth is only 200. They took 200,000
Evenly
votes
split.
in Oregon.
A lot of Antifa.
200,000 votes.
We got
in
bingo.
Oregon.
Congratulations, Josh. Good job.
Let's find them.
Yeah,
Let's
let's do the state of North Dakota. That's close
The
by.
whole state? I mean, there's not that many people in it, so sure.
Dakota.
So here we got North Dakota.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
Okay, we got 120,000 that Donald Trump won by in the big lie. 120,000 he won by. Go ahead, what's the truth?
What is the truth?
The truth is he won by 150,000.
Amazing.
30,000.
Incredible.
That's more than 10% of North Dakota was flipped.
Totally.
Isn't that something?
It is
30,000 votes out of that
So
state if
it's-
you're watching North Dakota.
It is something, and that something is a graphic you made up, apparently in Microsoft Office.
Montana. Let's do Montana. The big lie said.
Survey said, where is Steve Harvey when you need him? I know Steve Harvey's mustache, sir, and you are no Steve Harvey's mustache.
In Montana, 100,000 votes. Let's flip it. What's the truth? 150,000.
I would love for one of these to actually show that
50,000 votes were
Biden
taken
took
away.
more votes. What the fuck? Who made these
Why don't we
graphics?
do,
Fuck these guys.
Let's do Iowa.
Let's do Iowa. Do it. Do Iowa.
I did a rally in Iowa right on the day before the election,
know.
I think, and the polls came out that he'd win by 7%. That was the
Yeah.
polls they put out. Here's Iowa. You got 140,000, about 140,000.
Yeah.
You won by, what's the truth? 300,000 almost.
Amazing.
So they took 150,000 votes in Iowa. So you guys realize what that does to the percentages? If they say
Yeah, it
Iowa
helps
won by 4%,
the asshole who
it's
sold you
almost
this
8.
thing make his
You
math
know,
work.
and let's go to Ohio. Did we do Ohio already?
I don't think. I was.
Now, Dr. Frank
Do
did
Ohio again.
with his mathematics. He goes, they wouldn't have done it in Ohio. He goes, because, Donald Trump won Ohio. That's when you first found out they did it in every state.
Yeah, it was first
I already
discovered.
knew they did it because we already had validated that I was validating for months.
Yes.
So here it is. Here's Ohio. Remember, if you take Florida and Ohio traditionally, that you win those two states, you win.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the big lie. It says 500,000 votes that Donald Trump won by, or 480. And here's the truth. 1 million almost, 1 million.
Amazing.
So 500 and something, it's almost double.
In this
it's
fantasy
almost double.
graphics world, he won everything.
7%, he won by almost 14 or 15%.
Yes.
The point we're
Unbelievable.
making is this was a cyber attack by China, and every state was affected. Every single one.
Amazing.
If I'm going to do why don't we do Oklahoma? Or
Why don't we
Kentucky,
do it?
Where the
Oklahoma.
wind comes sweeping on the plain.
Oh my God, this dude.
There it is. With the handle.
So here's Oklahoma.
Okay.
Oklahoma, 500,000. What's the actual? Look at that. That's a huge win in Oklahoma. They shouldn't even took any. But what's the real one? What's the truth?
520.
So what's that? 100,000 they took? About 100,000 they flipped in a state.
70,
Why would they do
about
that?
70,000 flipped.
You understand? I want you all to understand. It was for the popular vote, so everything. So you didn't have a big deviation, and we would suspect something. And then we had
Wyoming.
Wyoming. Let's do Wyoming.
This is what you do when you make up your own algorithm and then you apply it to a state based on reality. There is no proof, Penny Loco. None.
Yeah, then we're going
Love
to
you
show
too,
you the
Katie.
whole map when we're done here. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Tomorrow, I said.
Okay, here's Wyoming.
473.
So we have 120,000. 120,000 in Wyoming.
Mike, we're a half hour away
I bet
from
they
the
thought
mock
they didn't
election.
take anything there. That's a huge, huge, huge difference. So what's the truth? So they took they took 20,000 votes. That might not look like a lot, but that's probably what, like 6% of the vote?
That's about right.
20%. They took like 6%.
I'll find a mathematician. Ask
Does everyone
him.
see a pattern? They did every state.
No, I'm seeing a pattern that
Anybody else?
these
Any
two
states?
assholes
Illinois?
are showing slides.
What do you say?
Kansas.
Kansas. Let's do Kansas and then Illinois.
Canada.
Kansas.
And this is very exciting.
Here's Kansas, 200,000. What's the truth? About 300, about 100,000 votes. About 100,000 votes they took in Kansas.
Unbelievable.
I want to do Illinois.
Chicago.
I love how this dude's like,
Illinois, the big
Montana.
lie is the big lie,
Chicago.
everybody.
Anytime he names the states,
Illinois, 1 million votes. Just about 1 million votes.
just about.
What's the truth? Wow. So 600,000, 400,000 votes flipped in Illinois. Does
Amazing.
everybody see a pattern?
Yes, I see a
they
pattern.
take votes, like look what they did in Florida.
2
1 million
lunatics
votes.
are showing
Yes.
slides. It is a predictable pattern.
No,
at
no,
this
this did not come from Dr. Frank. That's a good question. Dr. Frank can validate. He's just telling you his mathematics would show the same thing. This came from the data that's spinning when I've been telling you we have the evidence of the packet captures and the data from the whole 2020 election. So you took it. I've hired white hat hackers, cyber forensic experts to protect their country. These guys went in and validated. I spent millions over the last 7 months out there sounding the alarm.
Do double and please, right.
So we took it. It goes from raw encrypted data that are the packet captures. That's what they're doing in the background. They're trying to say it's not from, to prove that it's not from the 2020 election. The only one you heard was the fake fact checkers from Facebook, and they couldn't read it because it was a screenshot that we had on Frank's speech. But we put on there, click on it, Martin, you'll get it now. It's disgusting. So that data, we worked on it to show you. If you go over to the Cyber Center, we did it too for counties too in the 6 swing states. So you can actually go. Tomorrow we'll show you Maricopa County and other counties. We don't have them ready, but we do in the Cyber Center.
Why would you have them ready?
So that data backs up.
You haven't had any time to prepare.
What we're showing you with the big lie is what they said happened. What we're showing you with the truth is what happened. Less the China attack, less whatever happened in the machine.
Whatever.
Now, if there was other crimes committed, those were people that, and I'm sticking more ballots in, or actually going ballot harvesting, or paying someone to vote this way, whatever.
Paying someone to vote,
or really voting, and you don't live in the state. I don't know how you could do it because they do have some.
You're
checks.
in the military.
But I call that organic fraud, organic cheating, organic crimes.
Mostly in California.
But not that many people. You can't get hundreds of millions of people, or tens of millions of people,
wherever Burning
tens
Man
of thousands. To go break the law. Because they're going to go, well, my vote, I'm going to go commit a crime.
Yeah, you can find those people.
And vote as a non-resident. I don't think so.
And since you can't find anyone.
This is what they did. That's what his voting rolls, the 2010 voting rolls, is what they used for the data that I have. That's how they set their base.
But how do they know that people are going to be mailing in their vote?
I want to do Illinois. Or we already did Illinois, I think.
Yeah, we just did Illinois.
Do it again, though.
Is there any other
awesome.
ones? Tennessee. Why don't we do Tennessee, where I got kicked out of the governor's convention?
You weren't a governor, so.
So Tennessee. And you guys, in about a half hour, everyone in the world's going to want to see what we got going on.
Get ready, folks.
And
I'm just having a snack break.
Sitting out here, the food's free.
Oh, yeah.
The back wall, everybody, all the meals are free. I've got them all. I just want to thank each and every one of you coming to represent your states. Every one of you. 47 states
Give it up for free food.
47 states represented. You guys are awesome. And you're going to see
so you wouldn't fly anybody from Hawaii, you asshole?
You're going to see these 3 days. The first historical thing is going to be, we already know. You guys already knew I had the evidence. I've been telling you that.
Yeah.
But you're going to see at 7 o'clock, you're going to see.
What do you need, actual evidence?
Historical thing. Then it's going to start.
He said he's got it.
All these 3
Good enough
days.
for me.
And what are we doing? What's our big win? Getting by the media. Getting us so they quit writing hit job stories. We're going to call them out. Maybe they'll report. You know what?
Mike, I'm doing your whole I'm doing your whole live stream.
And we're going to find out what journalists we have left. If there's one outlet or one journalist that doesn't report what we're going to show you at 7, we're going to call them out all over social media, all over the world for months. Because they know what? If they
get
don't
no
put
love,
that
Mike.
Out, then
I've live streamed all of your movies.
They're going to be end up behind when we melt all those machines. They
will
be behind.
Take a giant shit on them because I actually understand the scam that you're running. But
7 o'clock, everybody's got to watch.
7 o'clock, I'll be
there. This is Tennessee, 700,000 votes for Donald Trump. What's the truth? 700,000. Here's 950. So about 150,000 votes.
Here's the truth.
Tennessee.
Your graphics department sucks.
Right. Any other states? Louisiana?
This is a bunch of Fiverr bullshit. You buy all these nice meals, steak and corn on the cob, and this is the graphics quality you got? You don't even transition? It's not even a moving 3D thing. You're trying to keep people interested for days, Mike. Louisiana. Come on down now.
Louisiana was 400,000 votes. Donald Trump won the state of Louisiana in the big lie. How much
that
should
kind
he
of
really
vote
win
flipping
by?
make the jackrabbit slap the bear.
almost 600,000. So about 180,000 votes they
Jesus.
took in Louisiana.
Spent all the money on Fish Delights.
Now we're going to go over to Colorado. That's everyone curious about Colorado?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
I do.
we care
Let's
about
do it.
Colorado.
Yeah, that's where the Ayn Randian mountain hideaway is for all the people, the makers, to hide from the takers and
So
live
here's
like
Colorado.
John
The
Wick,
big
paying for
lie
everything with a
is
gold
this.
point.
It says that Biden won Colorado by 440,000 votes.
No, we didn't.
440,000. What's the
Yeah, he
truth
lost
for
Riffle,
Colorado?
Colorado.
Did it go? The truth is 170,000. So what was the difference?
The difference is you have a keynote.
280,000 votes were flipped in Colorado.
It's not keynote PC, is it?
These are the numbers, everybody, the real numbers if you take away China's attack. Okay? So now let's go to Nevada, the state of Nevada.
Nevada's going to be big.
Huge. I'm currently in Nevada. Obviously, sketchy as hell. You know, I wouldn't bet on.
Did we do Pennsylvania?
No, you didn't do
I don't
Pennsylvania.
remember. Did you do
Okay,
it earlier?
Nevada. Nevada, look at this. This is pretty close here.
Holy
You know,
God.
what is it? 31,000.
thanks,
Remember,
Mariah.
this is one of the states they stopped. You know, these middle of the night things. 30,000. This one I want you to write down.
Sure.
33,000,
It's red.
34,000 votes.
I'm saying
that says Donald Trump lost by 34,000.
It's
Did
close enough, they're
Donald
gonna give it
Trump
to him.
win the state of Nevada? Yes, he did, huh? Look at that. 25,000.
25,000?
25,000. What was it up here?
Graphics do not
He
lie.
lost by 34, but no, it's
So
up to 20, so it's 59.
60,000 votes were flipped in Nevada. Just flipped. Did you see a little pattern there?
Yes.
There it is.
There's-
All those
Every
swing
time
states
someone
that
over
shut
here
down in
hits
the
a
middle of the
button,
night, did you
the
notice
slide
one of them
changes.
all?
It's
Every
clearly a
one of them.
pattern.
And I want to go to, I want to show Texas one more time if anybody's just
that was
coming in
fun.
for a reason for that. Because
Yeah.
remember the media, the big
blue.
lie with the media, we were talking about it before, that they were saying, oh, Texas could go blue. Texas could go blue. And that was the narrative, right? Well, let's
because
do
of the polling.
Texas. Here's Texas, the big lie. Boy, it was, 540,000, let's see, 640,000, right down 640,000.
Get him a piece of paper.
What's the
Can
truth in
someone
Texas?
print-
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. He really
And
won by, what,
This is
1,600,000
fucking lunacy,
instead of
by the way.
640? They took 1 million votes in Texas, it looks like. 1 million votes. It might be a tie for Florida. Where do you take the votes? They're conditioning
Thank you, Benny Loco.
condition us.
Reminding everybody to give a thumbs up, like, and
You
subscribe.
realize how popular vote do you see now just in those two states? That's 2 million. That's 2 million. When we get the final totals here for the whole country, you're going to see why the
Trump
popular
lost.
vote was won by Donald Trump, and a lot.
A lot.
So now let's go. We did Virginia.
Yeah, don't do Virginia again.
South Carolina.
No,
South Carolina.
Visit Lady G's territory. By the way, Georgia's going to go red. So is Wisconsin.
South Carolina,
and so is Pennsylvania
300,000
in their
approximately.
county.
300,000. What did he really win
Because
by?
This is about giving
He really
him
won by
the electoral college again.
About 500,000.
Let's be abundantly clear. This is about giving Trump the electoral college. So you're going to see, as they do these, that they're going to flip. See, these 4 states actually went to Trump. It's the weirdest fucking thing. I don't know. They're spending an inordinate amount of time on this. This is over an hour. And this is, what are we supposed, how is anyone supposed to take this seriously? But unless you're already a bought and paid for Q, right?
Truth. He really won by almost 400,000 votes. Almost 100,000 votes.
This dude looks like he's having a minor panic attack. He's like, just hang on. He's almost to the end. His fucking up numbers is triggering my anxiety.
Alabama. Alabama.
Sweet home.
This asshole. He's got to have, like, that's his shtick now. Watch this carry on for the...
In
Dr. Frank,
Alabama,
for the next few days, is going to have...
that Donald Trump won by 506.
He said Alabama, and Dr. Frank said, sweet home. This is going to be a running thing. People are going to tell Dr. Frank tonight, when he's done, that this was something they loved that he did, and he should keep doing it. I mean, that's my one prediction for this whole thing.
320,000.
It's the white diamond and silk.
Isn't that
that is insulting, the diamond and silk.
just where they just grab, a million votes each. Any other ones? Maine? Okay,
Yeah.
let's get Maine.
I'm
Maine
by
was on the list, but
Susan
thanks
Collins
to,
bullshit.
remember 47 states
Thanks,
were
WW.
represented. Maine's one of them. Let's
Nope.
go with Maine.
Let's not.
In Maine, Donald Trump lost by, with the big lie, 70,000 votes. He lost by in the big lie.
Thank you, Christina.
Okay, there's the truth. He almost won by, look at that, 8,000 votes.
Almost. This is so close.
8,000 votes.
That should trigger
Let me
a
tell you,
recount.
if I lived in Maine, I'd do an audit in Maine
That's right.
because I guarantee you there's
Totally.
enough organic there. You take the cyber attack out.
Take whatever.
That's
Take it.
too close. That would order an audit.
Take it.
And when we
Drive it
talk
home.
about audits, it's a full forensic audit.
Yeah, that's what you
do
need.
the whole thing. You do the machines. You do
And
the
the
paper ballots.
paper
and
ballot.
you do what? The routers. If they won't give you something, you know there's something good in there, right? They're hiding something. I said
Yeah,
it before.
if somebody won't let you come in their
Dominion,
house
just by the way,
and
if you
murder
didn't
their
with the-
family, obviously there's something good. Their family members are piñatas full of money. That's why they won't let you come into their house and stab them.
Down, attacked us to shut us down. They had a plan. You weren't going to see this live stream to millions of people. You were going to hear it on the news that they shouldn't have had that. You shouldn't have filmed that. And then other networks would have feared. Maybe feared the last ones. Do you know how many? There's a handful. But OAN, they were patriots the whole time. They aired stuff. They went out there. They got sued. They didn't care because you know what? We lose everything. Our country's gone. It doesn't matter.
He does not understand.
Fox,
this is not evidence. Just a
it doesn't
slideshow.
matter, Fox. Come out and start reporting
Mike,
something.
Look,
At
you know the
7
power
o'clock,
of the
you guys,
press.
that's 22-minute count.
You know the power of the press, Mike. You keep name-dropping Fox, doing them a favor. No press is bad press. You're giving them all this attention. It's going to make their ratings go up. That's how shit works these days. Meanwhile, I'm over here, and you don't give a shit. I'm heartbroken. Mike Lindell, why don't you understand that I've shown everything you've shown? I did this for you.
More states, go ahead and do the other states.
Yeah, just do the other states. I gotta take a shit. All right, see you guys later. All right. He's leaving Dr. Frank on the stage by himself.
Thank you,
Mike.
That's sort of his thing, isn't it? He's having
Leaving?
fun with that.
Sort of
the
his
question
thing.
came up, how are these
This
numbers derived? My calculations are not involved in this at all. What he's doing is he's going through all the electronic data, taking the reporting that's coming from the machines. So it's the real tallies, not the reported tallies that you're seeing in the media, which are incorrect and manipulated. He's taking the real tallies from the machines and watching the vote.
What tallies from the fucking machines? They're not even done going through the cyber information.
I need a break too.
Uh-oh.
So actually he told me to do more states, but I think I'm going to take a break.
What?
I need to eat something before 7 o'clock.
Fucking, you traitor. You bastard.
Was the dinner good?
Don't talk to me
Thanks,
about...
Mike.
Are you a patriot or what?
All right.
By the way, I dig the whole cyber symposium taking like Tesla fonts. It's forward moving, so he's using italic. Slight bent on that. 9 a.m. Central Time, Frank speech. Yeah, it's like, I should just say 72 hours. That's just shit. But what? This is it? What kind of 72-hour live stream is this? I'm watching his goddamn screen. This is clearly something. This is shady. What's happening behind the scenes? Hold on. We'll turn on their backstage mic. Oh, that's what it is. Right. That's right. Oh, sorry. That was clearly something else going on. It's not over. Oh, it's not over. Mike just ditched Frank on stage. And now nobody is up there running things. It's good, though. Because you and I can talk now. It's good. Because we can go, let's say we go back to, let's see. Hold on. Let me grab this if I may. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. Thanks for gathering today as I live stream what is supposed to be a 72-hour live stream from Michael and Dell. And yet, Dead Air Mike strikes again, and he'll probably claim they were hacked. But, leave me out here on stage trying to fill time, which I'm fantastic. The worst subathon ever. That's cold. Oh, for me, you mean? So, yeah, they walked off. It would be a good time. Let's see. I don't know if they'll be Help Save Our Country. This is their graphics are flash sale. Oh, on my pillow. There you go. You're wake well. This is the thing. The Phil Waldron. They've aired this a bunch of times. Here's the election data. If you want to look at that, we played that earlier. Mike Lindell responds to CNN article. Oh, it's brutal. Scientific proof. We already did that one. Elections expert Kessel releases national fraud numbers, finds 8.1 million excess votes in U.S. election, affirms Trump win. Oh, God. Is that a video or is that just a thing? Oh, no, this is the election fraud map. Thank you. Okay, just in case you were wondering what we've been watching the last little bit. This is, here's the U.S. election fraud map. In this area, none or very little fraud. Yellow, suspected moderate fraud. It's like a weather map. And red, rampant high fraud. California, fraud city, baby. Oregon, forget about it. Washington State, fraudulent. What? How come Pennsylvania's only got minor fraud most of the places? None or little throughout. Oh, that was the blue part. I see. So right around Philly, this is all the red area. I see. Gotcha. Just look at this terribleness. Look at this fraud throughout here. I wonder how this would overlay with black and Hispanic population in the United States. None or little. Suspect, moderate, rampant, and high black and Hispanic population. I'm going to guess that there's very... Okay. Elections expert Seth Keshel releases national fraud numbers by Jim Hoft. Former baseball analyst Seth Kessler releases final national fraud numbers. Examine the final count in all 50 states compared with the estimated numbers based on changing state dynamics and trends to come up with his estimated voter fraud in each state. He published his results on his popular Telegram page. Oh, that's fun. Cancel. No. Plus. Wait, sorry, one. I have to do it on here. There he is. Excess. Alabama had 3,200 excess. Okay, so this is basically where they're grabbing these numbers from. So, 100, is there a million anywhere here? Illinois, okay. You asked, Merry Christmas. Here's a tale of the tape for excess Biden votes based on trend analysis in the modern political era. Nothing's more concrete numerically and mathematically than current trend analysis in the modern political era, considering population growth / decline, recent voter history, and registration information, including registration by party. My estimates are always lenient and do not account for cyber flipping of votes. Well, of course not. Trump won Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and Minnesota. Just likely possible Trump if cyber flipping in New Mexico, Virginia, Colorado, New Jersey, and New Hampshire. Closer than you thought? Washington, Oregon, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Hawaii. Dun, dun, dun. Again, my estimates are always leaning into it, like, based on trend analysis in the modern political era, including population growth, decline, recent voter history, registration information, including registration by party. These are the excess Biden votes. These are the people who should not have been allowed to vote for Biden. Okay. And by the way, are we back in here? No. Oh, this is his. Let's go back to the... Really? We're still on a fucking break? You lazy bastards. Okay, we'll go back in here. This is his Telegram thing. Yeah, let's see. View in channel. Cancel. Can I not go in there without opening? All right, let's go back. Nope, nothing. Can I message them? I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. Hold on. Nervous. Cancel. Gab, Facebook, Twitter. Oh, I see. It allows you to tweet and SMS people. I see. Okay, I didn't know what that was. Yeah, so the dead air dynamos. And by the way, earlier in the show, if you'll recall, oops, there we go. 100% of my computing power dying on the vine. Holy crap. Yeah, not even a screensaver. Not even motion. Not even moving. Just a fucking still. What are the networks doing this break? That's a great idea. That's a great question. Thank you. Let's see. Let's check on RSBN. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that they are selling pillows. Like a son of a bitch. Let's see. President Trump rally. Let's see. Is there live? Where's the live one? Watch live. Don't make me, don't play.
Scare, fear, division, then you've got blood on your hands. And I think there's a lot of people in the media who need to look in the mirror and do some self-reflecting.
Sure.
Because once you realize how crooked it is, if you remain in the media and continue along, then you're part of the problem.
Part of the problem, I'm not going to name any alphabets here, but one of the mainstream media kind of gotten trolled out of this venue because we felt like, I was just saying we felt like, I observed them not really covering the event, but more covering the people around this event and trying to, I guess, create a narrative. Thanks to some other journalists. I mean, they literally pretty much pushed them out the door.
Oh, so you canceled some journalists?
They try to shame
for asking
people.
Questions?
They try to shame people for speaking out on what's important and what's right. And we've been seeing this. This is the cancel culture, and the media takes part in it.
canceled them.
I'm getting hot right now. I'm pissed off.
It's okay.
The media's been doing it. Social media's been doing it. The left.
I've been doing it.
It's called cancel culture, and their whole.
You just canceled these reporters. You just said they got pushed out.
And we've had it. We're not doing that anymore. Yeah. So
you're canceling them?
CNN got shamed out of here. You know,
canceled.
They deserved it.
And they really
embarrass people for being here, and we won't have it anymore. It's a free country. We've got free speech.
It's free. We have free speech, but get the fuck out of here if you're trying to cover this.
We're not going to stand for it anymore. We are at a precipice. We are at a tipping point in this country, and if we don't take back our rights now, we will have nothing to take back because it'll be too late.
Carrie Lake joining us, gubernatorial candidate for the state of Arizona. And of course, that is about, what, a year from now, you're really heating up into the race.
Mm-hmm.
We're working hard. Nobody will outwork me. I will tell you that.
I can confirm.
I will tell you that. We did 5 appearances, 5 campaigns.
Yeah, that's work.
24 hours. I've crisscrossed.
So you're not designing platforms and creating policy or writing bills. You're just doing. Outworking means getting yourself in front of a camera and yammering. I see. A woman after my own heart.
I'm okay with that too. I have a curiosity as a.
I'm uncanceling CNN. Boing.
This, and I'm willing to listen to what Mike has to say.
And God bless Mike Lindell. We've always told people to go to.
Well, he clearly has, with a full mustache.
50,000 people watching us right now, and that is on via our app. So you've got.
So they're in traffic watching you on their phone.
Imagine, Carrie,
you guys
Liz, could you imagine if we were on YouTube right now or Facebook, what our audience would be right now with this?
wouldn't be as good as mine. I'll tell you that right now. RSBN, RSBS.
Be on it because they would have taken our.
Oh my God, that outfit is a mistake. Do not. You realize you're in Sioux Falls? You could be shot as livestock. Where's our reporter for RSBN? She went down a chute and someone rode her, and now she threw out her back.
From a major announcement. We don't know what this major announcement is, but it's all in regards to what we've been talking about today.
Yeah,
and
I'm
he
sure
says it's going to be so big.
It's going to be huge.
251,000, thank you. It's going to be so big that even Fox News will have to cover it.
And the Supreme Court will overturn everything and 9-0. This is going to be great. How much you want to bet that whatever he announces is already something he brought up on his goddamn show, like at one of his movies?
Didn't just start breaking November 3rd when we saw the results of the election kind of go where people were questioning it?
No, I didn't question them at all. It made total fucking sense.
Yeah. All right, but how can people follow you and get involved with your campaign? 256, by the way, by Liz, counter over here. How can people...
They're making a shit ton of money right now. RSBN is rolling in super chats. Just saying. Throwing that out there.
You can go to KarriLake.com, K-A-R-I-L.
L-A-K.
And there's a very deep swamp in Arizona. The people I'm running against...
It actually isn't. It's largely desert. As a matter of fact, if you could... I'd vote for her if she could make swamps appear in Arizona.
To it. We need to take Arizona back. If we lose Arizona, I fear the whole country goes. I mean,
yeah. As Arizona goes, so goes the country. Said no one ever.
High five on that. Kari Lake joining us here at the Cyber Support. Thank you. All right, we are moments away from the big announcement. Do we have a total update on here yet?
We have 261,000 watching right now on Rumble, so thank God for
on Rumble.
It's an alternative platform other than
Yes, please feel free to super chat me 5 goddamn eggs.
Shocked. It looks like the average number all throughout today is 200,000. Those numbers beat mainstream media any day of the week, and it's just 3 of us out here shooting a camera.
I'm doing amazingly well all by my lonesome here, and I don't even have your paid-for followers and these My Pillow codes.
So if you would like to donate to us, please consider doing it. You can do that by going to...
You can go to patreon.com/HalSparks. You can super chat me right now, $6.66. It's very upsetting to the Christian right that are embarrassing Christianity all over the globe regularly. And you can send bits and all that kind of stuff. It's a great way to support...
Code will save you up to 60.
And if you want to get a pillow... May I recommend, let's see, when we go to, let's see, what kind of pillows do we need over here? Let's see, I'll show you what kind of, hold on, let's see, see which ones I have. They in here? I'm looking. She's talking. I get it. But I'm not going to run ads for him while this is happening. I'm just not going to do it. I just don't want to get shut down for it. Yeah, so these are basically the kind I have. I have the bigger ones, though, I think. I like these copper bed pillows. Just a fan, so I'm going to throw that out there. Go to my Amazon store. I don't have them for sale on there or anything. Just click through or something. I just felt like fucking with them. All right. That's so wrong. She's even got a rope around her waist to like... Is there a mini brand she wears? What the hell?
Network, we've got a lot coming up in the near future, including a President Trump rally on August 21st.
Oh, it's going to be so good.
Alabama, so we're not going anywhere. I can't believe it. We thought after the election we'd be done, but...
Really?
That in an opposing party is when the opposite party does the best for the news cycle. So as a conservative news network...
We're like making money hand over fist.
Now more than ever. We're ready to sit back and take a nice 4-year nap, but that is just not...
Really? That's what you thought when the other side wins? That's what your news organization was like? We were going to take a 4-year nap. What are you, Sleepy Joe?
It has worked till now.
Can you imagine if Biden had been going, if I lose, I was just going to take a 4-year nap?
How long do we have until...
What's a burning question that you all want?
4 minutes.
T-minus 4 minutes until what Mike Lindell has said, information that will change the world.
I'm excited, but I'm going to the actual source RSBN. I'm sorry. I got to go over here. I need to know what they're saying. Why am I not?
The sworn state.
They're just taking some Q&As right now. What they're doing right now is just some Q&A from the audience. So you're not missing anything of any substance right now. Just to remind everybody, if you're watching, wondering, that's not the major announcement going on right now. They're just doing a few Q&As. But anyway, if you missed anything today after this broadcast, it will go to Rumble and rewatch all of this. They talk about several times during this a film that they kicked all of this off with. It's about a 40-minute mini documentary that really takes you back through the history of this election.
God damn it!
Right, you actually you have to show up and testify if you have an evidentiary hearing. But it's something that will provide some heft or weight to your lawsuit when you file it.
Some
So
fortitude.
is an affidavit not evidence?
Some ball weight.
Affidavit's absolutely evidence.
Oh, yeah.
It's good evidence because you know that there is a consequence that is attached to it in the event that you're caught lying. And so one of the things that's pretty cool
One of the things that's great about the affidavits that he's referring to is that they're all, I believed I saw. I was sure that. I looked at this and it seemed strange to me that, which are all technically unverifiable, and you can totally wiggle out of your fucking affidavit with that nonsense.
It's because they're credible.
No, it doesn't.
The other thing that you can do with affidavits is actually serve them on your legislators.
Oh, I thought you said
Or you
meant
can
a
send them by
snack.
certified mail. The point there is that you want to get it in paper, you want to get it in their hands, and make sure that you know what you're demanding. So hopefully that explains a little bit with
Thanks
the
for
question about
subscribing. Welcome.
affidavits.
Thanks, Dee. Thank you, John. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Carlene.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'll get used to imagine how I feel.
You should worry about every single office being flipped if they're on flawed machines.
That's worth emphasizing. A lot of people, what Mike's been emphasizing up here is the Trump-Biden vote.
Is cracked.
But in a lot of states, the reason that the votes are flipping isn't merely for the Trump-Biden issue. They're manipulating down ballot issues as well.
They're fucking with dog
so
catcher.
It just works out that it flips some votes. There are some specific cases where they're definitely flipping, but.
Does this work?
Sir.
The Q&A is going to be sweet. Please hand out a microphone.
How are our supermoms going to save our country? That is a great question.
Super what?
All right, this is how our supermoms are going to save our country. Remember, I worked with the state legislature in Pennsylvania for about 2 months, okay?
With them?
And we proved to them, and they agreed that their election had been hacked. Yeah, Tony?
Yeah.
And in fact, they agreed so well that they even threw out their state registration database and hired a new company to rebuild it. Once they hired that company was purchased by a Zuckerberg subsidiary. So that's the end of that, right? In other words, it makes the legislature look good because they can say,
Susan.
we know we had trouble, but we've dealt with it. So if they ever get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, they can say, oh yes, Dr. Frank showed us that it was corrupted and we fixed it. No, they didn't fix anything. They put themselves right back in the same situation, perhaps even worse than before. Okay, so we can't trust our legislatures to fix it.
Definitely not.
We can't trust our legal system.
Well, it's certainly not if they're bringing in assholes like you as experts.
We can't trust our legal system to fix the problem either.
You're a physicist.
Because, as Professor noted earlier,
Yes, it's a magic chip
we have problems
bag.
with standing, and we have problems with the political question problem that courts face. So, the reason why we then are left with the people. Now, the way that supermoms are going to save us, save our country.
By the way, it's
is
501.
because they have an instinctual mama bear, dog with a bone, I'm never giving up
Did
this
he just
battle.
call Supermoms
I love
dogs?
what Kathy Mardet used to say. She says, I just look down into the face of my children. There's like this instinctual
What, dads don't do
fighter
that? Fuck
spirit
you.
in them that they will never give up. So all we have to do is equip them, which is what we've been doing. And once we equip them, then they do things
Thank
like
you, Lisa.
Tony and her team in Pennsylvania. They've gone out and got like 100,000 signatures. They're motivating teams in every county. They annoy me constantly with phone calls trying to get help. And I mean that affectionately. They persist and they never give up and they continue to grow and grow
Even
and
when
grow.
they're wrong?
So what's happening is state by state, our
They're easily
supermom
deluded
teams
and
are
led around.
organizing. They're finding shadow voters. Let me talk about that for a minute.
Uh-huh.
So if you go up and you knock on a door and you say, you know, who lives here and who voted? And let's say you knock on
And
a
they
door
go, "Fuck off."
and two people live there and they both voted by mail. And you look at your registration rolls and it says that 4 people live there and voted by mail. You just found 2 phantom voters. But the only
No, you
way
didn't.
you can find them is to knock on the doors. You have to go knock on the doors. Now, we've written a lot of software and we've done a lot of cross-correlation of databases.
In his bizarre and atrocious analogy, where I went to a door, magically half the people there voted by mail and the other half don't exist. Their son serves in the military and their daughter's away at college. She's still registered in the district because it's a 2-year college plan and she's not going to be there for 4 years. So she stayed registered in the state. She voted by mail for the district that she lives in and intends to go back to, and she's done. And her son's in the military, and the son's voting through because he's overseas. He's in Germany. So you didn't find any phantom voters at all. And plus, all 4 of these people voted for Biden. Next door, there's an empty house with 9 phantom Trump voters. Prove me wrong.
That match. Met this guy, Dr. Frank. He's got all these algorithms that prove our elections were hacked.
No, they
Boom,
don't.
we got thousands of people that you think voted that don't exist, and boom, here's an electronic recording of it taking place that Mr. Lindell provided us. That's game, set, match. And that's,
Is this the
even though
announcement?
we have that, even though we have an open and shut case,
don't.
overwhelming evidence,
You don't.
nothing will happen
Right.
unless we insist that something happens. So we could all just go home and have a beer and watch the television again. That's
what you
why
do?
we need our supermoms, because they never let go of their bone. They fight to the end. And their movement just keeps growing and growing and growing.
I'm liking
Did
the
I
sound
answer
of
your
these.
question?
Ladies,
Yes.
supermoms, I'm liking the cut of your jib. They never let go of their bone.
No, this is a good audience.
Crack the side window if the answer is yes.
Yes. I don't know if I agree with that. I'll repeat your question.
Uh-oh. Supermom's gonna kill you. You just praise supermoms, and then a lunatic Q in the audience has an issue with what you said. Give that woman a mic.
Okay, so you want to repeat her question?
Well, there's a question of, it seems self-evident to many that there's got to be a level of coordination with communist China, with our states. Fair enough?
Yeah,
And so the question
especially
is
Texas.
how coordinated? And what I can tell you is you never have all the answers at the beginning.
They're friends with
As a former
benefits.
prosecutor, you take your case as you find it.
Yeah.
And I wish that all of my victims were nuns that had perfect records and were sinless. But you usually get people that are just like the
Why would
folks
you
in this
wish
room.
crimes
Imperfect.
on
We've got our
victimless
issues.
nuns?
We have gaps in what we know.
Or
And
sinless
so
nuns.
some of us are seeing more of, think of it like the backside of a tapestry.
That's how I look at it.
If you look at the backside of the tapestry, you see the stitch. It looks ugly. A lot of stuff that we've been dealing with for the past 9 months is a lot of ugly. Getting into the numbers, getting into the canvas.
Right. So
We're hoping that one day
the
we
data
can
we're
turn
seeing
that
is actually
tapestry on the other
just
side
the
into
digits
complete
behind nude
picture,
photos.
right? So what I could tell you is,
He's got a nun fetish. Who doesn't?
when you have different compartments of evidence, you have to look at what people saw.
Thank you. Writers formerly known as
So
Craig.
what I do is I'm a lawyer, so I look at the law, or I look at the rules. The rules say you get to stand this close and observe.
Uh-huh.
Was that allowed in Pennsylvania? Was that
Yes.
allowed in Michigan?
Yes.
No, it
No,
wasn't.
no.
So we have
Not to people who showed up late and weren't signed up.
But it's still evidence nonetheless.
It's bullshit.
And so you've got a case that's evolving.
I'm eating popcorn because...
and the coordination of what I would call that coming from the election cartel.
Yeah, that's not...
There's certain people
Your
that
Honor,
tip their hand.
objection, leading the
Bernie
witness,
Sanders going
sustained.
on Jimmy Fallon, I think, his talk show. And he told everyone about a week before. He said, don't be surprised, but about 10 o'clock at night, Trump's going to say he won. He's going to go to bed. And then wouldn't you know, in Michigan, I can't do it, Bernie, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, you're going to find that later, you know, after
warning about the red
they count
mirage.
all of the mail-in votes, that Biden, in fact, won. So it suggests that there were people that were priming
aware
the pump,
that Trump is a liar,
setting us up to think that this is what's going to happen.
or setting you up to recognize that Trump is a grifter and a liar and a charlatan.
What did he name? He actually named the
That was his-
precise swing states that were contested. So that's an oddity. That's something where you have a mystery. Like, why would he do that?
Because those are the swing states.
Had people that have picked,
Because those are the swing states.
and that's a national player.
Because those are the swing states.
We're talking about Bernie Sanders. But then we see what happened in Wayne County. We see what happened in Maricopa County with Sharpiegate. And what you're seeing is death by 1,000 cuts.
Oh, I see. The Democrats set up the cyber ninjas to bring in the wrong pens, and they're just undermining the whole thing.
200 exhibits. And you just introduce them one at a time. And at some point, you're going to make enough connections to see, okay, who are our suspects?
People are going to go, excuse me, who are you?
Level. But what I can tell you is we've got paper trails. We've researched Dominion. We know where they come from. We know the different iterations that it's taken. And we feel like we've got everything that we need, but we're going to keep building our case.
But she was asking, should we just go around and indict all of our senior officials?
Yes.
She just wants to indict everyone. Okay. Yeah.
She's a dog with a bone.
I would not advise that.
Instead, you would follow the evidence and
Go after the RNC.
and indict those who are implicated.
You follow the evidence. So, I mean, there's low-hanging fruit. So one of the...
Excuse me, every state was flipped. They had help on the ground. Everyone should be in jail. Everybody. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And...
Satire, satire, satire.
Freeman and her daughter, Shay Moss. We know who they are. We know what they did.
He's writing their names
Why
down.
hasn't there been a grand jury and panel to investigate them for criminal charges?
Thank you so much for becoming a patron.
The answer, so I was asked, well, why hasn't that happened? This gets back to what Colonel Phil Waldron said earlier about the game strategy, the game theory. Follow the money. I'm curious about George
Yes,
Soros'
Mike Lindell paid
ties
for
and
this.
funding in Fulton County, just like I'm curious about his funding for the sheriff's race in Maricopa County.
Just like I'm concerned that Mike Lindell paid everyone who's here to be here, and he has an addictive personality and is convinced of this nonsense.
Grand jury, they're not doing anything. And then you've got the attorney generals in each of these states that are threatening our attorneys like Matthew DePerno or Sidney Powell or Lynn Wood in threatening to remove their licenses.
Thank you so much.
It's warfare at its worst.
Thank you, Jay.
I like that idea. We don't just willy-nilly go suing everybody, indicting.
Nah.
We follow the evidence.
Sure.
Build good cases. And can I just kind of...
Is that why you've sued no one?
One of the things is all we need is, in my opinion,
Radio Gaga?
we just need one state, any state, to decertify their election.
Uh-huh.
I don't care. Any state.
Yeah,
one
Texas.
State, because as soon as one state decertifies,
Kentucky.
I think there are a bunch of them that are willing to, but
Florida.
they're just all chicken.
They're all waiting for Arizona.
If you can do that, then boom! I bet
10
you
minutes
there are 4 or
in,
5
still
more
no
right
giant
teetering on
announcement.
the edge.
Well, we'll get to you, but let's talk about the implications of that.
Talk to that guy.
Now,
Talk to that dude.
because
He's
people
standing.
are wanting to know what is the
end game?
What is the remedy?
What the fuck are you going
How
to
do
do?
we get there? So let's talk about that really quick. Then I'll get to
Yeah,
you.
go for it. Please stay standing.
You have to think about how your election was certified to begin with.
Right.
On a micro level, each state has county elections.
Uh-huh.
Each county clerk will send up their data to the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State will have some
In
communication
China.
with the governor to certify that state.
In Spain.
More or less, I'm paraphrasing. At some point, that gets reported and we had what we had on January 6th, where you will actually have a certification of the electors that were sent. All right? But before you have an inauguration of the president, all 50 states must be unsealed. So piece by piece, brick by brick, you build it. So now let's reverse engineer this. Let's say you're Arizona.
And you're in Spain.
And you have evidence of massive fraud, which
or
you
don't.
do.
Yes, you
or
do.
you don't.
You have enough right now to recall those electors and decertify.
Boom.
You look at your tally. How many electoral votes do you have in Arizona?
And you go,
11. So at that point, subtract 11. What's really cool about this is you no longer have, at that moment in time, a president of the United States. Not united. You have a president of maybe 49 states and an oh crap constitutional crisis.
Yes.
No, you don't.
But if that's what happens, it's what happens.
No, because they have
then
to
you go over,
certify them.
Then you've
Nancy
got Georgia,
Pelosi is president,
which in many respects is worse than Arizona.
Way worse.
If you just look at the chain of custody documents, how many
Mosquitoes.
electoral votes are in Georgia?
The air is very dry in Arizona.
16. All right, so we subtract another 16. And then we get to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is worse than Georgia. That's hard to believe. How many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania?
20, I mean, it's already done.
26? 20?
I love some skinny pop.
20?
Excellent.
Okay, we've got 20. We'll go with 20.
Ours formerly known as
we're
Craig for
keeping
the skinny
track
pop.
here. At some point, just in those 3 states, we're getting very close.
You're up to 47.
Sure.
Okay, so we start subtracting from the resident-in-chiefs, those 3, right? Does that get us below 270?
Well, no, because you have to give them Texas and Florida and Ohio.
That's correct.
All right,
No, you
so
do.
then everyone's, the
you have
lawyers
President
out
Pelosi.
there, and this is what drives me crazy, is they're waiting for a case law precedent to tell us, well, guess what? We haven't had an election coup where the rightful sitting president's been cheated out of an election. You're not going to find that
We have
case.
not. You're right.
It's a case of
We
first
haven't.
impression. So what does that mean? Go to the
Means we still haven't had.
There's this thing called fraud.
Boom.
Right, we're watching it. Yes, this is what this is. Right, I understand. I know fraud when I see it, and this looks like it.
Fraud.
Yes, fraud. That guy's a fraud. You're a fraud. Mike's a fraud. Wherever you went.
Vitiates
all
subsequent wrong
null and
decisions,
void.
yes.
It's gone. And so you have
And Nancy Pelosi is president.
fraud. One of which is fraud in the inducement. That's where you lie to someone, and you want to induce them based on your lie to get them to sign off on a deal, but you're not being fair and square with them. You can make an argument that there's certainly a
That's what
fraud
you're
in the
doing.
inducement with the contract that we, the people, have with our electoral representatives.
Sure.
But there's another type of fraud that's even more egregious,
Uh-oh, worse fraud than
and
that.
that's called fraud in the execution. That's like a sleight of hand.
Oh, I see. So it's like when you promise a cyber symposium with a lot of evidence, and you just present a bunch of assholes complaining about Trump not being president.
On you. So I bring my birthday card. And I said, you know, it would really make my day if some of you would sign off on my birthday card. Would you sign my birthday card, sir? No? How about you? Who wants to be a good sport? All right. Dr. Frank, would you please do that?
Happy birthday.
Now,
I love this magic trick. It's one of my favorites.
got an autograph here. Lo and behold, he didn't understand that there was like a carbon sleeve that was over it. So he signed the dotted line, and once you flip it up, it says, I, Dr. Frank, hereby leave all of my earthly possessions to Professor Clements. That is fraud in the execution.
Oh, so like when you guys try to, like what Rudy Giuliani was doing.
A court can't enforce that fraudulent contract. The people, the litigants can't. The same concept applies here. We have a contract.
Like if one court gave standing to someone who didn't deserve it, and they got a remedy in that court, the court that gave them the standing in the first place would have to rescind that remedy.
Illegal.
Yes.
And that's the other thing. When you have gross illegality, you can't enforce that contract. So it's void. There's so many ways to unpack this.
Right.
For sure.
And there have been many fraudulent elections in the past.
What's that?
Where's the Mike Lindell announcement?
Okay.
Talk about that.
Well, go ahead.
So this is a fluid situation, yes?
Yeah.
So
where's Mike?
Well, this weekend, I showed up here, and we were getting the data ready to give to the cyber guys, and it wasn't ready. And we were having panic attacks getting it ready. And
Why?
then we would...
Why wasn't it ready?
We figured it out. We had the data ready. And then the next day something...
How do you have to get data ready?
To get it, so up and down, up and down, up and down. And then right in the middle of that, we learned some interesting information about somebody who we're going to reveal tonight. And then we had trouble getting that person here, and we had trouble with some of the information. So we're getting it ready at this minute. So it's a fluid situation. It's a war situation.
A war situation?
Things change. So
did you guys fucking murder someone that brought you data packets?
you are experiencing it live. And this is real.
It's way cooler for us.
And this is history. So, you know, I can just imagine them saying, now,
excuse me, it's herstory.
We're going to show up and sign the Declaration of Independence.
Let me
Are you ready for that?
Let me translate really quick. All right, so everyone's waiting for a big announcement because we've all day.
Okay. Yeah.
And Roger Stone apparently, his butler came in.
Do you all
Adele's
believe
dead.
that we have an enemy?
Yes, we have an enemy.
Do you believe that that enemy exerts pressure on people that are trying to find their courage to tell you what they know?
Dear God, they're watching my live stream.
Do you believe that right now, in this very minute, we're wrestling with that very issue of someone who wants to share something but is scared to death? So
literally
can we let's think with our heart, perhaps even say a prayer.
Think with our heart?
Their courage.
Thank you,
Because they're putting
Morgan.
themselves in harm's way to give you something that you desperately want to hear. That's what we're dealing with right now. All right, so.
What? Oh, so they have an announcement they were going to make, and the person who is supposed to come up and make the announcement doesn't want to appear at this fucking thing because they recognize the legal problem they're putting themselves in. And it's one of these assholes that hid during the movies. And they don't want to come out? Is that what it is?
Ask me, as you know, when Mr. Lindell was given the PCAPs on January 7th or January 9th.
You
know, what else? Has he just been sitting on his butt the whole rest of the time? No.
No, he's been carpet farming.
Since. And since we know what happened in November, and we know what happened in the runoff in Georgia, we knew what to look for. And there have been many subsequent elections. And we have been able to send our cyber experts in before, during, and after.
And accomplish
without
nothing.
anybody knowing. You talk about an audit in Maricopa, but think about it. Every step of that is fought by the establishment. You have to. It's a fight to accomplish each level of access.
Really? I would think they would just let anybody roll up and take whatever the fuck they want from an election, including the voter rolls, the machines, anything like that. Why would you even have to fight for that? I would imagine that, for security purposes and that kind of stuff, probably the best thing would be is that they just leave the doors open where the voting machines are stored and where the ballots are and just let anybody who wants to walk through just rifle through shit. I don't know why they'd make you jump through hoops.
I think, so good. No.
Melissa Caroni is coming in
from everyone.
Are they going to air the video she sent to her ex and or her husband, her boyfriend's ex and kid?
Complete case together, and you've got everything ducks in a row.
They're going to drag Hillary Clinton up like in cuffs.
Well, one step removed.
Are they building a gallows?
Go to court. What do we do?
So okay.
Yeah, because your judiciary arm fails.
All right.
Yes. Then what do we do?
Okay, so this is the reality.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Earlier today, I talked about this, the way to think of what's going on as...
Thank you, Craig.
Let me wrap up this answer.
$5 for every time I hear carpet farming. You don't have to give it for that. I was just reading. Carpet farming is when someone who's an addict crawls around on the floor looking for tiny little flecks of crack to smoke.
That were out there, and I knew who they were.
Mike does not look happy.
Never going to get caught. We also had to build our case, and sometimes they were trafficking drugs for more than a year before we had our case. We've been operating for the past 9 months, waiting for something to happen.
Right, waiting for someone to start dealing drugs so we can start following them?
At the end of the day, in my case, we got them under RICO, we got them for racketeering, and we also got them for underlying charges like murder, fraud, arson.
And for finger banging.
It's not abstract to me because I've done it and I've seen it. So the same questions that you're presenting...
You don't do it anymore, though.
Do you believe? And
No.
I'm not going to worry about
Toast.
fighting like hell till it happens. That's your answer.
Uh-huh.
And the problem is we just don't have enough people that are demanding what I'm demanding. So it's truth time. This is what this is all about. All right?
I agree.
I wish I could give you more than that, but I'm not in control. But keep praying.
Yeah, that'll help. Yeah, that's what you say in court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, keep praying.
You can go. Thank you.
Okay.
You can go. You can go.
You guys think what a great, it's awesome.
That's great. Thanks for filling time. Thanks for continuing to bullshit. His mic's down.
All right. I'm sorry I'm late, but there was a development.
Uh-oh.
This story's all over the news, but
boy.
We have them in the back. I was bringing people here from Colorado on my plane, and while they were on the way here, her office got raided. It's just what we're talking about today, but they're going to come out here in a little bit and tell you what happened before, why was their office raided, okay? And there's things.
Sorry, I'm looking all over the news.
There's a lot of complications now in this. So when they come out, I'll wrap it at the end. But
She's
what
gonna have
you're
a bag
gonna
of
hear
red.
right now will be right up to this point, because now, after what happened, we don't know why they did it, what they did, the ones that raided her, and what I'll probably end up doing, I don't know. I got to make a decision here, and they are too. They're back there with a lot of people, but it's a scary situation.
It's very
what
scary.
Everybody gets in when they're going. They're doing their job, and then all of a sudden they take over within fear. Put the fear into them, and we know it just happened. You guys were going to hear something. You're still going to hear.
Crazy.
It's all over the news now, but you're going to hear from them. But I will tell you, because I have a red team here, this is kind of a godsend. When they're done talking, that red team is going to be doing stuff here, and they're protecting all of these people that came. And they're going to be, it'll probably be Thursday. It'll be a second part of this that's even bigger. But right now, they're getting ready.
This is not all over the news.
I'm going to let them, when they get up here, I'm going to let them tell the story.
Them tell it.
Because I just had to hear it in the back. And
that hurts. That's got to sting.
What timing? Isn't it timing? They're on a plane here, and this happens.
Crazy.
This is what we talk about, the
Right.
media. And this is the media. This
media
stuff
rated them.
broke in the media, and you're going to hear it, a social media site. And then the media, and then all the media, this is what we're fighting, everybody. They almost didn't want to come up here. They almost didn't want to come up here. And I'm in the back going, you know what, where does it end? Where does it end when you can attack people for no reason? They didn't do anything other than they wanted to, help out this country.
They wanted to help out the country.
It's got to stop now.
It's got to stop now. Leave them alone.
I'm back there, and I'm back there, and they were going, no. There's people back there going, no, you shouldn't go on. You shouldn't go on.
Don't go
but
on.
But they're coming on.
You shouldn't.
There's millions and millions of people watching from around the world. I said, this is your protection. If everybody knows they're going to do it, you can't count on being protected by the law anymore or by the cure. You cannot count on it. They take you to court. They take you to court and sue you like Dominion and put fear into people.
Yeah.
This is horrible what's going on.
It's horrible.
It's got to stop now.
It's got to stop now. Bring them out.
It's got to stop now.
Come on.
These are politicians.
Yeah, hey.
What
Get them
you're
out there.
going to hear is involved, I believe it involves
fabulous.
the Secretary of State. But it involves the state of Colorado.
Uh-oh.
So today you're going to see it. They're coming on. But I just want to tell you, I sat back there. I said, no, you need to come on. Your protection is everybody. You got to hear it. It's kind of like one of those things. It's too late to close the gate. The cows are out of the barn. And you know what? We didn't have that.
I don't know whether I want them to come out or not.
Like my pillow. When I put it out as an infomercial, it went big right away because it was on all the media, right?
Totally.
Well, here, anything we put out, I told them in the back.
Just hide under some pillows.
Wherever they're doing this, it will get suppressed in the news, or you will be fear of getting sued or something. That's what it is.
Or something. It sounds like jail.
This has been going on since the election in this country.
Who the fuck raided them? Tell them.
Dominion doesn't just take people to court. You get threatening letters. The first letter I got from them sounded like a mafia letter I used to be back in the day when I owed football bets to the mafia. Stop talking or else. You know, it wasn't or you're going to sue you. I go, well, else what? But they're getting ready. They're talking. They're getting ready. And you guys ready? 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And I just wanted to tell you, because I know the expectations were here, but this is even bigger news. You're going to see it's all over the news right now, but to get on the way here, her office gets raided. I mean, and I don't know the whole story. I just heard up there. I don't even know what story's out there in the news. I just know they were coming here to say quite a bit, and it was I know the whole thing. But now
anybody find
we do need to get one thing. It's fortunate we have a red team here. Remember, Colonel was up here, the red team.
I'm going to call
bullshit. What you're going to hear is we're not going to just go, oh, I'm in fear, and I'm not going to go out there and tell the world. If we can't do it anymore.
No,
so that's right.
Yeah.
This is what. Oh, here are we ready to go?
Yeah, we're
all right,
ready.
Come on, everyone.
Okay, yeah. Come on out. So exciting. Why? Look at that. Rousing. Thank you. They're attacking blondes. That's not right. Don't attack blondes. Are you nuts now? She's fine.
They're very brave. I'm telling you, all three of them.
They're so brave.
And why don't you guys? I'm just going to let you tell the story. Who would want to start?
I'll start, I guess. I'm Sean Smith. I'm a citizen and a veteran. I'm from Colorado. And I've got a lot of questions for our election officials. But they don't like questions. They refuse to answer the questions. In fact, we have a Secretary of State who is drunk with power, who makes decrees like the kind that no third-party election audits are permissible in the state. She makes some emergency decrees, and when we query her in accordance with state law, Colorado Open Records Act, for the basis of her declarations that they're forbidden, she refuses to answer in violation of the state law. We had over 1,000 citizens submit comments to her hearing, which she refused to separate from the general rules hearing. They had 3 hours of citizen testimony, cut it off. There were still 50, 60 citizens waiting that entire 3-hour period.
You mean Qs showed up from all over the country and she didn't want to listen to all of them? That's weird.
And just proceeds with the hearings. Our Secretary of State is lawless. And at every turn, she appears to be attempting to prevent citizens from determining what is true in Colorado elections.
Or stealing private voter information.
Everything that can be destroyed by the truth should be destroyed by the truth. And Jenna Griswold is in between citizens in Colorado and the truth.
Oh, so we should destroy her. Wow.
Thank you, Sean. Colorado is not lawless. We, the people, have had enough there, and we have found one elected official who's willing to stand up to the state and do what the people are asking.
That's
and that is to protect our vote.
And
so our clerk of Mesa County is here with us today because she took that on and took it serious.
Boom.
She was not a politician.
No, she wasn't.
She was a business owner, and her job was
who ran for office and now is a politician.
vote, and that's why she's here tonight. So I want to just encourage you guys to hear for just a minute what's happened.
From a politician?
This has been a light of the state. We've come under incredible duress due to Jared Polis, who is the governor of Colorado, and the overreaching, overbearing Jenna Griswold, Secretary of State. She is punishing us. She's weaponizing her office against an elected official who is doing exactly what we elected her to do.
Tell him.
And that is protect us. So please help me welcome my friend and an amazing patriot who is doing exactly what she should be doing in protecting and defending the vote.
And who has a full diaper right now.
Tina Peters.
Tina Peters.
Thank you.
Geez, Tina, it almost seems as if you've concocted a backstory here to make it seem like this is a big deal. Let me get my water. Mike Lindell just came out and took the glass away.
Citizens come to me and tell me
that something didn't seem right. Something didn't seem right in our local city council elections.
You're not the real Stevie
Something didn't
Nicks.
seem right in our county from years ago to the 2020 election. And
You mean demographics change?
you know what? If there's a there, we'll find it.
Right. You mean when you legalized weed?
Pledge to the citizens of Mesa County and all over Colorado that the people elected me, not the Secretary of State. She has come into my office several times already in the last 2 years since
The people also elected her, by the way.
I am a Republican, I'm a conservative, and she's not. And she weaponizes her.
And she got elected to statewide office, and you're a county clerk.
Disagree with her. And so I'm not, I mean, my son, who was a Navy SEAL for 9 years, a lot of that blood runs through our veins.
Or you're stealing valor from your son who served honorably.
Tragically, I lost him 4 years ago
That's terrible.
in a very tragic accident on duty. And, but you know what? When you've gone through, when you're a cancer survivor and you've gone through losing a 27-year-old son, there's not much people can do to you.
I know, Biden actually talks about similar things.
So when the people came to
When you've lost your wife and daughter, and your sons were injured, and you had a head injury, an aneurysm, it tend to
I think
rolls
that's
off
what we all should do, right? Don't just
Sure.
turn a blind eye and say, well, you know, I believe this or I believe that, but really look at it. And because of that, I've been persecuted. They've tried to take over my elections office because Mesa County election Mesa County is on the western slope of Colorado, and we are the last bastion of freedom in Colorado.
You mean since they legalized weed?
So we would be a big jewel in our governor and our Secretary of State's crown to take over my office and control the way you vote.
Well, none of those people are from Colorado.
At least the outcome of that vote, right? Dr. Frank? Yes.
So we have listened. I've listened to people. They send me things all over.
Yeah, I bet.
And I've looked at it objectively. And there's some discrepancies there that I cannot deny. And I tell people, I say,
Or understand.
see some of these things. If I'm going to be honest with the people in Mesa County and in Colorado and with all of you, I cannot unsee some of these things. So I'm willing to put myself out there. I've been attacked, slandered, everything the media can do to me. Just yesterday, I got an order from the Secretary of State that she was going to invade my elections department today. And guess what? When I was on a plane to come see you kind folks and to talk to you out there, guess what they did? They provided a search warrant and raided my office. We don't know what they were doing in there. But
So they got a search warrant?
several hours, they wouldn't even let my chief deputy clerk, who is the acting clerk for Mesa County when I'm absent, would not even let her observe what the Secretary of State and Dominion were doing in my office.
Alone for several hours in the voting room.
Alone. Alone with no one that knew anything about elections.
Dominion was in there?
But they did do this. After hours, they allowed my chief deputy to come in and they go, oh, look at this. Look, see, we found this. I don't know what they did. But I can tell you that I don't trust them. Because I don't trust them,
I'm sorry, lady who had a search warrant against her who was raided. Oh, well, I want to hear what the questions
There's
are.
something about some passwords that's out in the news.
Oh, yeah.
We need to talk about that passwords that's out in the news, all over the news.
This is the lady who showed the password, and that they discovered that she was the one leaking information. She's the one who allegedly tried to flip votes to Trump.
these just happen to be passwords that only the Secretary of State has. As a matter of fact, when they were in doing this trusted build in my office, they told me that I'm not allowed to have those passwords, that only they are. And so I question that because we have passwords to get in our system. Why do they have passwords I can't have to get in the back door of my system? Why is that? Why do you think?
Because you can't be trusted?
I don't know. That's a question that we need answers to, and we're going to find it.
I don't know if the Colorado Secretary of State knows anything about elections at all. But if she does know anything, she ought to know her own passwords. So up until that point, my understanding is the social media post of the passwords wasn't associated with Mesa County. So the Secretary of State did two things. One, she told the world those are Mesa County administrative passwords or BIOS passwords. And then she asserted that the county clerk might have released them. And she let all the media run with that. But she knows those are her staff's passwords.
And if you think that the left doesn't love stirring the pot, wow. They have been harassed. They've been violently threatened. The Secretary of State of Colorado has opened up Mesa County to incredible reproach throughout the state. The people are concerned for their own well-being now because of these radical actions that the Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, took. She could have called. She could have done something beneath the radar, but that's not what she chose to do, and that's the question, is why? Why are they acting in this manner and drawing all of this attention and even saying criminal charges? They're looking at criminal charges when nothing's been done, as been pointed out here tonight.
And their intimidation, they try to intimidate and bully. I had to send my staff home yesterday. I said, take your laptops and go home. And because the calls were coming in after General Griswold put out a press release, that was the first I'd heard of it. Nobody gave me any warning that there was something wrong or that they felt was wrong. I had to send my staff home because of the hateful outpour from people.
They did a press release?
They did a press release.
Who did that? Secretary
of State.
Secretary of State's office did a press release. Are you kidding me? You mean the media would go along with this and wouldn't ask you anything? What's up with that, huh? The news. Remember what we're fighting for here? We're fighting to get past the fake news and the news that they're using. She came and raided her office on the way here. And the news, you know what it'll be? We'll wait and see, because we're going to call them out like we've been doing all day. This is the hill to stand on, is our First Amendment right of free speech and getting past the media. They can do anything. People can commit crimes like the Secretary of State probably did.
No, they didn't.
But who can cover up better than the media?
That's right. That's right.
I reporters, I know there are. I've heard some of them. If you're a journalist, I beg you, stop doing your job for a minute and do your duty.
Yeah, huh? Whoa! Do your duty. Do your duty.
They are.
That's what we've been talking about.
They
if
are.
You're a journalist tonight. Maybe you sit and pray about it. Get on your knees and pray about it. You owe your duty to our country.
Ask Clerk Peters.
Ask Clerk Peters why she posted. Let's see. There you go.
This medicine, patients taking Tepezza may experience infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you have symptoms such as high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before receiving Tepezza, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, inflammatory bowel disease, or IBD.
Jumping ahead, that is driving. Reflection, expecting blue thunder to fly in front of the glass. Be right back, yeah. Shame on Fox News. Yeah, that's why I keep saying it. Shame on Fox. Shame on Fox. Okay, let's see if the news report. Nope, just ads. Son of a... That's live. I don't want to see the live. Okay, this is... Colorado state officials are investigating a county election office after passwords for its voting systems were posted online. Passwords for its voting systems were posted online, the Secretary of State announced Monday. The breach included specific passwords for Mesa County's voting equipment. Colorado Secretary of State Gina Griswold said in a statement the passwords were posted on a far-right blog, according to a spokesperson from Griswold's office. Griswold called it a serious breach in a statement, but said it did not happen during the past election or create any risk to state elections. It is likely the passwords were collected during software updates to voting equipment in Mesa County on May 25th, 2021. Yesterday, I ordered the Mesa County clerk and recorder to comply with the inspection of election equipment, video footage, and other documents in the county. The clerk's office must prove that chain of custody remains intact and there has been no unauthorized access to voting equipment in the county. Failure to do so will result in decertification of the specific voting equipment in Mesa. Isn't that what they want? Don't they want this stuff decertified? Let's see. Colorado has the best election system in the nation with built-in security redundancies. As Secretary of State, my number one priority is to ensure all election security protocols are followed and safeguard Coloradans' right to vote. Let's see. Officials have asked to inspect the election equipment, If violations are found, it could lead to decertification of the county's voting machines, which means they have to buy new ones and trash those. Mesa County District Attorney Dan Rubenstein has launched a criminal investigation. He has spoke to Tina Peters, the clerk. That's the lady here who's talking now.
And all of a sudden, why don't you
Mike's talking.
stage? And he went. Coward left. He left. Okay. And then you have all the media out there, the narratives they have, and then you have this. They probably knew the story we had coming in, and they're on the way here on the plane, and they raided your office. You know, this
has been in the news for a while, by the way.
Hey, well, it's going to be Thursday because we do have a red team here, and you can't. There's a lot of reasons for what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. The Secretary of State's office is the one that issued, Jenna Griswold, which is the one that issued the demand, and got law enforcement come in on trumped up charges without my being able to defend myself.
We're not sure.
Yeah.
No, it was, well, I wasn't there, so.
She wasn't there.
Why weren't you? She would have been there, but she was going
It was
to.
a DA person and trying to think of who else was there,
No, you said Dominion was there.
Although all of you politicians are their representatives, we have 47 states represented.
By the way, she said a Dominion executive, I guess, a Dominion person, was alone in her office with someone from the Secretary of State's office for hours.
That they put a camera on you, your CNNs, you know Fox ain't here, but those CNNs, and put a camera out here so you live in fear. You guys bravely came. You bravely came here because you know what? A lot of you probably had fear going, oh, if I come there and be seen there, you know, I'm going to be a target.
No, I was worried about COVID,
You know
actually.
what?
I wanted to be there.
50 million or 100 million or 200 million or 300, we can't all be targets then. You know, you can't all be targets. That's why we got to get out the word now and not live in fear. The more we tell to the world what's going on in this country. What went on? This was an attack by China on our election. Communism has took over. We skipped right over socialism. And then you have these bad actors. A lot of Secretary of States.
Terrible.
This is just an example, and Thursday will be big. But I'll tell you, look at Brad Rassenberger. I can say that. You know, look at Brad Rassenberger. We got a list of it. These are the people, these elected officials. Well, how do you think they got elected? It probably wasn't by us. Probably by cheating, by hacks, by cyber.
Terrible.
George Soros, we got that movie.
Totally.
By the way, if everybody missed a movie earlier, we're going to play it one more time a little later.
Yeah.
And then, because that movie needs to be sent out worldwide. Did you guys see that yet?
So good.
I mean,
Play it
it's
now.
amazing. Yes. But tell us more about the Secretary of State in the state.
Well, I mean, Gateway Pundit just released a story letting us know where all of her funding came from. Would you like to know how Jenna Griswold her election was paid for?
Sure.
You know, it's Soros, as always. They are planting and positioning people, and that's why this is so important that we get to the bottom of the voting. We have to know and understand what's going on with the voting systems in every state, because they're taking over, the progressive leftists are taking over our states by stealing our elections. And if we can prove it, we have to prove it. We have to do what's necessary to get it out to the public and get it out to the forefront. We have 64 counties in Colorado, and we have one clerk who would stand up for us and who would fully investigate. And you know, you can never know what the fallout is going to be of being brave and coming forward. But what else is there? What else is there? This is what we've got.
Recognizing you're a lunatic and staying home.
We've got to protect what we have. It's our obligation, it's our duty, as Colonel Sean Smith said. This is what we have, and we have to stand or we will lose it all. And that's not being dramatic anymore, is it?
Yes, it is.
No.
It just takes one.
By not being able to communicate because of the media being the worst blockers. They're the enemy of the people, too.
Yeah, they're the cock blockers
the bad
of democracy.
Media, they know who we are. We know who the good ones are. But there's very few. The journalists in this country. You know what? We'll see what the headlines are going to be tonight.
Let's see.
We'll find out. Gee, You're talking about this raid. How do you think they're going to twist it? You know, we'll have to wait for that to come. Is it already in the news?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so the news is
Probably,
broke.
oh, yeah. They somehow they always know ahead of time.
It's amazing.
Yeah, isn't that something?
It's amazing.
They probably know what's going to happen tomorrow. Just a
to see
minute.
the face.
Oh, they already got the narrative wrote up.
That's right.
Oh, seriously.
Seriously. Holy shit. Of what?
Foldgate or Dustgate?
Yeah. Tell us about Dustgate. That interests Mike. Is it Angel Dustgate?
I mean, my stuff that I have, as you can see those packets going by, it's all about the cyber attack, capturing all that data on the election.
Yeah, he
And
doesn't know
these guys brought me
Dustgate
this on
bullshit.
January 9th. All the other stuff, there's so many other things that went on, but I have stayed hyper-focused on it because we already have the evidence. This is what you need to know, everybody. We already had the evidence. They had the evidence in November, December, but we didn't have the evidence we needed. We needed to get rid of the machine evidence. We needed to know this cyber attack because if we had evidence for other stuff and it flipped states the election, it didn't matter. We wouldn't
match up
be
with
where
our
we're at
shit.
right now.
If
Remember,
we find out
got to
that
get
there's
rid of the
paper ballot
machines, melt them
hacking,
down,
it
make
throws
prison
again-
bars out of them, and that's it. We do.
Yeah, if we find out that there was other fraud, like fraud that Trump tried to do to keep himself in office in states like, I don't know, Florida, Ohio, Kentucky, and Texas, that would throw a monkey wrench in our hole. It was just China.
All right, come on up. Come on.
No. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, good Lord. This is where it gets good. Why is he at? Come on up. This is when it went off the rails.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Virginia State Senator Amanda Chase. I'm a second-term state senator. Hi to the folks back home. I
Hi.
am the only legislator from Virginia here. And I know that there
Yeah,
are
the
many
rest
of
of
you
them are
who
sane.
are legislators here as well, and I'd ask you to stand at this time so maybe we can connect later today. If you're a legislator, can you stand up?
Yeah, it's kind of like the Governors Association, but with lunatics.
So what I want to tell you, there we go, is so I'm in session right now, and I am skipping. For 6 years, I've never missed a day in the Senate.
Huh. And you skipped the session.
For 6 years. And
To go to
I
Mike
chose
Lindell's
to
thing.
come here because I believe that your heart is in the right place. As a
Even
small
if your head is up
businessman,
your ass.
and let me tell you something. Mike Lindell has put his personal fortune on the line. He's been attacked, persecuted. I want you to know I have been too, but I'll tell you that later. And so
Yeah,
we've
let's
got to
start a
band together, and
victims
I've never
club.
been more encouraged to be here because, like I said, in Richmond, we're in session right now. They have, and I got censured in the Senate for saying this.
Uh-oh.
The 2020 presidential election was stolen.
Yeah, that sounds like something would happen.
And then I had the audacity to go to the January 6th Stop the Steal rally to stand with my president.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, maybe that's why. And then I beat a cop with a
I was
thin blue line
cited for
flag.
being an insurrectionist by 3 Republicans and the rest of the Democratic Party. They stripped me from every last one of my committees. They put me
Okay.
in the corner.
So the
they
system
built
works.
a plexiglass wall around me on the floor of the Senate because I
Shaming.
refused to wear a mask because I think that's socialism.
Socialism. Masks are socialism. Oh, so it's a dumb shield.
They have stolen the House, the Senate. I live in a Marxist state right now,
Yes,
and I'm
Virginia's.
pissed. I'm one of those
We would
moms
be.
in 2015 who got really pissed off and ran against an establishment Republican, a rhino, and I won.
Oh, so you made a red district redder. You're the AOC of the Virginia State Senate.
But let me go back they're in session right now packing our courts. And
So you wouldn't want to be there stopping them?
they're going to steal your House, your Senate, your governor's races. Then they're going after your courts. They're doing that today in Virginia. And I left the floor of the Senate. And by the way, I want to thank Josh Barnett and David Jose and Heather Mitchell for helping us, because I actually, Wendy Rogers, State Senator Wendy Rogers and Sonny Borelli hosted my team in Arizona when they were doing the audit, and they were teaching us how to submit notices and affidavits. Well, guess what? Here's some good news. Yesterday, on the floor of the Senate, because the governor called a special session, I decided I'd take advantage to let them know that I wasn't real happy that they rejected my budget amendment for $70 million out of the $4.3 billion federal dollars of our taxpayer money they were spending. I figured, $70 million is nothing, right? For our integrity in our elections and the confidence of our voters. They would not even accept my budget amendment. And so,
how do you spend $70 million to convince voters?
I said, well, I think you're missing something here. We're missing a $70 million budget amendment by we the people. And the people of Virginia, not legislators, we the people, they drove to my house the night before session, brought me over 4,000 notices and some affidavits, and I had those with me on the floor of the Senate yesterday. And guess what? Here it comes. So I gave them a courtesy. I said, I have a big surprise for you today. And so I served during session yesterday 4,000 notices and some affidavits to the Senate of Virginia, and is recorded. It is documented online in Virginia, virginiageneralassembly.gov. You can go see it there. Washington Post was there. Richmond Times-Dispatch was there. All the media, they sit right in front of me on the floor of the Senate. And I told them yesterday, we actually went, before we got on the plane yesterday to come, I said, tomorrow and the rest of this week, they're going to be meeting through Wednesday. I'm not going to participate in your packing of the courts, and people are going to know that I did not participate in this, because I'm going to be in South Dakota with Mike Lindell.
Well, why wouldn't you be there to vote no? Wouldn't that be the thing on record? Because what's going to show up in the history books in this is that you just left.
Our calls, in Virginia, we have a call that I spearhead twice a week to bring all of the grassroots leaders in Virginia to discuss what we're going to do and to put together the evidence. But I want to encourage those of you who live in a Democrat trifecta that you can still do something. You've got to mobilize the people, just like the left did all during the last summer with all the rioting and the looting and all of that.
Yeah, that was just to distract.
And we
so
must
we could get mail-in
demand
voting.
every single state across the United States of America. We have seen what they have shown us today. We have to have a forensic audit in every single state. Every single one.
Senator, you're exactly right. And Senator, I just want to say...
Senator, if you could just shut up for a second. This is our thing, okay?
So it's not a shock that the Secretary of State has chosen to weaponize her office. She, when you talk about the election rules that are creating these Democrat states, mail-in ballots automatic voter registry. We have over 5,000 dead people who voted in Colorado. We have 25,000 people who don't live in the state of Colorado who voted. We have new rules saying that we can't have outside audits, that only the Secretary of State can audit her own self? Since when do we trust the government? When did they ever audit them?
I guess when Brian Kemp was running in Georgia?
It's never happened. There are other foolish rules that come into play. Being able to print off your own ballot at your own home. I'm sure that's going to go over real well. I feel that this is going to be a very integral election the next time around. We believe that these people are creating rules to cover up what they've already done. And Virginia is such a great example of that, full of amazing conservatives who've been robbed of their birthright of freedom there. It's the home of our nation, Virginia.
Do you know when you bring up you brought up how many dead people, say that again?
Over 5,000 dead people voted in
Okay,
Colorado.
now let me tell you this. We've talked about this all day, everybody.
By the way,
what is that?
It's interesting that the 5,000 number comes up because this is 5,000 non-citizens voting in Colorado. A wake-up call. The Hill, March 31st, 2011. Let's see. Republicans in the House Administration Committee want to shore up voter registration rules in the Colorado state. They found as many 5,000 non-citizens in the state took part in last year's election. Greg Harper, Republican chairman, called the study a disturbing wake-up call. Cannot simply have an electoral system that allows thousands of non-citizens to violate the law. We must do more to protect our integrity. This is in 2011. Let's see if individuals did not. Okay, he told Harper that Colorado would take a look at create a registration system that would allow his department to ask that some people provide proof of their citizenship in writing. If individuals did not respond to the request, their registration as voters would be suspended. Charles Gonzalez of Texas raised doubts about the reporting, noting that the study itself was based on inconclusive data, that it was impossible to provide precise numbers. This is a Hill thing. There's a couple other, let's see, dead people voting in Colorado, 2016. Let's look at this. Local officials in Colorado acknowledge very serious voter fraud, after learning, no thanks, of voting cast in multiple elections under the name of recently deceased residents. Local media outlet uncovered the fraud by comparing voting history databases in the state with federal government death records. Somebody was able to cast a vote that was not theirs to cast. El Paso County Clerk and Recorder Chuck Broerman told CBS 4, again, this is 2016, it's not clear how many fraudulent ballots have been submitted in recent years. Reported that it found multiple cases of dead people voting around the state, revelations that have provoked state criminal investigations. We do believe there are several instances of potential vote fraud that occurred. It shows there is a potential for fraud. Colorado is a perennial battleground state. Obama beat Mitt Romney in 2012. This is 2016, though. Williams planned to pursue criminal charges in the indictments uncovered by CBS 4, such as a case of El Paso County woman who died in 2009 but had ballots cast her name in 2011, 12, 13, and 14. It's difficult to prove that any particular person committed the fraud, however. If our laws are not strong enough to prosecute the case, I don't know what can be prosecuted. Voter fraud is a perpetual concern among clear that El Paso, and again, this is 2016. I'm not, let's see, claims that dead people voted went viral. Let's see if 5,000 voter suppression was order of the day. Cops, one dead in Colorado. 4,600 quit the party. 1,000 newly unaffiliated voters can still support Republican candidates, and they quit the Republican Party. I'm not seeing the 5,000 now. Maybe that she's referencing what happened before.
Then from that point on, not only are you going to have the best elections here and in the world, but we're going to elect politicians that have the people's back.
Amen. Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen. Hey, woman.
Real fast, too, I know, Amanda, you want to finish, but I do want to just take a moment and acknowledge one of the major instigators and fire starters in America right now is Dr. Frank and his movement with these amazing super moms all throughout the nation. I know a lot of you guys are here today, and I think that's why we're here with Cliff Peter. She's a Gold Star mom. She's a super mom who saw a need and stepped in and filled it. And we moms have such a calling on our lives, and Amanda, you're such an example of that, too. So we are going to do this. We're not going to stop because our babies deserve to deserve to grow up in a free nation.
And let me tell you something. The thing that the media keeps asking me is, give me the proof.
Right.
Show me the proof.
Right.
Yeah,
And so here's my answer to that. You show me an election integrity audit, and I'll show you the proof.
Yes, that's right.
So I said to, I've done 3 tweets, I think. I'm not a big social media person. I've done 3 tweets, I think, in my entire life. One of them was my body, my right when it comes to the jab. And the other one was that to Senator Toomey in Pennsylvania when he kept saying things that I knew were incorrect. And so I put a tweet out and I said, okay, number 1, you can run a ballot through a Dominion system more than once. Number 2, if there was a nefarious actor, they can program that computer to do whatever they want it to do. And then I said a couple other things at the end of that tweet, as much characters as I had. And I said, either you're complicit or you're dirty. Look at Eric Coomer. Woo! I unleashed the media. Boy, I tell you, I got it. And what they try to do is they try to shame you. And they try to put you down to shut you up.
Well, that won't work because you're shameless.
And so I had the Secretary of State leaning on our Colorado County Clerks Association, 64 counties in Colorado, and he calls me up. He goes, Tina, you know, you gotta tone it down. And I said, well, let me ask you something. So, Matt, is it true that you can, number one, I said that you can run as many ballots as you want through the Dominion software? He goes, yeah. I said, number two, if there was a nefarious actor, could they write, you know, scripts in there to do whatever they want to do? And he goes, yeah. I said, so what's the problem? And he couldn't answer.
The problem is the truth.
The problem is the problem is you're making up access. If I got into your laptop, I could print a bunch of emails. Are you going to give me your laptop? Are you going to hook up to the internet and give me the code to get into it?
They belong to us. If you find an elected official who will stand with the people, stand with them.
That's right.
I do. That's why I voted for Joe Biden.
And if they won't, remove them from office because
remove them.
They're unfit.
Where were my bipartisan judges today to witness the Secretary of State being in my office? The Democrat Secretary of State being in my office doing who knows what kind of little doo-doo with my machines. Where were the bipartisan set of judges? Where was my representation in there?
And you know what? That's the problem. They're using fear tactics.
They're using reality. It's scary. Scary reality. Hold on. Let's see. Colorado. I'll just keep playing this so you guys can hear it while I'm doing this. What happened? Oh, it's over.
To these tyrants. And that's every
Just
last
takes
one of you.
Just takes one.
And
one
don't
of you.
fear the media anymore.
That's right.
They can't hurt us anymore. They lie. They don't talk like Fox. You know what? And don't be afraid if someone calls you something from the media or Alan Duke and Facebook fact checkers put that something's not true. It's just the opposite. Just like when we say the big lie is the big lie.
It is.
Uh-huh.
Anything they say is fake news is real news, and anything
That's
they say
easy.
go the opposite. It's pretty easy, right?
I believe it.
And I'll tell you what, you want to stick with
Life by
journalists,
sarcasm.
you stick with the ones that are out there telling the truth. We hope that during this symposium, these 3 days, that we bring journalism back. You bring media back to telling that. The problem is we've seen the video. Soros has bought all the media. I can go down media and who owns it and stuff. This is our voice of free speech.
Is this Gerald Wood?
If you have
Is that the
you have
dude?
it all. You take an election, you have the media, you can
is.
put out your own narrative.
God gives us-
We don't know why you're on the way here. She gets her office raided. We're going to find out.
Well, the timing is unbelievable because the solutions are here.
No, it's quite believable. This has been going on. They don't give a fuck about Mike Lindell's timing. Daily Sentinel. SOS probe of Clerk Peters' office could lead to criminal charges. August 10th. And then what do you know? A couple of days later, she gets raided. We have security calls, and we've seen this latest serious breach of chain of custody. Source who is in a position to know but is not authorized to speak on the record, however, said that the person's name is Gerald Wood, the person who posted the thing. But no one by that name appears on Peters' employee roster. At any point so far this year, according to the county's monthly positions report, that person allegedly leaked passwords of the county's Dominion voting systems election machines on various social media sites. Griswold's order also demands Peters hand over all correspondence and any other documents related to the breach of her and any other election workers. She orders Peters and her staff not to tamper with any surveillance equipment or voting machines until state investigators arrive, which could occur as early as today. I don't see where she was in the office, but we'll,
Like they're supposed to show. Not one of them, everybody. Even the fake news fact checkers lead stories. You remember what he did do in that six-page data over there? He said, 2 of them are the same. Well, gee, I'm sorry. I had 50 states made and they put 2 in there. We're checking on that. He might be lying. Wouldn't that be something? The Facebook fact checkers lying?
Never.
But that's what we have.
Or you could be lying, Mike, about him lying and you're trying to smear him before you've even checked.
Fear. We can't live in fear.
a badge of courage. If they're attracted to you because of your message, it's almost like a badge of courage. You know you're doing something right.
No weapon formed against us shall prosper.
Yeah, if you break into someone's home and they scream at you and reach for a gun and pointing it at you, you know you're doing something right.
But when this is over, could I just ask that all the legislators come forward? I see Representative Fincham here. Mark Fincham had the opportunity he's a champion as well in Arizona. But if y'all could just come down.
Yeah, there's one lunatic per state. There's 340 million people in this country.
A weekly call where we can collaborate as
phone tree, that'll do it.
Encourage each other.
Yeah, it's an encouraging call.
It's a representative.
We don't have facts, but we do have encouragement.
Oh, sorry.
Does anybody have? We could do some questions if anybody wanted questions.
Yeah.
Yes,
what
sir.
proof do you have that the Secretary of State was in your office? Or the Dominion executive?
Was all of the information kept in your office, or did you have backup?
That's a good question. I think Thursday we will be talking more about that. So make sure you're here.
We have a Colorado representative here in the House. Representative.
Why Thursday? What the fuck are you talking about?
Get on up here. This guy's our hero.
Don't start calling people to the stage without Mike's permission. He's going to be very upset. You can come. This is my party. Hey, thanks.
That's right.
Okay, he's going to hold the mic. That gives me a lot of free hands. Now I got it. May I? All right.
No, you can't.
I have put out a lot of conversation.
I got one fucking job.
To our Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold. I will tell you,
That sleeping in your car is a mistake. Never do that in South Dakota.
And I told her to reorient her finger and point it directly back at herself.
Oh.
And I will tell you what, the
Bam.
media,
Boom.
which I call lion media and yellow journalism, is causing the division and the hatred and the threats here. We have to get through the
You don't sound gin drunk at all.
And knock it back because look at what we saw with the son of the Brazilian president, and he did that. They did those motorcycle rallies.
Yeah.
And I cheered up at the patriotism of Brazil. Look at the potential brotherhood we have in this world if we get rid of this kind of evil.
Yeah, we can share a vision of the future with Bolsonaro.
The media.
I
mean, it's everywhere. If they got that, if you control the media, and that's why they went on, the first thing they tried to do was take away our First Amendment right to free speech. And Dominion's right there, the lawfare.
Says guy talking into microphone on his own goddamn network.
Fear of getting threatened. Fear of being, they used, and what they did, this hasn't been done since 1798, Alan Dershowitz said, in our country. 1798 they did it, called lawfare, where they threatened these news outlets, probably newspaper, probably more than just threatened them with lawsuits, huh? But they didn't do it for all those years. And you know why? You know why I figured out about if you go back a few years, it would have been a story if another journalist.
Oh my God! Thank you, WW.
Did a bad story.
Bless you. And thank you, Robin.
You know what I mean?
Thanks, guys.
It would be
That's
a
really
story
beautiful. I just saw that.
If,
Thank you so much.
Dominion's over here suing someone.
Thank you, Foggy. Ozark.
And then the other media would go,
bitch is
wow,
back.
why are they getting sued? And who is this Dominion?
Who are
it
they?
doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Instead, they all piggyback on.
Yeah.
And then you got Fox. Fox gets sued.
Shame on Fox. Shame on them.
And then they get sued again. They got double sued. Wouldn't you want to be here, Fox? And if you got your lawsuits you're worried about, and that's why you're not talking to see the evidence, wouldn't they have sent a forensic person here, a cyber forensic expert? Let's think about that.
They'll see the results.
I'm out there. I pulled millions of dollars worth of ads. It cost My Pillow $1 million a week in revenue. That's revenue to My Pillow.
Also, it was better for you than it was for Fox.
Direct sales. So if we don't have that, we can't go replace it somewhere else. This isn't like advertising, like branding.
No.
So it hurt us, and I did
This
it.
isn't
You know
like
why?
branding.
because I wasn't going to give them any
I
more
call you
money.
Mike Pillow
I'd rather
'cause of your
lose
belly.
money myself, millions of dollars, than succumb to the cancel culture. Because when the lights go out, it's over, everybody.
That's how you know it's, on day 3, you're going to turn the
And
lights out?
I'm so happy we got here, and I'm looking back, and there's 20 cameras back there. And
Most of them are yours.
It'll be just so interesting to see, because tomorrow what we're going to do is
They're
go
your
right down
cameras.
all the stories they put out. That's why we're live streaming this 72 hours.
Yeah, that's
what
why
we're
I'm
gonna
here.
do, so everybody overseas can see this too. You know, they're worried overseas. Who do you think controls all their media over there? CNN and
George
Fox. Now, if you know, I don't know. We don't hear much about Fox, but CNN, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
And if they're controlling, other countries are worried. You've seen with Brazil here today, Eduardo.
Right.
And they had the same. It's identical. Identical.
It's almost like
they're going after
Bolsonaro
their
and Trump
media. They're going. I mean, the
sniff the
media's
same
going
farts.
after the people, and then they're gonna go in there with the machines and take their
Yes, John Galt
2022
will speak
election.
when they
That's
get
what
to
they're
the
gonna
Denver
do.
count.
And it's so here, the whole purpose of this everybody, this isn't whether we have the evidence or not.
No,
I
you
talked
don't.
to some guys last week, and I said, you guys had so much evidence, you could have put everyone in prison in the whole country with the evidence you had. In November and December, it was...
That sounds kind of...
You know, of course dead
That sounds a
people
little
can't
fucked
vote.
up. I got to say, putting everyone in the country in prison seems a little reactionary.
Up, and he doesn't matter. We were all in the twilight zone, going, this can't be.
Well, yeah, in the Twilight Zone, you could probably put everyone in jail, but in reality, you'd have to have some jailers, I would guess, unless they're robots. We'll figure it out.
That narrative. There's only one way, and that's the media. So
That's
that's what the purpose of this frank speech is, and this 3 days.
Oh.
It's to break through, like was said there and said here. We have to break through, and everybody's got to have the voice. And that you go. That
I want to break free.
I got millions, 15, 20 million into this, counting Frank's speech. Easy.
Easy.
I don't care. I don't care, because you know what? It's the best money I ever spent in my life, is to save our country.
Well, also, you're selling a shit ton of pillows to these folks. You're basically isolating an audience, recognizing that if you simply sell pillows to only Trump supporters, that would be a bump up in business.
Is keep sharing. Get everyone to watch tomorrow. Get everyone. Now you got something to look forward to Thursday.
I
when
do.
we come back with their red team that we've got.
My girlfriend's birthday, actually.
Yeah, but we've got other stuff coming up every single day.
Every single
those
day.
cyber forensic.
By the way, hi, I'm Hal Sparks. If you're just joining us, I am live streaming this nonsense. The whole first day, as much as I could. Anyways, I started a little later because they're in a different time zone. And the beginning of it, luckily for all of us, was basically a rehashing of the, My Pillow movies. And now it's basically just him seizing the mic from his own guests.
Were they...
So like and subscribe, give a thumbs up, join us, won't you? It's not always like this.
Including Colorado.
Especially Colorado.
Yeah.
Especially Colorado.
Fucking Colorado, am I right?
Duel in this takeover.
Rocky Mountain High in Colorado.
That county or precinct, I'm not sure, either one. And there's a pattern. The same percentage of 25-year-olds vote.
He was born on the first day of his 27th year. He voted as a dead man.
Only machines could do that. And every single state is like that. Why do you think they took away the registry where you could just go out to your Secretary of State and get, hey, I want to see our voter rolls, registered voter rolls? Because then you could have done it yourself. Then it's real. I guess it's real. But it is real.
Because it's only available for a limited time. You have to file a FOIA request, and then after a while they just stop giving it out unless you have an extreme reason for it, because you'll just use it to torment voters.
Show this. Everything shows the same thing with the dead people. How do you have, like in Colorado, how many non-residents for it? Do you know that number?
By the way, thanks again, WW. That was very sweet. I appreciate it.
25,000 people in Colorado didn't have a meeting and go, hey, you know what? I don't care if George Soros is leading the pack or not. You can't get 25,000 people to commit a crime.
Right.
Possible. Right. You can't. Try it. And try not the word leaking out.
Well, I mean, you didn't get 25,000 people to show up at this.
1,000 non-residents to vote because you used the 2010 voter rolls and you did it with a cyber attack from China and stole our country.
That's right.
Well, you know, it's interesting because why would a Dominion is just, the machines are just a scanner. So you put the ballot through, it scans it, it determines that oval is for that person, that oval is for that person. It's just a scanner. My question was, and this is what got my attention, is why would there be Wi-Fi access?
There aren't.
Wi-Fi access. And why did I not know that? And why is it that I don't have passwords, and who has those passwords to turn that on and off?
Dominion machines don't have Wi-Fi. She's thinking ES&S machines.
So you know they had Wi-Fi access.
Wireless access. It says it on it.
Says it right there when they were doing they were in my
Here's
office.
what's funny. They sit there. We've seen the movie.
It says it right
There's
there.
no access. There's no access. You could say, gee, our government should have been collecting those packet captures and data last fall, right, to protect us from a cyber attack. But they didn't. So should we give them a pass and we say because they called up Dominion and Dominion said you don't need to look at anything there because we're not going to be online.
Right, exactly.
Right? And then it's like flood insurance. You go, I'm going to sell you flood insurance. Don't buy anything. There's no water here. It's a desert. They lied.
Right.
Well,
That's it.
Okay, so I've been
Give me a
saying that story for the last few years. Well, we're not even connected to the internet. How can anybody access it? Until I saw there on the screen when the Secretary of State and Dominion were in doing this trusted build, what they call a trusted build, and I said, wow, look at that. There is a toggle switch that you can turn on Wi-Fi access. Wow. Why would you need that in a scanner? And why did I not know that?
And why would the executive director of the Clerks Association deny it repeatedly that it was even a capability? And Sean, if you want to speak to that, I think.
The main reason, by the way, is that during the preparation process, they have a bunch of these machines set up, and if anything happens last minute to the voting rolls and they change it as far as who's running, what the, somebody pulls a ballot initiative off, they can change it.
Numbers, and you can look them up and see how they were ordered. So voting machines that aren't ever under federal law supposed to be connected to the internet or outside the voting system network are built with wireless modems at the request of the company that ordered them.
So then they are not shocked. They shouldn't be shocked that it has it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, the Secretary of State and the staff of the voting system companies know. I mean, this is a question: is how long do you let them lie to you?
Well, 72 hours apparently.
What you see, I mean, how much do you need to see before you know they're liars? You want to see what somebody does?
Well, I've been watching it took me about 20 minutes.
Power. For years, they have been saying the same thing. We still have clerks.
Oh, you mean people seeking power when they don't have it, or maintaining power when they do? Say, like, I don't know, a president who believes he should get a second term and doesn't?
No, what's in them? They asked for it. They asked for that configuration.
By the way, three largest voting manufacturing companies, election systems and software, Dominion, ES&S, Dominion Voting Systems, and Hart InterCivic, have acknowledged they all put modems in, and this is kind of important, some of their tabulators and scanners. These are not the voting machines themselves. These are different machines entirely. The reason, so that the unofficial election results can be more quickly relayed to the public. Those modems connect to cell phone networks, which in turn are connected to the internet. The largest manufacturer of voting machines, ES&S, which, by the way, Greg Abbott used exclusively. Wasn't Trump, like, polling very low in Texas and did very well? Anyways, satire. Told NBC News their systems are protected by firewalls and are not in the public internet, but both Skoglund and Andrew Appel, a Princeton computer science professor and expert on elections, said such firewalls can and have been breached. AT&T and Verizon, so on, try to protect as best they can the security of their phone network for the rest of the internet, but it's still part of the internet. There can be security holes that allow hackers to get into the phone network. There can be, and there was, are two totally different things, but let's just let them fly. And this is older, by the way. This is a while back. The 35 systems Skoglund team found represented a fraction of total voting systems nationwide, though he believes they only compared a portion of the systems that are or have been online, like the ones that say they are or can be online. Earlier this week, Scotland showed NBC 3 election systems that were still online even after officials had been told they were vulnerable, meaning the scanners, or the tabulators. For election systems to be online even momentarily presents a serious problem, according to Appel. Once a hacker starts talking to the voting machine through the modem, the hacker cannot just change the unofficial election results. They can hack the software in the voting machine and make it cheat in future elections. That's why they have a certification and matching process before each election, but whatever. National Institute of Standards and Technology, which provides cybersecurity frameworks for state and local governments and other organizations, recommends that voting systems should not have wireless network connections. Scotland said that they identified only one company among the systems they detected online, ES&S. ES&S confirmed they had sold scanners with wireless modems in at least 11 states. Scotland says those included battleground states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Florida. While the company's website states that 0 of its voting tabulators are connected, the voting tabulators are connected to the internet, ES&S told NBC News 14,000 of their DS200 tabulators with online modems are currently in use around the country. Vulnerable to hacking, the state of Michigan is currently grappling with the issue. Since the 2016 election, Michigan authorized $82 million to upgrade its election systems. Some of the money was spent on tabulators with wireless modems, but now some state officials worry that the machines have posed a security risk and are pushing to have the modems removed. Others are not sure. The state has set up an advisory committee. This is the Kernacki wave, by the way. This is Kernacki sauce.
They separate us. They call us a divided country. You're racist. No, we're not a racist country. We're a united country. We're the United States of America.
Well, not according to Dr. Frank. According to him, Arizona is its own country.
They're to divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. Oh, there's this party and then this racist. It's not true. What they've done, it's just a deflection. Put it over here and everybody look over here. Or the mask thing, and then the vaccine.
You mean a misdirection?
Put it over here. The vaccine is serious. What they're doing is overplaying their hand. How dare they take and if you want a vaccine that wasn't okay by the FDA, that's good for you. If you want to listen to whoever, I don't know who they are, and you listen to them.
The CDC and the NIH?
I'll do what I want. I feel if I would die if I took it more, I have a more chance of dying. That's just me. You're not going to tell me what to put in my body.
Based on what?
And you're not going to make me lose my businesses because you can't, like they tried in New York. I don't know if that even went through. I've been so concentrated on this, where you have to be vaccinated. And the restaurant owners are supposed to, they have to have proof of vaccination.
Yeah.
When only 30-some% of blacks and Hispanics are vaccinated, so you're not letting them in? And they're supposed to enforce that? Businesses.
Yeah, not New York.
As if they didn't destroy it enough. Destroy them, and then let's do this. But you know what? That's all working to our benefit, everybody. Because why? Because as long as we got a platform and we break through the media that's ruining, the terrible journalists ruining our country that make the people the enemy. As long as we break through that and we all have the same voice, this is our freedoms. We're fighting for our freedoms. This is just, if we were to win any further on this curve, we almost lost it. You get here, you got to thank God that we're in the best time in history to be alive.
Ever.
Because this is going to change the course of history. Right. Because if they would have took the machines that took our country, if we didn't have all these deviations, we went through that, you would have never known. And then it's over. You never get it back. You can't go back and say, once communism is here, what are they doing? They're going to destroy it. And you can't, if you control your elections, if you don't have elections, you never get to go back the other way. Right. And I think we were probably getting there. Now that I met so many Republicans and Democrats, sometimes you don't know which one's which. And that's scary too.
It is. I think that's why it's so important that a clerk and recorder is here to just speak to you and share with you, because you have an obligation to defend your own vote. You have an obligation to secure your own backyard. It really is we the people. It's our job. I think about Sean, who's already served his country, and Representative Ron Hanks, who served his country, and yet here they are getting back in the fight again because they didn't fight just so that we could give it all away. Right. They didn't fight just so we could surrender we haven't even begun to fight yet. And so I think it's really important to know that when our vote is our weapon, And so if the Secretary of State or a government is weaponizing your vote against you, you got to fight back. You got to push back any way that you can. And today is the day. Today is our battle. This is our fight. Somebody said we weren't here for Normandy.
I'd like to hear a little more about the actual
Normandy.
Dominion machines. I mean, tell us, when you talk about a Dominion machine or any of these machines, I mean, what was your thought when you're going, you hear all the lies out there from the media that they're not online, they're not online. They can't even go online. We all heard that one, right? They can't even.
Yeah, the vote counting machines.
How does the data get to CNN where they flip to
tabulators
real time that time? How does it?
And they're separate machines.
It goes through the internet.
No, you carry the little cards over. You put those in, and then it uploads.
You can hack it at the. Can you hack? If you hack the Dominion machines or directly, then don't they go like they go to this point, and you could get it in between? Correct?
Yeah, I couldn't do it, but
somebody could.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, if like let's say you were able to sneak into a polling place and plug your laptop into a port that doesn't exist on a Dominion machine, and you knew how to manipulate them, you could probably change them. Now, it would obviously signal someone to what was going on, but
and they've already demonstrated. Foreign hackers have already demonstrated their ability to penetrate any system they want.
We had one.
Any system except the ones they
election. He hacked it from out here in 5 minutes from a cell phone.
We were hoping
from a
for that
cell
one,
phone.
but it's true.
And you have crackerjack security, Mike.
You know with the machines. You know another thing too. We paid for them, taxpayer money, $6,000, $7,000 a piece. I read on the Facebook. Alan Duke will figure out if that's true or not. But it's $6 to $7 grand. But it's not just that. It's the maintenance on them. I've heard there's a charge, a monthly maintenance. They're doing this maintenance fee that we're all paying. I mean, you'd think that would be enough for them, right? Rather than be in on stealing our country. But no, there's something very evil there. It's like Dominion. When I went out and said, Dominion sued everybody but me. And you know what I did? I kept going every time I was getting attacked. Mike Lindell lost 4 more retailers today. Then the bad media, they'd all call me. They all have my direct number. Mike, you lost 4 more retailers. Did you hear about China and Dominion attacking us? Dominion. This went on and on and on. Mike, you lost your Twitter account. Did you hear about Dominion and China attacking us? It's the only media I had. As they're attacking and attacking.
This is, by the way, a 72-hour symposium on the fact that votes were shuffled and changed. That's in case you don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Now they did it the other way. Don't talk to him anymore. He's getting his message out even though you're attacking him. And that's all I had though, because you don't have Fox. Fox is.
You don't have Fox, Mike, but you have me. Hi.
And I'll say it again. I said there should be a weather channel. I changed my mind. They wouldn't report an oncoming storm. It's disgusting.
It's a great line. It's worked all 9 times you've used it in the last 7 hours.
For a lot of the media, but there are some good media, and we should praise.
Thanks, guys.
And OAN number 1.
I thought they were talking about me.
Newsmax was here. They went like this, but they're back. Don't live in fear anymore, Newsmax. You're already in now. This is the second time they went after you, and I think you just stay with us.
Jesus.
Right Side Broadcasting.
You're not
They're right over here.
And you know what? You know what? I really do believe that there are good people in the media.
Thanks.
And I think it's just those people, just like me, out of 64 counties in Colorado, I'm willing to stand up as the county clerk, 1 out of 64. And there are people in the media that need to stand up and say, I'm not, if I have to risk my job or whatever, I'm going to say the truth.
Yeah.
And I think if enough people did that, you might have to start your own media company. But
why are you so afraid to say?
He did, actually.
In their defense, because I know most of them, okay, they have my direct number. I'm going to give you a story about the New York Times and the Washington Post.
Great. That's proof of election fraud.
The one kid from the Washington Post wanted to do it like a long. Washington. I mean, this would be the whole front of the paper, right? It's a 2.5 hour. Actually, no, it was a 4-hour interview. It's a long interview. I said no, and he wanted to do it over the phone. I said we're going to do it by Zoom, but you got to read my book first. Okay? It's a 27-year-old kid. He read my book, and we went on Zoom. Now he's torn. This is a story of an ex-crack addict, living the American dream on steroids. You can be anybody you want in this country because of our freedom. Anything can happen. It's the American.
Yeah, anything can happen. You could rise up and destroy the country even if you want.
We do this Zoom interview.
Any power you get, wield it like a kid who's found his dad's gun.
That's it, right? And I didn't hear about it, right? Didn't hear about it. Now, on the same path, the New York Times, it was down in Florida. She did almost identical thing, 4 or 5 hours. Now, she showed me her article ahead of time, and I'm going, there is no way they're going to be able to print. The New York Times will print that. Neither one got printed because their bosses, it was too good. So what I do, I have to take the bad media, that Zach that wouldn't come up here, he's a little coward shy, but he, I blocked him. I took him off my phone. I blocked him for 2 months after the Frankathon.
Thanks,
I blocked
Gary.
him, right?
Right.
And he finally, the other day, about a week ago, he said, Mike, will you please unblock me, so you take his calls. I said, yeah, Zach. I said, I don't mind you printing your garbage like you all do, but you better at least quote me, and all outside of that, you can do what you want. And he was pretty good about it, except for today. He puts it up and he said, why don't you come up on stage and say this? They're cowards. Some of them don't even put their names on it.
My name's right here. Your trolls even show up in my shit, and I welcome them and thank them because they help with the algorithm, as you well know. But I'm not. I'm known. I'm a known entity. I don't have a cute little, cyber name that I go under. I don't go by Noob Nudnik or whatever, and everybody goes, have you watched this latest by Super Dupe? No, it's my name. This is just me, and I stand by everything I say. Period. End of story. That's one thing we have in common, except the fact that you're like me if I was deprived of oxygen in the birth canal.
And so I think it comes down to integrity. It's just tell the truth.
I am.
That's a good point because everybody says to me,
the truth is you have shown nothing. And half the day you spent showing graphics where you just flip the vote based on numbers out of your ass.
Great. Actually, it was pretty easy because I just answered the questions.
His people don't let me see him. That's probably true.
I haven't seen one, but if I did, maybe. I don't know. But I haven't seen one. He asked me these questions. You're a lot like Hunter Biden. You both were crack addicts. I read your books. You just give him the answers, So this attack. But I got to say it again to where there's hope for this country.
Well, yeah, but Hunter Biden's company became less corrupt when he worked there.
So did everyone said, don't go on there. Well, you know what? I had to get around the media block. There's a whole group of people out there that don't even know that we have stuff like this. They don't even know.
I know there's people that will believe this shit, but they already believe this shit. He's not changing any minds, chat room. Fear not.
MSNBC and the Washington Post, they're reading that. My paper in Minnesota.
Look at this dude.
And I'm sure there's papers all around the country that are horrible. There was the Minneapolis Star and Tribune, in case everybody wanted the name. Horrible.
I did.
They with all of this media.
It's like these people all found themselves at a bar after a bridal shower, and they're like, "Who the fuck is this guy at the end yelling at us?"
And with that being said, these people had not heard. So I go, well, if I go on Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, I knew he was going to attack me. There was a guy in there, they're making fun of me. We're going back and forth. But he said he watched 19 hours of our Frankathon when I launched Frank's speech, which by the media says it was a failure. That thing stood its ground. 150 million people came in there that weekend. Awesome. And people got to see stuff. But I go.
Yeah, I watched it too. Not all 19 hours. That's just ridiculous.
Talk about this. I get in the.
Oh, does he have groupies? Absolutely.
Green room out to California.
Kidding, right?
And I hear in the green room that he read my book. So I had a little piece. He had read my book, and I was just a guy, had functioning addict. I'm always an entrepreneur, owned bars. I had bought my sister flooded a 3rd-story building of an apartment complex once with a waterbed. I became a carpet cleaner. With the American dream, the freedoms we have here, you can be anything you want.
Yeah.
I'd fall down and pick.
The American dream is that your sister floods an apartment building with a waterbed.
The book, and I take over and I tell about my Lindale Recovery Network, and I'm going to do it one more time.
Yeah, I showed that earlier.
You have addiction. The Lindale Recovery Network
is ridiculous, unfortunately.
It's free. I spend millions.
Well, it's worth every penny. You get what you pay for.
No time people are looking for hope more than this. Go there. Instead of masking it with the, addiction, go there. There's your answer. The same input will get the same output. Try a different input. Go there. It's the best online
Thanks,
that
Joe.
I've ever known, ever. I'd say it is the best, but we'll have to see if I get fake fact book checked by Facebook.
You're fake fact book checked. Yeah, I fact checked you. Bullshit.
Oh no, he hits me with these questions. He had a list.
Yeah, you mean he came prepared for the interview?
No, this was a setup. This was their last thing they're gonna. So I go on there.
Sounds like Secretary of
during
State.
the commercial. It goes to.
Sounds like the Secretary of State.
This. Jimmy, a year ago now.
He told us this story already today.
After him because he had done something in the 90s, blackface or something. He did a lot of stuff. A lot of people, I can't help my past. I can only move forward. But in between their commercial, I said to Jimmy, I go, Jimmy, we have something in common. I said, they went after you last summer too. And he looked at me and he said, Mike, he said, the difference is I did something bad. All you did was back a man you believed in. And that meant a lot to me, That's Jimmy said that, Jimmy Kimmel. And we talked about things like, I go, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's how he wins you over for the interview, dum-dum. Also, he knows you're simple. That's kind of an insult.
And he's listened. He listened. We talked about it. We had the conversation, and believe me, he had a whole bunch of people, trolls, people upstairs all the way to Disney, owns the ABC, telling him, don't put him on. Maybe. I don't know. He said there were a lot of people sure said, don't put him on.
Yeah.
They couldn't crush me, right? Everyone over here said, don't go on. When that show ended, this was by the grace of God. I'll tell you, God's been watching over everything I've been doing because here's what happened.
Well, God loves a good belly laugh as much as I do.
And they all had that fake Mike that came out with the pillow thing. And he's always doing this perverted thing on his shows, with the pillow. And he comes wobbling out there, and he's doing this little skit. Well, I knew he was going to go to that. And I turned to the camera, and I said, no, you do it like this. Guaranteed the most comfortable pillow you ever owned. Use promo code Jimmy to save up to 66%. Jimmy goes, God, he stopped, right?
Yeah, because they have advertisers that pay for the space, and you can't go on and promote a product.
But
they've told them about that. That happens with other guests too. But please continue to think you're special.
Thing that was done at the end and taken away all the good stuff that was in there. That got seen by 10 to 20 million people. It's still up on YouTube and Vimeo. Probably the only thing.
By the way, Mike Lindell and I have both been on Kimmel the same number of times.
Minion. So that's using the media, the left media, and you know what? We shouldn't have to do that. We shouldn't have to do that. We shouldn't have to say, like right now, you got hit jobs out there in the media. I haven't even looked at them all. You got all this.
Just assume they're there, though.
It's right here, and you've seen it here.
Oh my God, Baby Daily. It's just an on and on story. He's told this one before today already.
I've seen that. It's the other people out there that are watching the baby. If you can't change the media, you got to try and get reach our people that are our friends that are just watching this.
You mean talk to the people who already agree with you? It's a great plan.
It's a wake-up call.
Isn't it?
Wake-up call. All of our voices have to be united. That's what Frank's speech is all about. I didn't put that out to make money, I'll tell you that. I put it up there to help save the country.
Mike, you have guests.
Safely go. I bought my own service. Bought this. I did something.
Mike, the other people there.
They're
not going to be there all night.
So it was safety. There is no way that any platform had this on today on YouTube or Vimeo.
Excuse me, I'm on YouTube and Twitch, twitch.tv/HalSparks. Also, fwank.com, FWANQ.com. Like and subscribe. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you can subscribe on Twitch for free. Just use your Amazon Prime.
Get through this, and it's going to be Thursday. We're going to have more news,
right?
And it's going to come back. We have a what's called red team.
Red team.
We have a red team here,
and there's a white team and a black team, and they're all going to mud wrestle.
Cyber forensic people that go deep, and they dig deep. And
oh boy, they do.
The first day, or getting close to it, Remember, there was a $5 million prize I
Deeper
put up.
and
Why did I
longer.
put that up, everybody? Because it got media last week when they weren't talking about it.
Yeah.
And then they come up to me, CNN's going, they did their hit job. 2.5 hours I sat with them. 2.5 hours. They pulled out 8 minutes. Did everybody see it come out?
Yes,
Comes out, he goes, come on.
I want to see the whole thing.
I don't know if you've seen that. You know why I said give me a hug? They sat there, that Drew, they couldn't find anything because you know what? When you say the truth, they can't change it.
Right,
they can't change it. I'm not just some guy that's going, you know, if I know the truth, I'm not going to go over here so I don't get attacked.
Right.
If you do that, that's what's got us in this position with the media. You know, people are afraid back in social media, if you say one thing, you know, then everyone's dive bombing in there. Those are bots and trolls, and people don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even worry about it. Anybody I've offended in my life is obviously a fake human. It's a great way to go around, you know, like I have no regrets in life because everything I've done wrong is clearly to a non-human. I mean, it's really easy when you dehumanize your critics.
And they're afraid to let it go. They're afraid to lose it. We have doctors who should be coming public talking about the real aspects of the China virus and the real aspects of the jab, and they're not because they're afraid of losing their position. We have nurses who need to let themselves be fired rather than bow down to any mandates. Restaurant owners, we get so many emails.
What a shock that the same crowd that thinks that the election was stolen from Trump also don't believe in vaccines.
Get fired. Let them fire you and then sue them.
Yeah, she doesn't work in any of these industries. Just get fired for what I believe.
Have anything
compromise.
If we don't have our freedom.
By the way, don't get fired for anything I believe. Get fired for things you believe.
And when you talk about that,
and if you don't believe them strongly enough to get fired for, don't.
He's a pilot. He was one of my pilots. He went out and he went to work for another airline right before this China virus. He's out there, and now I know of one person that was
one of his pilots
that died. That's it. Now, we're not even that close. Just somebody I knew on COVID. And I know now 6 that have died on the vaccine.
Yeah, absolutely.
And his parent died, took it, died, and the other, I think it was mother died, and his dad was sick right away. So then he now for the airline.
I'm gonna call bullshit.
He works for. They told him if you don't take the shot, we're done. And where's that coming from? Here's the guy. What are they going to do if you're,
Mike? By the way, we're going to have to put a pin in the fact that Mike Lindell says he knows 6 people who were killed by the vaccine.
The vaccine, if you didn't
who, Mike?
If it's supposed to be so good, it's choice. It's the other side. I get that. Don't make the people that don't want to take it.
That's right.
If somebody does their research.
No, you don't have to take it. Just don't fucking come anywhere I am.
I have family members that took it. And I would have liked to know is it really bad? Is one better than another? Just because what? They were emergency use thing?
Right.
I just wanted to know about it. I don't.
Yeah, you realize.
But if I was, I'd like to. If it was absolutely, I wanted to take it for some reason. I would.
HIPAA?
Yeah, just because it's cherry flavor.
Think about the research.
Yeah, what happened
open.
Well, what happened with HIPAA? What happened? I walked into a place the other day.
HIPAA's about diseases you've had, not inoculations. Children have to show their inoculation cards, dipshit.
To ask you this, I'm like, what about HIPAA?
They have every right to ask you.
What about HIPAA?
No,
we should not be readily
ship
giving.
sailed, isn't that funny?
Yeah, we should not be readily giving our medical information to anyone.
That's not medical information.
People think they can just walk right up to you and ask you your medical status.
Yeah,
this is America. Like we have privacy here. We have privacy.
Well, if you don't want to answer, you don't get to come the fuck in.
Nevada about a month and a half.
We'll assume you're pleading the 5th on the vaccine.
A friend of mine, it's a casino. It's the Riverside Casino. I had so many friends there back in the day, and they still do. I get in there, and they had a thing where in Nevada there, the people that, let's see, how did it work now? You had to, if you didn't, if you weren't vaccinated, if you didn't prove it, you had to wear a mask.
Right.
But then they offered money. So you got money if you took the vaccine.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And when they did that, so I'm talking to my friend who did it right away, took the vaccine. He goes, I did the right thing and took the vaccine, and now these guys are getting money for it. So it was like,
that was me, by the way. I'm not Mike Lindell's friend, but I was pissed was like, hey, I jumped right in. I'm not getting $1 million incentive. Had I known, I would have. The next pandemic, I'm waiting till Indiana starts offering $1 million. Then I'm flying in
military
to get a scholarship.
So I'm out of uniform, but I still have a lot of the people that I trained and helped mentor in the military. The chain of command that is now mandating
the anthrax vaccine
for military members is breaking faith. It is breaking faith with them. It is a betrayal. They sign up to defend the nation. They offer to sacrifice their own lives.
And apparently that involves maybe taking a vaccine.
Stand up for them. We have to tell elected officials, you cannot do it, because they will gut the military.
That's what they're doing.
They will gut the military if they do this.
You know what will gut the military? The Delta variant breaking out on a ship or a submarine.
Of our national defense.
Or a base.
We have to stand up for military members because what they are doing to them is wrong. If they want to take the vaccination, that's their business.
No, it isn't. They are not free people. They have signed up to serve in the military.
COVID.
Dude, you don't even get to pick if you want to do push-ups or not.
Right from the vaccination. It is wrong to mandate that they be vaccinated.
Sarge, I believe it is wrong to mandate pull-ups.
You know, there's when we say government,
not the exercise, the diapers. I prefer a cork.
Last summer, when you talk about these vaccinations, well, there was
Jesus Christ.
Back then, because I was attacked, people.
This is an election symposium.
Would work, and I put one on Anderson Cooper, got attacked. Hydroxychloroquine came out, then it went away. All these things attacked. Well, what I found out was that in order to be
going to pitch Oleander now
for the drug to be in emergency use, there had to be nothing else out there. So you got to get rid of everything out there to get that emergency use status.
No.
All that would have took. You know, now
treatments are not vaccines.
Yes. Why don't we just make an exception?
There were no other vaccines.
Where you make an exception.
The existence of monoclonal antibodies did not stop the vaccines from getting emergency authorization.
Emergency use instead of just something. Right. That's what they should have done. But you know, then you got to wonder, why didn't they do that? Because big pharma, I don't know, it goes deep.
China probably.
$0.6 million for Pfizer, that's why.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
$1.6 million? That's it?
It's a sad situation.
What time is it? He's boring himself with his vaccine.
We have here today, I want to say, you know, with coming here, you have all these, one of the things that's done too, a good manifestation of the things that happened here in the last 8 months is if this stuff went, you know, you can look, God's had his hand in all this, and you can, if you can't see the miracles of what we live in, here's why. When this happened, if you catch it right away and it goes back to Donald Trump and we don't find all this, not just finding out the cyber attack and that China took our country, but how about this? How about all the bad, evil politicians that pop their heads up?
Oh, God.
How about all the media that really went south? You go back 2 years and you just had a few and you just put up with their narrative. But then they turned this. We all thought, you know what, I thought about this once. And
oh, boy.
We were doing something where we were talking about, it was a solution to something in our country, but it involved getting people's emails and phone numbers. And this was 2 years ago.
Oh,
and everyone's saying, Mike, that'll never work. That's not going to work. People aren't going to give you their personal information like that. And I said, really? You gave everything you had to Facebook, Twitter, and you didn't even know them. We did it. We did it. We gave them all our data, everything about us.
No, we didn't.
And you know what? It came back to get us, didn't it?
That's right.
No.
But you know what? Now we know who they are. There's great things coming up, you know, all these social media platforms. You know what? We get through this, and your Twitters and Facebook.
Oh, maybe he's talking about Parler, because all your information is out there if you were on Parler.
Yeah, and either that or they're going to have to change the rules on there. You don't sit there and censor us. Who said that they can do this? That's insanity.
It is.
Who shame on you, media? Shame on you. It's what you've done to our country. How are these people going to answer to our country when this gets, what are they going to say? You know what? What are they going to say? You know what they're going to do?
What?
They're cowards. They're going to say, though, you know, they didn't read their names didn't get read off like today, right? They didn't get read off, so a lot of them can just go and hide, not Jim Acosta or people like that, but the little ones that were little, like gremlins in there just gobbling up and killing our country, they're going to just go, oh man, I guess that's bad behavior. I didn't know I was hurting our country. I didn't know I was actually stealing our country, helping China steal our country and our freedoms forever.
Sure.
So we are in the best time in history because all this got revealed. And we've got all we need to pull down this election and gain 2020. Because you know what? In our country's history, every elected official in our history, if you found out fraud was committed, there's no statute of limitations, i.e. crime. The real person that won gets put back in immediately and finish out that term. It's just never happened at the presidential level. And that Supreme Court's there to protect our country. Sure. And you know what? They said, Mike, they're never going to look at it. It's different now. That everything, what they're seeing now, and what everybody's seeing now is their family. They're 9 people. They're 9 people like us. They have families. They have children. They have grandchildren. They have neighbors. They have friends. They would never. You know what? If you're out there and the media, they're not going to play it. But if they're out there and somebody's watching Frank's speech right now, and you're watching it, and you know one of them, tell them, get them watching this tomorrow. Get them watching it. It doesn't, and anyone said,
if you know a Supreme Court justice, call them. Get them on the phone. Say, you got to watch this. This is sweet. I know you're in the middle of, writing a majority or minority opinion on a crucial constitutional issue. But honestly,
I'm going to say you didn't even bother to watch to see what we had, to see the evidence we have. It's 100%. This is cyber forensic evidence. China attacked us. We showed it from 6 different angles. Now we got to do something about it.
Yeah.
That's
right.
And it's going to be great.
I'm looking forward to Thursday. I'm looking forward to seeing what Red Team has for us on Thursday and just further evidence of what we know has happened.
I know what they have.
And especially in our great state of Colorado. We want to see exactly what transpired during the election. We know that there was interference.
Nothing.
We know that there's been mischief in our elections, and we're excited to see this play out and to hold those people accountable, just like you're saying. But it does take courageous individuals who will step up and who will, it costs. It costs.
Right.
Could I ask a question from the audience?
Yes.
Can I just ask, just show of hands, anybody who thinks that our voting systems are secure?
It's not
we get a lot of elected officials
polls.
in our state 100% sure, and I just got to ask them, and you're not allowed to say the name either. You can't say Dominion. People are afraid to say Dominion.
No, I said
if
Dominion.
If you want to know who rules you, ask who you aren't allowed to criticize.
Yeah.
So I got to ask.
ES&S apparently.
Yep.
Why can't they say Dominion?
Apparently,
if they're so
ES&S.
sure, take the machines out to DEF CON to the voting village. Take them out, set them up. Show us they're secure. See what happens.
That's right.
I guarantee the hackers don't think they're secure. They've never taken a system there that the hackers didn't take apart in seconds or minutes, and I'm talking about kids.
Yeah, take it out there and plug it in to their system. Like it would be on the day.
I'll say it one more time.
Or during their existence.
My pillows had rocks and knives in them.
Oh, God, the rocks and knives analogy. Shit.
Look at it. There's nothing in there but beautiful.
I would just show you the beautiful, natural, organic filling.
They have rocks and knives.
Moms, I did not see the Venmo. I apologize. Hold on. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, bless you. And thank you, Kelly, as well. Thank you so much, Moms. Thank you for sitting through the symposium for us, with us. I appreciate that. That was very sweet.
Wait on it. Today, just 3 more lawsuits this morning. You know why?
Because they violated the terms of not being sued?
And Newsmax and Patrick's Burns.
5 eggs.
This morning.
They're each being sued for 5 eggs apiece.
Isn't that, that's bizarre. For what? They didn't even know what we were getting.
Somebody's called 5 eggs in the chat. That's beautiful.
Think about that. The Facebook fact checkers lead stories, which are here, which this Mern that's over in Belgium or whatever. He makes the calls for all of us in our country. He decides what's real or not on Facebook.
Well, yeah, but I don't decide what's real based on Facebook.
Change nudity in porn. They said they didn't do that one. Oh, did Mark Zuckerberg do it himself? You're the guy.
And anybody playing anti-Semitic Jews grub for money bingo at home, we've got our 17th suck-a-buck of the last 3 hours.
They make this possible for it to keep that this has been suppressed for Dominion.
Was Lindo at the Capitol on Jan 6? I don't think so.
Facebook, and why are they all covering it? Why do they care?
Yeah.
Why do they care about Dominion?
Because it's a functioning company with employees and investments, and you're shit-talking them, and it's affecting their bottom line, and they can sue the organizations that carry those messages.
Oh, Brian, he's worried about signature and not having mail-in ballots. It's a cover-up. You bought $107 million worth of Dominion machines in 2019, Brian.
Well, the state did.
Brad Rassenberg didn't give the list. And when the president asked him, all these dead people, I read it earlier, all these dead people, non-residents, just give us 2 of them. We lost by 11,000 votes. Those are the wrong numbers. That's what he said. Who gets by with that? Well, where do we get the numbers? We got them from Brad.
Only Democrats get away with that nonsense.
No, but that was a Republican.
Okay, well, rhinos too.
Yeah, those two. No, there's Doug Ducey. This is another thing.
But they do cover each other.
People have popped themselves up. They're not for the people. Why would you have? These are deviations. Everybody can figure out for themselves. You got Doug Ducey. Let's just take Doug Ducey and Brian Kemp. Why would you obstruct if you have a party agenda? If you have a party agenda, which most politicians, the parties are so split now. Yeah. If you're here, you got to be over here. If you're here, you got to be over here. And they try and tell the people got to be the same way.
That's right.
That's what they're doing. If you're here, you're right down the middle. It's everything over here, and we can list off what's over here, or whatever, and over here. But you got to wonder. Let's just look at it. Doug Ducey, you got the Arizona audit. When the Arizona came in, they've been working on it, they said, since December.
Just saying.
But you know how that started? Because Doug Ducey, when they were showing the evidence that they worked hard to get, 10 hours of evidence, 1 hour into it, Doug Ducey went on national TV and says, our election is good. Now you got to ask yourself, why would he do that?
Right.
Is he have a party agenda? No, he's a Republican.
Right.
Does he?
Because Republicans were on television decrying the election as it went on.
Phone number. I said, Doug, lose my number.
And because people were doubting it because his state wasn't going the way it did.
And I think other states are this way too. Their ego doesn't.
Sorry, I was just showing the fact that Brian Kemp's relationship with ES&S was drawn into the spotlight during the Stacey Abrams fight that he had, and it's part of the reason why once he was in office, to basically cover his tracks, he switched to the Dominion machines in Georgia. And Republicans and voters like them.
Positions like Matt Crane in Colorado, the executive director of the Clerk and Recorders Association, and they have partnerships with Dominion. They serve as consultants for Dominion and Lafayette and other agencies that work in the voting system. And so it doesn't benefit them personally to come against that agency. It doesn't benefit them personally to come against Dominion voting machines.
Or voting in general.
Wives work for these companies. And so they may be nice people and they may not in and of themselves have negative or bad motives, but they have to recuse themselves from even commenting because they're so vested in the companies that they can't tell you the truth. Because it would hurt them, it would make them look dumb. They don't want to apologize. They don't want to go backwards and say that was a bad
projection.
It's ego. And ego is in Republicans, Democrats, and unaffiliated.
And especially in this crowd.
And the best need of the people.
So at some point, what you're saying is admitting that you are talking out of your ass about this stuff would benefit the country, but it's ego.
You have an R, a D, or an I, or a U, however it is in your state, behind your name. And that's why we have the situation that we're in right now. It is never good to centralize anything. And in Colorado...
Yeah, it is. I mean, you need a federal government to have a country.
Voting and have everything flow from her office rather than our duly elected clerk and recorders as well. So it's just power. It's power and it's ego. And it's why it's so important to have God and to have accountability.
which is a centralized form of power, by the way.
Elected official people.
How many gods are we allowed to have? Apparently, are you a polytheist?
Because we keep them in line and we're going to keep them in check. That's
She's holding her mic so you know she's fucking talking, okay?
with the people. And then they'll keep straight. They'll stay straight. I think one of the most incredible things has been
Kind of crushing on her, I'm not going to lie.
amazing people that you find, the talent that you find around you in your own local communities, and giving them a place to stand. People like Sean Smith, people like, we have some great people in the room tonight. Our vice chair is here tonight, our Republican vice chair, Jackie, and she's amazing, Jacqueline Anderson. And
It's weird that you all travel in packs.
we give them a voice and we say, here you go. They're regular people. That's what we need. And when our politicians get power,
They put on their pants one head at a time. Oh, thanks, babe. Look at that. Food. Is he okay? Do we have a word? We don't know. Is he feeling okay?
Oh, you don't want to have my day?
I guess not.
I don't think you want it. I'm trying not to lose my...
Okay. Because of, yes, I understand.
Oh, there was a doctor on the phone that prescribed some kind of horse pill parasite thing that...
Ivermectin?
Because 700 of his people have responded well to it that have COVID. Mind you, we don't even know if he has it yet, but he was prescribed the pills, and he paid $100 for a phone call set up by his father.
For fuck's sake.
So,
Yeah.
I'm about to lose my...
Understood. I agree with you, and
The fact you...
hi kids, we'll be with you in just a moment. Murphy is telling us a
have
story.
an issue with a vaccine, but you will put a horse parasite pill into a
Child, right?
teenager
Yes, right.
that you don't even know has it. So I'm going to find out who this doctor is and
All
go
right.
report him because
Right. Holy shit. That's ivermectin. That's the horse paste pill.
Yeah.
I've been talking about on the show.
So we have a prescription of it if you would like to pick it up. And he charged $100 to Ethan's credit card to
Sell it.
no to have
Oh, for a
call.
phone conference. Yeah, oh.
Mhm.
So yeah.
So we don't. So we just want to wrap it. We'll find out. But yeah.
Love you. I will hug you in a little bit when they're done with this, and I'm sorry, and I'm not shocked at all.
No, I'm not either. But I'm dumbfounded.
Right.
Like I don't know where that logic.
It belongs nowhere. If there is none. You're looking for logic where
Like,
there is none. That's
I'm
goofy.
trying like.
Yes, I completely understand. Uh-huh.
Because I don't know if we can A, go anywhere, and B, because I can't send him over there, because he'll die.
Right.
And I don't trust that he won't come over here and shove a horse pill down his fucking throat.
Right.
Sorry. So.
All right.
That we don't have it.
We will play it by ear and we'll do what we have to do.
All with him.
Yes. Love you. Thank you for the food. And I'm sorry. And you're wonderful. And I love you. I love you and you're wonderful. I'm just going to say
You
that.
still love me if I stab somebody?
It depends on who, obviously. If it's me, I might be a little miffed for a while till the wound heals. You've done worse, honestly. There's nothing. Stabbing me would not be the worst thing you've done to me over time. So I at least
Excuse me, who's talking?
a knife wound would
Excuse
heal.
me.
Would have healed by now.
Speak for yourself.
I am speaking for myself. This is not a good time to pick. Yes, people in the chat are going, don't take ivermectin. Yeah, agreed.
Oh no, don't worry.
No, we're not. This is ridiculous. Lunacy.
We don't even know if he has anything.
Right.
That's what I'm.
Yeah, that's the
what
weird
I'm
part.
Fired up about. How do you prescribe that to somebody?
Just give it to anybody who's got a fever. Anybody who's got a fever, you just give them horse pills.
He was out in the heat this morning, like at camp. So
Right. It could just be sunstroke.
Right.
It could just be totally.
Dehydrated. So like.
Son of a bitch.
That's why I'm fried.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the tangled web we weave. Hi, kids. Long story short, we vacillate between pro-vaccine and not pro-vaccine households with one of the kids. And, yeah. That's all I'm saying. HIPAA. Just join me with the HIPAA. Go ahead, Mike. You were saying?
In my possession. You can't change it. and we're going to get through. So far, it's all good. So, good night. And you guys, tomorrow, I think we open the doors. What time do we open the doors tomorrow?
Good night.
Tim.
7 o'clock was what the fuck?
8 o'clock, we can come here.
What are you
Tomorrow
talking
will
about?
be all different, everybody. Tomorrow we have a lot of stuff going on and a lot of speakers. Dr. Sheba flew in. We have a couple other ones I'm not going to tell you yet. It's going to be a surprise. There's stuff coming tomorrow
Anybody else
that
who's
you're
been
not
raided?
going to want to miss. And we're going to keep going, and we're going to get through this so we get our voices out there. Tell everyone you know, every single person you know, to go to frankspeech.com. This is how we win. We have to get it out there, get the truth out there.
Right.
And
We
God
need to
bless you
expose
all. We'll
ourselves.
talk to you tomorrow. See you.
That's what the fuck is about this 72-hour shit? If they start replaying this bullshit,
We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
In the U.S. election results. Detailed logs documented entries into the tabulation system for the election itself, and the team saw many anomalies in areas of extreme concern. Then in November 2020, multiple groups of concerned Americans came together because they all
watched this
observed
already.
something incredible in the 2020.
all right, hold on. We're going back to RSBN or OAN. Do we go? Let's go to OAN. See what they're doing. One America News Live, doing a live stuff, live somewhere, live thing, showing a thing. Oh, you gotta pay money for that? Forget it. Let's see. We'll go back to RSBN. Whoops. Oh, sorry, one. Right side, broadcasting network, watching it live. They're gonna talk to the people. Right
Our nation
side.
and our world.
Oh shit! They're just playing the same fucking
While the
thing.
U.S. media will undoubtedly discredit this information as far-right conspiracy theory,
Yes.
the fact is the people involved in this investigation represent
Are
all
assholes.
colors, all creeds, and all political parties.
Well, hey,
To ignore this
congratulations
message
on the diversity
is
of
to
assholes.
surrender to a government takeover that will gravely affect the lives of every man, woman, and child
Gravy effect.
of
They have a
every
gravy
nation.
effect.
If there ever was an authentic, nonpartisan issue, this is it.
And yet, you found a way to make
In
it partisan.
1970, Henry Kissinger said, "Who controls the food supply controls the people. Who controls the
same.
energy can control whole continents. Who controls
We
money
already saw
can
this
control
shit.
the world."
Now we already looked at that. It was just a map. I thought that was a video. This is what they keep replaying. The Your Wake Up Call by Lindell TV. And then this is the ongoing election data. This is just going on. Oh, shit, I missed it. Back up. Shit, let me back it up again. You can click here and back it up if you miss something. I'm reading. I'm like Rip Torn in Defending Your Life. But, oh shit, I missed it again. Shit, is that a 2? That's a 2. That was a 2. Okay, write that down. That was a 2. Where's that? Okay. I should just play the Tron theme and eat some food. Where's Rudy? Yeah, they didn't invite Rudy Giuliani? Like assholes? Or did he not show up because he was afraid of what would happen to him? That's a good question. Oh, what do you know? This is the same thing. Yeah, Seidel, okay. I feel like, let's see, it's 7 o'clock. I feel like I can rap and you guys can just go about your business and we'll drop in and see what the fuck they're saying. Unless I want to wait and see after they play this little piece, if they jump back in. I'm going to go, I know, hold on. Rumble. Let's see, what's on Rumble that we can look at? How to make a cake out of hairbrush with 100% edible hair. That's nice. Dog poses for video with ball hanging out of his mouth. Husky intimidates Sweet Pups. Cuomo resigns. Twitter suspends Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's fun. And New York Post stuff. Baby. What's up, baby? Triple X gatekeeper. Bongino. It's time for civil disobedience. Oxygen is essential. Asshole, you're outside. CNN and Democrat Cory Bush slammed for pushing GoFundMe hoax over immigrant eviction moratorium raising $230K. That's Tim Pool. Lauren Chan, will Texas secede? No, they won't. Save you that viewing pleasure. 10 updates with Adam Aaron. Who is on this show? Oh, look. This is a video I kind of wish we had done. This is Rand Paul's little weird statement about they can't arrest all of us. And by the way, the surprise at 7 o'clock was Lindell walked the fuck off stage.
It's time for us to resist. They can't arrest all of us.
Hi, asshole. You sound like someone speaking January 6th.
They can't keep all of your kids home from school.
No, just the sick ones and the ones who don't get, let's say, measles or whooping cough vaccines.
They can't keep every government building closed.
Well, no, they don't have to. They just keep you out.
Although I've got a long list of ones they might keep closed or ought to keep closed.
Sure, the EPA and Department of Education and I don't know who oversees whether ophthalmologists are quacks or not.
We don't have to accept the mandates, lockdowns, and harmful policies of the petty...
No, but you can participate in them because they're good for people.
Tyrants and bureaucrats.
Or we don't also have to let petty tyrants and bureaucrats override well-thought-out medical advice because they think that the whole thing's fake and that they're immune somehow magically.
We can simply say no, not again.
Well, yeah, and stay the fuck home.
Again. Nancy Pelosi, you will not arrest or stop me or anyone on my staff from doing our jobs.
Well, no one's stopping you from doing your jobs. You just have to wear a mask if you're on that side of the floor. And by the way, they'll just ask you to leave. And if you refuse to leave and you still won't put on a mask, that's when they arrest you. Because that's the standard for the space you're in. And you're a senator, not a House member.
We have either had COVID, had the vaccine, or been offered the vaccine.
And if you've been offered the vaccine and not gotten it, wear a fucking mask or get the fuck out of here.
Make our own health choices. We will not show you a passport. We will not wear a mask. We will not be forced into random screenings and testings.
They're not random. They have to do with a current pandemic and a strain of the virus that's spreading through red areas that voted for you.
You can continue your drunk with power reign over the Capitol.
If she was drunk with power, do you think she would slow the economy down? I'm just saying, if you were wanting to make a shit ton of money, you would just want the whole thing to open up again. Remember, you forgot your storyline, which was as soon as Biden gets elected, you'll never hear of a lockdown again and the disease will be magically gone. You and Ted Cruz were spouting that bullshit last year, and then here we are.
President Biden, we will not accept your agency's mandates or your reported moves towards a lockdown.
He's not watching this, and he has no reported moves towards a lockdown. They are reported by Sean Hannity and the fantasy crowd.
No one should follow the CDC's anti-science mask mandates.
It's not anti-science. It's actually pro-science. All the reports show that wearing masks are actually good for you and help prevent the spread of the disease. Notice the lack of flu cases cresting less than 10,000 flu cases last year in the hospital.
And if you want to shut down federal agencies again, some of which aren't even back to work yet, I will stop every bill coming through the Senate with an amendment.
How can you stop him from stopping things that haven't started yet? That sounds like bureaucracy to me.
Amendment to cut their funding if they don't come back to work in person.
Why? Why would they endanger their lives? Why would you cut their funding for literally them being worried about dying?
Local bureaucrats and union bosses, We will not allow you to do more harm to our children again this year. Children are not at any more risk from COVID than they are from the seasonal flu.
Maybe the Alpha variant, but the Delta variant is kicking some kids' asses.
Every adult who works in schools has either had the vaccine or had their chance to get vaccinated.
And the ones who have had their chance and not taken it are the fucking problem, you dunce.
There is no reason for mask mandates, part-time schools, or any lockdown measures.
Sure there is.
Children are falling behind in school.
The Delta variant is the reason.
And are being harmed physically and psychologically by...
No, they're not. No, they aren't. They're only being physically harmed or psychologically harmed by parents going, oh my God, if they have to wear masks, they'll be broken. My children are a wreck. Instead of just going, yeah, this is going to be a temporary thing. You'll be fine. Just got to take care of them and watch out for this thing. And then we'll get through this. You know, like a good parent.
By the tactics that you have used to keep them from the classroom during the last year. We won't allow it.
The tactics. Oh, I see. It isn't being kept out of the classes that made them... broke them psychologically. It's the tactics you used, which were school administrators issuing guidance.
Again, if a school system attempts to keep children from full-time in-person school, I will hold up every bill with two amendments, one to defund them and another to allow parents the choice of where the money goes for their child's education.
No, they can just homeschool and, according to Trump, turn their kids into second-class citizens. By the way, please do this because nothing will make Republicans step across and end a filibuster like this tomfoolery.
Do I sound fed up to you?
No, you sound stupid. And possibly high.
That's because I am.
I don't care. Why would I give a shit if you're fed up? You're a senator from a state I spent more time in than you have.
I'm not a career politician.
You're not. Yes, you are. Your father was a politician.
I practiced medicine for 33 years.
And never got good at it. That's it? They just cut it off? Is there a second piece? Wait, hold on. Don't try. Is there more to this? Why did Sean Hannity's Rumble channel deny it? See, this is here you go. Here's the 3-minute. Unless it's theirs. What a jackass. Imagine.
It's time for us to resist. They can't arrest us.
All right. We were where? 2-something?
An eye surgeon. I've been telling everyone for a year now that Dr. Fauci and other public health bureaucrats were not following the science, and I've been proven right time and time again.
No, you haven't. There is a Delta variant ripping through red states and killing Trump voters because of your bullshit. You are directly related to the cause and causality of this particular variant.
But I'm not the only one who's fed up.
I don't give a shit that you're fed up. Why would I give a shit about other people you cite? Unless he's going to cite me, isn't he?
I can't go anywhere these days without people coming up and thanking me for standing up for them.
Does the thanks come in the form of a neighbor and a headlock?
Whether I'm at work or at events in Kentucky, at airports, in restaurants, or in stores.
Yes, no one who isn't already on your side or isn't an anti-vaxxer wants to talk to you. So you have a self-selecting crowd because other people are too nice in Kentucky to come up and tell you to fuck off.
People thank me for
no, they don't.
Taking a stand.
No, this is bullshit. This is right-wingers and Trump supporters. That's not, you're not crossing any barrier. These are fellow anti-vaxxers.
They thank me for standing up for
they do thank me.
Actual science, for standing up for freedom, for standing.
What freedom would that be? Oh, the freedom to die prematurely for no reason, for petty stubbornness.
Against mandates, lockdowns, and bureaucratic power grabs. I think the tide is turning.
Wait a minute. Isn't one senator, because he's fed up and doesn't like the CDC, holding up bills about a bunch of other stuff, including education, until his bill gets heard. Petty bureaucracy? Isn't that the definition of it? Isn't the filibuster itself a petty tyranny?
As more and more people are willing to stand up, I see stories from across the country of parents.
Yeah, so I see stories from across the country from the only news sites I pay attention to.
Parents standing up to the unions and school boards. I see brave moms standing up and saying, my kids need to go back to school in
They are going back to school in person.
I see members
They are going back to school in person.
of Congress refusing to comply with petty tyrant Pelosi. We are.
Well, it really doesn't have much to do with Pelosi, though, let's be honest. There are just people they work with that they would like to kill. And this is their only real shot. If they could be kind of a human smallpox blanket, that's their one shot.
At a moment of truth and a crossroads, will we allow these people to use fear and propaganda to do further harm to our society?
Dude, that's exactly what your video is. This is using fear as propaganda to destroy society. Of course, mainly by destroy society, I'm talking about the Republican Party, because those are the people dying in mass.
Economy and children? Or will we stand together and say, absolutely not? Not
And we're all standing together and saying, absolutely not, Squirrelhead.
this time. I choose freedom.
The freedom to what? Freedom to what? Watch other people die? Know that you're protected by the Alpha variant, so if people get the Delta variant in your state, fuck them? By the way, I don't know why that would result in much. Oh, they're still playing that shit. Okay, back to Red. Then we go to just hanging out till I need to see if they're actually coming back from this shit or not. August 6th. Q&A with Rudy Giuliani. Special guest question from Steve Bannon. Jesus. Has he done anything since the 6th? Oh, this is it. Response to sexual harassment allegation. Rudy Giuliani. Miami Roundtable Q&A on Cuba. Roundtable. He's at a fucking restaurant. Yeah, we almost did this one a couple weeks ago because we don't need to dive into this. We really don't. I'm just waiting to see if they actually come back. LeBron James slam. We watched this whole video earlier. Let's see. Texas schools refusal. Right there. This was kind of an interesting story, and I have to look into it because this just happened. And we'll carry on with this in a little bit. But Senator Cory Booker, Democrat of New Jersey, addressed the Senate floor after Republicans attempted to pass an amendment they thought would put Democrats on the spot and pigeonhole them as anti-police. The amendment came from Senator Tommy Tuberville, which just sounds like a 1958 Klan member of Congress. He just Republican from Alabama. And it was a non-binding amendment to punish localities that defund the police, a non-binding bill that means that it is essentially toothless and carries no actual penalties. Booker mocked the amendment as, quote, a gift. I'm so excited, he exclaimed. This is the highlight of this long and painful night. This is a gift. If it wasn't a complete abdication of my Senate procedures and esteem, I would walk over there and hug my colleague from Alabama. Applause could be heard from the senator's chamber. And I will tell you right now, thank God, Booker continued, because there are some people that said there were members of this political body that wanted to defund the police. My horror. And now this senator is giving us the gift of finally, once and for all, to put to bed this scurrilous accusation that somebody in this esteemed body would want to defund the police. So let's all of us, 100 people, not walk, but sashay down there and vote for this amendment to put to rest the lies. He closed by saying, I'm sure I will see no political ads attacking anybody here over defund the police. The amendment passed 99-0. See the video below. Oops. That's amazing. 99.0. This is a gift. So, and this is from the gathering of that. Oh boy. So, are they back yet? Nope. Are they just playing this shit? This is the eat your lunch.
They're going to eat our lunch.
Yeah, right. And then they're going to eat our lunch. He's deadly serious. Yeah, he is. Doesn't mean he's capable of doing it. It's just that they're going to try. And a lot of the ways that China's going to try are not going to be friendly. P.S. Yeti mic, Mac laptop. There's no particular reason why this asshole's laptop needs to be on the desk, except that cyber. It was about Chinese social
The CCP doesn't ask them for information. They don't need to. They have access to the information.
There seems to be a great disconnect. I mean, the American people, at least the kids who are on TikTok, have no concern about what we're talking about here.
Their ignorance of the threat does nothing to diminish it.
It's estimated that at least 80% of American adults have had their private information harvested by China. Big Pharma has exported the vast majority of their production to China. Currently, 97%.
That's why Biden's been passing bills, and part of the rescue package and part of the infrastructure package actually pulls some of that back. Trump didn't do that, but whatever.
Rare earth minerals come from China, which are vital for smartphones, electric cars, defense, and other technologies.
Yeah, but we have them too, and so does Africa, and so does Canada, and so does South America. We just don't want to destroy the environment doing it, so right now they're cheaper coming from China.
In lockstep,
because they don't care.
Drug cartels, 97% of fentanyl, one of the most addictive and deadly drugs, is smuggled into the U.S. from China. People's Liberation Army hackers are executing unconstrained penetration, surveillance,
yummy,
of cyber attacks on U.S. businesses, critical infrastructure, intelligence apps.
Hal's mom was a nurse. She kept him regular, had a secret code to record his bowel movements on a kitchen calendar. You're on to me, WW.
Government takeover that will
thank you, Lauren.
Affect the lives of every man, woman, and child of every class, culture, and nation. Our goal is to reach and revive the heart of humanity while there's still time. This is your wake-up call.
We have put together, I think,
Yeah, he's talking about dealing with voter fraud, not perpetrating it. But nobody, look, nobody ever says something that they, that's the opposite of what they mean.
We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges.
All right. Oh, wait. Are they back? Hold on. Is there audio? Hello? Hello? Are you there? Let me check the sound. Yeah, there's definitely sound coming from the computer. Yeah, that's sound all right.
Captain's log. We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges. Michigan gave us Motang.
They're just not, they're just going to live stream them all having dinner at the cyber symposium. Uh-oh, somebody's got a note. Is there something you want to share with the whole class? It's for you. You're not allowed to read anything. That's the dude who wouldn't let go of the mic when the other guy wanted to have a hold of it. There's no audio feed currently. Let's see. I just want to check. Maybe this is at the top of the day when they first started this up, or maybe this is end of the day. It's hard to tell. That's, by the way, this guy right here, hold on. This guy right here is the guy from that video they were just playing. Did Mike leave and now they're back up? I gotta find out. We must know. I must know. Get used to disappointment. RSB, whoops, BN again. Are they coming? Let's see. Watch live. Are they carrying it live? You bastards. Oh yeah, they're carrying it live. And they don't have audio either. The mics are off. There's nothing. RSBN live coverage will resume Wednesday at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. Fight censorship by buying pillows, which is what they're saying. Are they gonna start this shit all over again? Is this this isn't live now? Guys, we're about to start, and anybody, let me put your microphone on. Oh yeah, this might be the start of the day. We didn't get to see the beginning of this, so if you don't mind, I'll stay on for another half hour, and we'll watch the beginning of this nonsense. This is the replay. They do have mics, but they're not on yet. They were giving that guy his, and then they're going to turn them on. Guys, it's awesome. You're doing great. And this is coming from a guy with a salmon polo shirt. And then if we we move one boob to the right, and then we slap it and poke it, and then we karate chop. This is fascinating. I'm very excited to see where this is coming from. By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks for hanging out all day. I am not doing this again tomorrow and the next day. I will be on at relatively the regular times. I will be on the road tomorrow, in theory, I hope. And then I have a show Saturday. So Beyond Radio, I've got a show Saturday night, and my girlfriend and I are going to be driving tomorrow to California. So hopefully we'll get in the window. It's really 36 hours. Yeah, they're just cheating us. They're shaving off. He did say 72 hours straight. It's bullshit. Thank you for wishing my girlfriend Summer a happy birthday. I will do my best to give one to her. Is this how this shit started? Did anybody jump in to this nonsense? Because this is Frank's speech, so they're running. This must be how it ran. The mic, there's the volume is up. I am not, there you go. Mic is not, the speaker's not crossed out, therefore I am not, we don't know. I'm very excited. How you guys doing? You all right? Where are you? Are you Mega? Oh, here comes Mike. Yes, this is top of the day. So you don't get to talk. No, Mike gets to talk. Up. It's not on. Up, guys. Up. He has that weird, like, talking while he's not talking thing with his bottom lip. My mic's not on. Black guy in mask who actually knows how to run shit surrounded by lunatics.
Sure
there we go.
Too. Test. All right, everybody. The company, and I don't know, I guess I'll have some explaining to, but it was called Limelight. Fuckers. Both their things went down. Those are the ones I paid for having insurance, and they went down, so we'll find out.
Yeah.
Right? But we're not with them right now. We're live streaming, and we're going to start our program. OEN got hooked up. If everybody could take your seats. This is the way it would have started. But I have Kendra Reeves is going to lead us in a prayer to start this out. The prayer for our nation. And Kendra, go ahead.
Would you guys join with me in prayer? And thank you so much for being here and all your time and effort and energy. We really appreciate every one of you. So, Father, in Jesus' name, God, we just praise you, God, for bringing this together, God. We give you all the glory. God, we ask for you to order all this today. Order it, God, according to your will. Let your will be done and your kingdom come, God, to our lives on earth as it is in heaven, and everything involved with the technology and getting your word out, God, and getting the truth out. God, your word says that we will know the truth and the truth will set us free. I'm asking for the truth to be revealed today. God, in the next 3 days, Lord, I'm asking you to uncover. I'm asking you to bring forth anything, God, that we need to see, Lord. And we just want your truth, God. You are truth. God, we worship you. We praise you, God. We thank you, God, for this nation, God. You founded this nation, God, for religious freedom. And we acknowledge, God, that we are one nation under God. And we give you the glory, God, and we praise you and we thank you. And I just want to say a quick prayer. I felt led like to acknowledge these things and just ask for mercy and say a little bit from Daniel. This was a prayer from Daniel, chapter 9. Oh Lord, you are great and awesome God. You always fulfill your covenant and keep your promises of unfailing love to those who love you and obey your commands. But we have sinned and done wrong. We have rebelled against you and scorned your commands and regulations. We have refused to listen to you and to your servants and your prophets.
She almost said
And then later on, it talks about asking God. It says, "Oh my God, lean down and listen to us. Open your eyes and see our despair. We make this plea not because we deserve help, but because of your mercy. We are crying out for your mercy on our nation, God. We have turned our back on you in many, many ways, and we're asking you to forgive us. I'm repenting of that with people, God, that want to repent here and just say, we have taken you out of our society, out of our schools, out of our media, out of our lives, and we have turned our back on you, and we call that sin, and we're just asking you to forgive us, have mercy on us, and listen and act. It says, "O Lord, hear. O Lord, forgive. O Lord, listen and act for your own sake. Do not delay, oh my God, for your people." And we just thank you and praise you, God, ahead of time. Give you all the glory for everything you're going to do over these next 3 days. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay. 26 gods.
Now we're going to have Brandon House come up here. He's going to
Brandon,
lead us in the national anthem, or the Pledge of Allegiance, or both.
Yeah. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. What, do you forget half of it? Fuck, man.
Please join me in singing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free?
Oh, that was bad. That was a made-up.
And the home of the brave.
Play ball. Now, take me out to the ball game.
Good job, Brandon. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
if everybody can be seated,
Yeah,
and I want everybody around the world, what you're going to see next in this video,
Same song.
I want everybody,
Really?
you share it, you get it out
the
everywhere.
same bullshit.
From Australia, I know you're watching even in China right now. And you
On
get out
VP
this.
Yes, on VPNs. They're watching in China going, can you believe these morons? Mama, 我要告诉你，看起来这个笨蛋。
To delve into irregularities in the U.S. election results. Detailed logs documented.
Jesus Christ. And they're just going to play, like, I don't know if at the beginning they played the thing like fucking Big Brother. Oh, they're still moving the cameras around, though. That's fun. Cut to the thing. Don't show what we're doing. This is our main competitor? Right, yeah. I hope SNL does their thing on this. Yeah, they should do hour 72. and everyone else is exhausted, but Mike Lindell is strangely perky. Even in China, they don't have, they don't understand a word. No, even with translation. Australia's watching, not you. Yes. Thank you, Janine. Hi. Oh, man. Hi, Nat. Oh, my gosh. All right. I'm not, this, I mean, it's fucking, this video, it is straight out of 1984. It's so gross. He looks like the villain in, goddamn, what was that series on Amazon? I'm blitzing on it now because I have been watching this bullshit and my brain is starting to fade. I think I have a brain cramp from Michael Lindell's idiocy. Jesus. Please be seated, all rise. Dude looks like the old guy from Babe. Yes, it's Rasputin. Candyman, Superman. This is really crap. It's the Swedish Chef. Lindell is definitely exhausting. We've watched this bullshit before. I'm curious though, since they're back from it, well, they'll play the video now, won't they? Shit. Unless I want RSBN to be interviewing people. Shouldn't they be doing, like, don't replay it. They should be there live. Are they watching? Are they doing it? What's happening?
Controls the people.
No. Shit. Same shit. New window. Let's see. Is somebody, somebody's got to be pirating this goddamn thing and putting up besides me. By the way, thanks for hanging in there, guys. Long day, lots of stuff. Bless you. Those of you that have stumbled upon this because I'm just going like a maniac, you should, at this point, you should, know that I normally stream at 3 o'clock Pacific time for a couple hours a day, dealing with this kind of nonsense in shorter chunks. The rare, like Trump has a rally on the 31st. We'll do that whole thing, for example, though, and it's basically my show is premised on the idea that if you put up a clip or you post a lecture or a show, and I decide to critique it, I do the whole fucking thing. I do all of it, right? I don't cut pieces out and go, look what they said, and jimmy my jokes in on top of it. I let it ride. So if, on rare occasion that I criticize someone and then they change their position shortly thereafter, we can all see that I was mistaken and I can say so. Which never happens, but you understand the possibility. Thanks, Erica. I appreciate you guys doing this too, because I know some of you were going to want to look at this nonsense as it went out, but were, had trepidation about signing up at Frank's speech so that you could watch it, giving him your goddamn email and phone number, which, by the way, you don't have to give him a real one, because it doesn't matter. Just in case you want to watch the Frank speech stuff, it does not make you, it doesn't send you an email that you have to verify to allow you in. You just punch it, put the shit in, and it automatically opens. Yes, I do not Greg Kelly my shit at all. In this particular instance, because it's so fucking long, and because we picked up about noon 30, and kind of co-wrote it along with when I was on Stuttering John's podcast, there are parts of it that obviously I missed because I would mute it like we're doing right now. But we watched this whole fucking movie when they put it out the first time, and this is supposed to be the thing that makes you go, oh my God, we're in such danger, y'all. America, you in danger, girl. That's what this video is supposed to make us do. It's not going to, but yeah, there you go. Trying to see if, let's see, is there let's see. Let's see if I go Cyber Symposium. Let's see, filters. Today, be good. Cube. Ooh, this is good. Michael Lindell Cyber Symposium stream. Okay, this is just ads. This is very strange. America News 24/7. Streamed 4 hours ago. This is pieces of it. Office raided over passwords? Oh my god. The truth will come to light. Is that... Oh, that's them interviewing people. I'm just looking at stuff right now. Keep the audio off on this, but here you go. So this is on YouTube. This is kind of fascinating. This I want to see.
Remember,
Q predicted Mike Lindell's cyber symposium 3 years ago. Trust the plan. Everything has meaning. And how many coincidences before the Q? What?
everything has meaning. And how many coincidences before the Q plan becomes mathematically impossible to dismiss?
There are no coincidences. Everything is a test.
Tomorrow, August 10th, Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium begins. So remember that date, August 10th. And what's going to happen at this Cyber Symposium? Mike Lindell is going to provide the packet captures. Remember that term.
Well, not tomorrow. Obviously, it's going to happen over the next few days.
Packet captures to prove Chinese interference with the crime of the century, the theft of the 2020 presidential election.
Okay.
So when does the Cyber Symposium start? About Tuesday. That's
Tuesday.
tomorrow, August 10th.
About that,
Check out
yeah.
Q Drop 1839. Originally posted August 10th, but get this,
Oh my
of
God.
2018.
so crazy.
3 years ago,
3 years ago, by
to
the way.
the day, tomorrow,
Amazing.
when Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium
It's crazy.
gets underway.
August 10th.
And what is Mike Lindell going to provide as proof?
Packet captures.
Packet captures.
Packet is one word, but that's okay.
This entire drop says packet. HDQ 730-921-7392.
Have you called that number?
Now I have no idea what that means.
You haven't called
But I
it?
can tell you what I think it means. I think that is literally one of these packets that were captured online. And this is signed Q.
Quay.
Now, before we go any further, I want to take a moment to define a term for you.
Okay.
It's called confirmation bias.
Right.
It's
the entirety of what Q is based on.
Tendency to process information by looking for or interpreting information that is consistent with one's existing beliefs.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you wouldn't think that people, let's say, who, I don't know, thought Q was a real thing, especially back then, might have engaged in that.
This biased approach to decision making is largely unintentional and often results in ignoring inconsistent information. Existing beliefs can include one's expectations in a given situation.
Yeah, so if you're expecting Mike Lindell's thing to actually show you something new, maybe you'll see something new just because you're expecting it. But if you expect it to be a pile of horse shit, that's how you'll interpret it.
And
predictions. Just confirmation bias.
About a
Or you're interpreting facts.
particular outcome. People are especially likely to process information to support their own beliefs when the issue
In
is
democracy, like?
highly important or self-relevant.
And?
Next, let's look at an example of where confirmation bias could affect critical thinking. Imagine for a moment if you were a person who thought that JFK Jr. is still alive, that he didn't
So I'm a lunatic in this scenario.
die in a plane crash in 1999, but rather he is still alive today. And not only is he alive, but he is a part of this Q plan.
Right. Yeah. So I got you. I'm out of my mind. I'm in a straitjacket. I'm shitting myself and writing words on the wall with it.
Maybe even a member
Using my toes, obviously, because of the straitjacket.
of the Q team. Because of your confirmation bias, you would choose to ignore information like I'm about to bring you. And a lot of people are going to be mad at me for showing this information. But
Yeah, but apparently there are no Q drops that actually have JFK Jr. alive.
I'm just trying to provide for you the information that is available in the Q drops.
Sure, absolutely.
Drop 2611, originally posted December 12th, 2018. And Anon asks Q, is JFK Jr. alive? To which Q responds, no. Signed Q.
Excuse me. He didn't respond no. He said number period. And so at some period in the future, that number will be known. I'm sorry. I smell almonds.
If a person has confirmation bias to their belief,
They might think that either of these two gentlemen is JFK Jr.
that not only is JFK Jr. still alive, but part of the Q team.
Or that there is even a Q team. I think it probably is just as crazy. I don't know if that occurred to you.
They would ignore such information. They'd dismiss it. They'd say, hey, Q says misinformation is necessary, and there's an example of misinformation. JFK Jr. is still alive.
Yes, no means yes, yes means no, up means down, Steve Bannon is attractive. Right, everything's backwards.
That's what I believe, and I'm sticking to it. Recently, I made a video called The Theory of Devolution. And that theory states that our favorite...
Is there a place we can click on it and go to there or whatever? Do you know anything? Do you even YouTube, bro?
President Donald J. Trump is still in the office of the presidency, and that he's working behind the scenes and he still controls the military. It's not my theory. I'm just reporting on the theory of devolution. Lynn Wood says he's not waiting for Donald J. Trump to be reinstated or reinstalled.
Why are you showing Harvey Weinstein? Oh, because you're talking about Trump and they're basically the same person. They're gross and like just warty, slovenly assholes who use their power to manipulate women or scare them into silence after they've sexually attacked them. I get it. I'm with you.
As president, but rather he's waiting for the reveal. When Donald Trump will reveal that he never left the office of the presidency.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, the only person that can reinstate Donald Trump by international super law that was passed in 1872 by an act of the true one and only Congress pre-corporation of the United States is JFK Jr.
Now I'm going to bring you this clip. It's going viral all over Telegram. And I just want you to keep in mind that the individual who is bringing us this information says it's from someone who he's never met.
So yeah, totally trustworthy. Wouldn't worry about it. It sounds like it fits right in.
Whose name he will not share with us. He says he knows.
Yeah, so you've been watching Mike Lindell.
Knows the name, but he will not share it. So as far as we're concerned, it's an anonymous source. This anonymous source is supposedly both a pastor and a law enforcement officer.
Okay, so he's Captain Clergy.
He's going to read to you exactly what this person shared with him. And he'll say, I can't swear by this information, but I don't have a doubt in my mind that it's true. So there's an example of confirmation bias.
There's also, the interesting thing is that you don't seem to give a shit if you share things or not that are bullshit anyways.
The thing that...
Yes, that was a picture of Oprah. This is obviously... an HP space tunnel.
He doesn't have a doubt about in his mind is he doesn't doubt for...
I don't know who those two guys are, but the guy on that side, he looks like a loser.
A moment that he wants all of this information to be true. And we want it to be true as well. But let's just be careful.
Yeah, it could be disinfo because the guy is someone he doesn't know that he's letting read something secondhand from someone he says he knows but won't say. But it's an anonymous. Okay.
Take all of this with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I'm doing it. We're ready. Yes, confirmation bias.
Let's not present...
Get on with it!
...this as intel and facts nor data, but rather let's present this as research.
Or just bullshit. Someone bullshitting. It could be...
This is something that we're researching.
Yeah. We're sifting through bullshit. We've got a pair of chopsticks, and we're looking for a grain of rice in a giant Triceratops turd pile.
So he'll go on to talk about how Trump has remained in office and that the military answers to Trump.
Yeah.
He says Biden is not in the office of president because of fraud. They could have stopped fraud. Sure. He says it's part of a covert plan to expose criminality.
By the way, thanks for putting Mike Flynn on when you say expose criminality. I think we all know what you're saying. Or it might be just confirmation bias on my part because he's a criminal and you're exposing him.
And he reiterates that he's not waiting for Trump.
Oh, just let him read the fucking thing.
To be reinstated, but rather for Donald J. Trump to reveal that he never left the office of the presidency. So I'll bring you this 3-minute clip and I'll be right back.
By the way, this shit is all over YouTube. All this stuff about them brooming Q off, that was just around January 6th and like the month after. Now... there's so much of this shit. And the way they post this stuff is that they play this really weird video, and they do this, and then they have this guy talking, and then the lion up there in the corner, and somehow that fucks with the algorithm in a way that keeps it from getting kicked off.
Have I met the man? No, I haven't. But I did check him out, and he's legit.
That sounds like Lynn Wood.
Okay.
My confirmation bias is telling me that's Lynn Wood.
All right, so I'm just telling you. This is, again, I can't swear on it. But
I can. It's a bunch of shit.
Tell you one thing.
Okay.
I don't have a doubt in my mind about what the man's telling me.
Well, then, if you can't swear on it, why couldn't you swear on it? If you don't have a doubt in your mind, you don't have a doubt in your mind. Swear on it. May 0. Okay, here we go.
None.
0.
Okay, here we go. The bottom line is the federal agents on the call said openly that Trump has been in office and will soon be made public. We were all in shock, but glad. Now, with that being said, my buddy, who's a pastor in Alabama, called me and said that his son, who is in the military, called him and told him that his group was advised that Donald J. Trump was the president and commander-in-chief, that the military was only accountable to Trump, and Biden was a front. So while on the phone last week with the federal guys, I told that story, and we were told the whole truth, exclamation point. The truth as to what has been going on and what will continue to go on. What I can say is just take a step back and look at Biden and everything. I'm about to give you a big hint as to 50% of what's been going on. It's been a part of the plan, and remember the Trump book, The Art of the Deal. The Art of the Deal. Biden and some of these others aren't in there because of fraud. We knew fraud would happen, but the deal was made, and with the covert deal, many were and are being exposed. Maybe someday I will meet you and we can chat. I'm attaching 2 pictures, one of my gear, so you don't think I'm a quack, LOL, and the second one of my badges. You may have to zoom in, but look at the badge I'm holding and the name that's on it. And I can tell you what it says. Okay. Why do I have it already? Well, because some of us know, and the government is preparing now, not for his return, because he's already in there, but he's revealing the massive trap that has been set, and also how many and who made a deal with him. The art of the deal. Love what you're doing. Keep it up, and God bless you, my brother.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like absolute fucking lunacy at all. We're just, guys, but listening to that, we're just researching it, buddy. Hey, man, I got a friend who's got a kid who's in the military, and I know you haven't heard about it in the news, because why would you? But they have all been told, okay, all right, they have all been told that Donald John Trump is still president. Biden ain't there. He can hang out. They let him. He's renting the White House. And Trump is not going to be reinstated. He's going to reveal that he never left. Holy shit. But we're just researching this, y'all. Come on. Oh, we're still on that fucking video? Jesus. Get over yourself. And then, is this the same shit?
Remember, everything has meaning. And how many coincidences before the Q plan becomes mathematically impossible?
Dude, how many people are reading this fucking thing? On the exact same thing. Look at this. They've got the guy in the corner. They've got a dinosaur running in the corner up here.
Possible to dismiss.
And apparently this is, and Q predicted Michael Lindell's, this is the exact same thing, and the exact same script it seems written or read by a different voice, right? Super fucking weird. They're still doing this. Let's see. Michael and Dale's Cyber Symposium, day 1. Let's see what this dude says. Kingdom Come News. Jesus.
Check it out.
Jesus loves Israel. Come on, everybody. We're on the Jesus Network. Never text and tell the truth. Come on.
When I try to connect to Alliance Fast.
Do it.
I'm trying to refresh it.
Yeah, start the page again. It ain't working. Refresh it. Refresh the goddamn... I'm sorry. I should not have taken the Lord's name in vain.
And all your time and effort and energy.
Network influence diagram really shows the interrelationship of
this is video
money,
of them watching the
people,
guy
and influence and control between key
Jesus.
players
and
and key
Lindell just
organizations.
craned his neck.
Now, there were
to see
over
the video he's
200
seen a dozen times
nonprofits
already.
that we found in this.
Jesus Christ. This is the whole thing. Like, look at him. He's watching, like, pretty numbers. Look, 1,655. That says 5,482,792. Oh, that's what I said. Shit. 7 hours of this stream. Look at this. This dude was just playing it on his whole thing. Please share. Get past the gatekeepers of the media, Mike Lindell. And we're back. That's the...
what they want the outcome to be.
I want to hear what these folks are discussing. She had her hair up in a ponytail up until very recently. Don't ask me how I know that. No, just come back to my hotel room and I'll show you the evidence. Okay, yeah, that's not going to happen. Fuck off. So this is day 1. Somebody else here's somebody else's. Oh, this is the Kingdom Come. This is his other channel. Oh, who's this dude?
You can watch all of this. Let me get you some shots of what's going on around here right now. Here we go. Oh, what you got here? I'm gonna bring it around here for you.
Very exciting.
This is the Frog News.
This is Media Row, people.
News Network.
So good, guys. Y'all want you? Hey, are we sending out for burritos? God damn it, or not? I mean, oh, sorry about that, brother. I owe you one. Hey, do you mind doing my show for me? I gotta piss like a racehorse. I mean, on all fours in public. Dude, I can't do that right now. I have a catheter in, and I'm locked. I'm literally, my parole for January 6th says I have to sit right here in this chair till my officer comes and gets me. Really? Let me put my headset back on.
So we're setting up on our keys and everything, getting everything all set up.
Get it done.
But Jeremy's here with me.
Hey, Jeremy.
And he's going to be sitting there right here with me, helping me out. He is my right-hand man, making everything happen for me. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for being here with us. And
he is to your right. This is true.
I'm just going to turn it around here. And let's get it set up here.
Let's get it set up. Come on, man.
Credit card companies, businesses.
Oh.
That's not it. That's the logo. There you go. Much better. That's a great view. I don't understand. I know they were trying to talk you into putting the feed up and taking a pull off there, but why do that when you can get the backs of Dr. Frank and his buddy and the chick that Dr. Frank's trying to pick up?
We'll get all this taken care of. Oh, we got some people in here who are on here with us.
It is over. That's the only way when you do this.
So exciting, y'all. Come on, this is so exciting. Oh, wait, hold on. Are they back on the other feed? Oh, here we go. Yeah. This is that
that are
dude.
connected.
That's the dude who did
your
the video.
phones and your computers are air gapped, but they're connected. And sorry, I didn't mean to make you laugh. But the efforts, I happen to be the guy sitting there talking, but the efforts are from, folks. Some folks in this room, some folks who are sitting in the audience, folks around the country, and folks around the world that aggregate this information to give the American people a picture of what's really happening. Understand the Chinese doctrine of unrestricted warfare. Understand the color revolution that's happening in our country, and that's really what brought us to begin this research. So it's it's a threat. It's a threat to our republic.
And it never occurred to you that you might be that threat. That that this kind of a double bind might be the way they pull you in to attack democracy, so that people have less faith in democracy when you take a completely reasonable election and you make it look like shit, and that might be the Chinese plan. I'm just saying that what are the odds that the entire American election was hacked by China and the guy who wasn't in office, in spite of Trump, who's the greatest president ever, according to you guys? What are the odds that happened versus, let's say, disinfo operatives from China or Russia or both in an attempt to join forces to attack democracy, because both of them aren't fans, that they might find folks like yourself and use the aforementioned confirmation bias to drag your sorry ass out into public to shit on the election. I mean, if you're gonna say, what would it? Can you get into the voting machines of the entire country, every state, or convince a bunch of narrow-minded assholes that lost an election that maybe they should spend a couple $1 million chasing a dream? What do you think as far as disinfo projects go, what would be the best way to spend your money?
We're MSNBC. One of the Facebook fact checkers can check that.
He says that a lot, by the way. He got that from Trump, and it's supposed to be some sort of a dig.
Remember, this was like in March or something. Said, what's the greatest threat to our country right now? And Chris says, bar none, a cyber attack from China right down to the local races. I thought he copied again what I had. I'm going, why didn't you bring this up in November?
Well, it's because that's what you were actually working on. That's what they're protecting against. They did protect against.
Journalists out there, the CNNs, the journalists, the people, not the Daily Beast and the Salon and the Business Insider. Did you guys watch that? Sheesh. You guys are living the American dream. We skipped right over socialism to communism.
Yeah.
It's here.
Holy shit! I missed this whole thing, and he's saying the same goddamn thing he said when I tuned in.
You can't.
This is the Kraken. You guys think this is Mo? Do you think this is the actual Kraken? Are we watching a grown man Kraken?
New York Times and Washington Post did a big 3-hour interview with me to do an article. Both of them, they wouldn't let him run it because it was too good. And when it was too truthful.
I didn't see any of this opening, and we've seen the same shit. This was a day of brutal repetition.
Lead stories is here.
Somebody sat on a duck. Yeah. All right.
That are out there that are just sitting there going, you know what, it's my job. No, you're destroying it because this is the big cover-up. This is the cover-up. You just seen everything in that thing is, what do you say, Phil, a year of research, 12, 15, all these guys, full-time. This is what these guys do. They did such a deep dive and just went in and found all this out.
Yeah. Totally
and it goes deeper. You start talking, when I spent my money on investigations, millions upon millions of dollars now in the last 7 months. It's like a blur.
He doesn't sound happy.
Investigated. I would get.
You go, I spent $15 million on this, and it was money well spent because of da-da-da. He's always like, I spent so much fucking money on this thing. It's not.
These are enemy of the people. And the media, if they don't change, they're the enemy of the people.
Yeah.
They are the enemy. They're the ones that stop this, and they change the narrative. There's the truth just got put on there.
But there aren't any enemies. There's no, don't forget to put in DS21 for pillows and 5 eggs.
These are guys that live the American dream. We're not talking about parties here either, everybody.
No, this is not a party. Christ. This is, does that look like a party to you?
You see it in that movie. I caught that right away. It should be by 2035. Well, you know how you get it faster? You know how you take it faster? You take an election. Because then you got everything. You can decide everything you want to do.
Yeah.
Wear a mask, don't wear a mask. Take a shot, make you take a shot. They can make you do anything. They're going to make you do anything. And it starts, they took away, the first thing they do, you take away our freedom of speech.
You're on your own network speaking into a microphone you paid for, and no one can stop you, literally. I'm airing your shit. Other people are posting it too. Your freedom of speech is completely intact.
Do this, I got to stay low. They're saying everybody's bad. Everybody's bad. You did this. You talk about the election, and you're taking away your livelihood on Vimeo and YouTube. This is.
But what about Venmo? Is that still working?
There, the media.
Yes, sir.
The media. And you know what? I'm going to say it right now before we get into discussion.
Yeah. Please talk before. Shame on Fox.
They're disgusting that they haven't talked about this election.
Shame on Fox. Shame on them.
At least we know where CNN and all these terrible outlets come from, but at least they attack, and then we can at least get the word out that
seriously.
You get the word out that at least, hey, Dominion China took the country, is coming after us.
Darn.
And then they put all their bad stuff in there, which is, we've grown to say anything they say you don't believe. What? Facebook fact checkers, they can put it up now, then you know it's true.
Wow.
You know Lead Stories put some over there. It's as true as you could be. It's it.
Wow.
It's disgusting. The media, when we're going to every day out there, I'm going to tell you, we got 3 days we're going to be here. Every single story. I got 5 people, 5 companies just watching for some disinformation to come out there. So they're going to drop it, and we're going to stop the program and go right to calling them out. Because you guys are here.
All.
Today, CNN did a hit job on me, 8.5 minutes. That was a 2.5-hour interview.
I know. I want to see the whole fucking thing.
Sat there. This was a week ago because they.
Please put the whole thing together, CNN. Release it on the web. I have to watch it.
Proof.
I want to see a 2-hour interview with this asshole.
To start brainwashing.
Please, God. If only to see the interviewer just like dozing off or getting a vein appearing in his forehead or.
A Democrat. We're all people, not the party, a Democrat, maybe even the party, or you're working for someone. Why? Why would you let our country, why would you let this happen to our country? Why?
I was busy.
A lot of you people that came here today are coming here for hit jobs.
Hit job.
To come to attack, and you know what? When you attack today, just know when you attack the next 3 days, you're going to feel pretty bad because you were as guilty as anyone, the people that did this.
I already feel guilty.
Every single one of you media outlets, every single one of you journalists.
Well, not
from
me.
Zach to Swin to all of them. I could go down the list.
Say it.
Shame on you, just because you could go ahead and be a Democrat or a liberal, but why are you trying to destroy our country?
Well, they're not. You are.
One enemy right now that took our election, China. Sure.
Well, no, you're the one trying to steal the election. You lost it fair and square. Your buddy lost it, and you're trying to yank it back. This is an attack on democracy. Mike.
2021. It's it. If we don't address that, everybody, you see that on the screen on that movie, everybody, that ain't going away.
No, it's definitely going to be on the internet forever, kind of like nudes.
Over 200 are their delegates. You can.
Uh-oh. He got hacked. He's been hacked again.
Here that came here, over 200 are their delegates.
Don't say delegate. You'll get censored. Can't say delegate or 5 eggs. The hell happened? I guess, is that the freeze? Dear Lord, I'm Mike Lindell. Yeah, so, God, yeah. Well, the things I seen, that's it. It's just frozen. Just gonna sit there. Just nothing. Just frozen. I wonder if it comes back on all at once, or if it does that and speeds up, because I don't know if I can take seeing him like the crack version. I love when Hal marathons it. Yeah, seriously. Once I'm on, I kind of hear. Just saying. We're going to get to a point where I'm just like the maniac all-day streamer, right? Is that what's going to happen? It's like gamers, but with politics. This is the correct version? It clearly is. I'll go look at the darn cars. I'll go, if you want me to do an inventory right now, I'll do the inventory. Let me go look at all right. If you're in such a gosh darn hurry, I'll go look at the darn cars. Mine Pervitin pillow. Oh, God. Thanks, Randy. Whew. The Kraken version. He's cracking. This is frozen. This is just, maybe let me reload the page. Oh, there we go.
Y'all seen the thing where it said, oh, how about a hug? I said to that Drew at CNN. You know what he said before that that's not on there? He said, Mike, you know, you're going to do this. You're putting out conspiracy, and you're going to lose. Aren't you worried you're going to lose your company and your reputation? I go, where have you been for 7 months? They've been attacking me. What are you? Do you live in a cave, or you probably were watching Fox? They don't report nothing.
I gotta say, I enjoy him slamming Fox, and as much as I like when Trump starts in on the rhinos.
Because they wouldn't report an oncoming storm.
That's a good gag. You know what? It's a good idea. I know I'm getting you at the beginning of the day. Maybe say that 7 times today, or 10, maybe 15 even.
An ad. I put the ad out. It's out there, everybody, and put it out there that we're having this event. Wouldn't that be news? I've been getting attacked.
No, this is not news. I mean, it's funny, and I'm here because I'm addressing it because other people won't. And people will go, nobody even looks at the evidence. Oh, I'm looking at it. I looked at it. I looked at all of it. I looked at all the movies. I'm looking at this. Fuck off. At the very least, you can't, this whole like, they didn't even watch the movies. I watched the fucking movies. You guys watched me watch the movies. It's a pile of shit. And I've been through it already. And the beginning of this stuff, the beginning of this whole thing was him just kind of reiterating the same shit that's in Absolute Proof and Absolute 9-0 and Absolute Fuckery or whatever they're called.
And I'll tell you, he's coming, he will be here. And when he comes up, he's going to tell you all. And just take him. I've been getting called.
I would, craving deviled eggs. That sounds good, Corrine.
Afraid.
Thanks a lot. You know what I'm craving? Tea eggs. Do you ever have tea eggs? Chinese tea eggs? Maybe it's because of the China talk they were doing either. It's my favorite Chinese dish. It's very simple, but it's 2 eggs usually, and they're hard boiled in tea and spices, and it's just delicious. And I enjoy them.
It's just
I could eat 5 of them, unless I was in Cuba, in Chinatown.
Apparently they didn't listen to you in November and December when everybody, 100%, you could ask anybody. Democrat fans, well, of course they did it. The deviations, right?
No one said that. Asshole.
Media, Facebook, Twitter, and then instead they went into attack mode if you did try and say something. Then first you couldn't talk about machines, and then you couldn't talk about vaccines. Then you couldn't.
It's all the eens.
Then you couldn't talk about
flies in the gasoline. We are what's real and what's for sale. Being getting censored all the time. Was it me? Sorry.
You guys, if you want to share that video, you go to frankspeech.com.
No, we watched it like 3 times today already. We had to speed past it, and we looked at it separate.
That movie.
It's not a movie. It's not a movie. I will not let my standards be lowered to that's a movie.
This video is so powerful because that's where we're going. And there's who's behind it.
It's just not up.
It's a screen. Nobody's behind it. It's not like a fucking puppet show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys comments on the
I think you brought up the idea of the red team. Can you, especially since this is a cyber conference, what is this?
Is it?
It's important. It's an important thing to bring out. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, so red team is.
Housemarks find censorship funny. That's very disturbing. Evil. Yeah, I don't. They're not being censored. He has free speech. This is fucked up. No. You have a right to free speech. You do not have a right to someone else's microphone. Piss off with that nonsense, you child.
Looking at some of the information and collating the information, aggregate, tying it to other things.
We're talking about the electronic information that we're going to be distributing.
Correct, the electronic information. So We pulled together a small team, lots of different skill sets, mostly military.
None of them worthwhile.
The electronic attack business, the cyber business, some security folks, some civilian folks who've got a lot of information systems experience, code.
Information systems, all right.
Really began to put that team together.
You mean PR people?
Exploit, analyze a lot of the information. And
plumbers, yeah.
Tie that back together to know.
Sarah Palin was on for a little while, but she kept eating all the snacks.
Already know the Edison Research JSON data, information from the Antrim County, Michigan, forensic analysis. Hopefully.
Oh, you mean the one that they couldn't believe Biden won in reality, so they went back in and flipped it to Trump because they wanted him to win, and then they erased all the evidence? That Antrim County?
But all of those things moving forward and to correlate to what happens in real world in your states. And that's what
that's
we began to pull this team together to start analyzing the data set, correlating it, and making it useful to
make money off of Mike Lindell.
Actions in states and counties, legal actions.
So far, no good, though.
General to use for law enforcement in their states. And that's really the goal of this team that was put together, is to really look critically.
Yeah, the troll was cute for a second. We had one for a minute, didn't we? It was adorable. Thanks, trolls, by the way, who showed up today. There were a few of them. So thanks for showing up and spreading us through the algorithm. Because without you, we end up in a confirmation bias circle where people who would only be interested watch. And because of you, lots of other people get to see it because it feeds into what you watch and it starts showing up in recommendations. So you're the seed, you're the Johnny Appleseed of our show, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
My mind, these companies that were part of it and people behind it and the money. Everyone heard the George Soros, whatever. Did everyone see up there? Really, with that gal arguing with, Newt. Yeah. Did you guys see that? You bring up his name and what do they do? Go pull the pin.
It's Fox News, so I can't speak to what their problem was. But the idea that Newt was dropping it because Jews are a problem was kind of the concern.
At first,
unless they're making the argument that Fox News is the actual arm of George Soros, and that he's destroying democracy by the existence of Fox News because he wants to destroy America. He's decided his best bet is Fox. Is that the argument now?
Goods. I admire Mr. Lindell's heart and his courage, his fearlessness.
And his money
has been destroyed. Sorry, I'm a lawyer. But when I hear
sorry you're a lawyer too.
Real-time lawsuits being filed even this morning, add me to the list. I know defamation law. I know evidence.
Right.
I like trials. So add me to the list. We need more of our lawyers to stand up.
Yeah, but nobody takes you seriously, though. They're suing networks that actually have money. You don't have any money, and no one watching this is like, that guy said it, so it must be true. So the judge would just go, why is this company going after you? Like,
the media.
Who the fuck is he pointing at?
Today, that's why everybody that's coming in right now, that's why we were delayed starting this morning.
That's what it was.
We had an attack of epic proportions. They attacked. I had backup to backup to backup.
Sure.
And they attacked it, so they wouldn't get out there. I want to tell you, talk about lawyers. I'll remember when My Pillow turned back around and we sued Dominion for our free speech. And Alan Dershowitz was on that lawsuit with me.
Oh yeah,
Mike. This will be the most important case in history for our...
And also the most expensive. I'm going to need... Just hand me your checkbook.
And by the way, when our lawyers filed that in Minneapolis...
Is Alan Dershowitz working pro bono, Mike?
Fired him. They fired him that morning. He had to go. Done. And they had already proved it. They said, he didn't ask the higher up to take the case. You didn't hear about that, though, did you? No, they didn't, because my terrible paper in Minneapolis Star and Tribune. By the way, we're going to have elections. We're going to have mock elections in here, and we're going to have, who's the worst paper in the country, and you all get to vote on it. Who's the worst news out in the country? Who's attacked more than anyone in the country? Who's worse, Twitter or Facebook?
This sounds like an election.
voting machines work.
Yeah, they just use the voting machines to do that and then hack your own voting machines that are hooked up to your own internet there, and everybody has the password for it. So
we're going to show you in real time what they look like, and then you're going to know why they're holding back the routers in Arizona.
Because you have no right to things, just because you want them.
You get the media the other day.
Because you can rig gear.
Come out with this evidence sooner.
By the way, you do realize Alan Dershowitz hung out with Jeffrey Epstein and was a renowned kid fucker, right?
Everybody out there, even all your media of the world.
I have a question, Mike. When you were meeting with Dershowitz on legal matters, did he keep his underwear on?
And Chris Krebs and all these people, and Bill Barr says it was a good election.
Yes, but Bill Burr has his questions.
Why would a pillow guy end up with this? This is what Jimmy Kimmel said. I said, I don't know, because I got the biggest mouth.
And you've got money, because the people at that table saw you as a mark.
Nobody was talking. And I was brought something that explained things. It explained things. One of the things it explained, I couldn't figure out, and I'm going to get into this a lot later when Dr. Frank talks, but I look.
Very exciting.
It's what I do, math, every day. I look at deviations.
Sure.
I took calculus in the 8th grade. Yeah, everybody, CNN's going to look up, yeah, but he dropped out of college in 1 month. True, CNN.
So you were good at math when you were a kid, and then crack.
So what, okay.
Jesus. Start again. Back up.
No, I don't. So anyway, what I was saying there is I looked at the deviation. I just want to tell you one, and this will be a prelude that you can look forward to. As we go through every state.
Yes, I will be doing a show tomorrow. It will be kind of an in-transition show.
And I go, people are good people. Okay, then let's say it was 20,000. You have to live there for a month. 20,000, I go, nobody went and committed a crime. I go, this had to be done by a computer or something. Well, it was. And that's when on January 9th, I got some that anybody.
So the whole, they printed ballots with panda shit in them and shipped them over from China to match up with them because you broke the algorithm. We're just throwing that whole conversation out. Just the whole paper ballots were fucked up. We're just pretending that didn't happen. This is all now just digital. Even though they have paper ballots for all the recounts and they've all matched up. But magic digital, okay.
They've got a game theory. They know who to go after in which counties, in which states.
Okay.
And so this is a pervasive threat. This is an information war. And so what we've done is we try to take
be an information mercenary?
And that's what we're doing. And you have to understand that just like in my trials, when we had bought and paid for experts on the other side, over here with your mainstream.
You guys have bought and paid
for experts.
Dude, Mike Lindell is literally paying all of you to be there. No one is doing this for free. No one. Everybody at that table is being paid by Mike Lindell, fed and given a free hotel room just to be at this goddamn thing. What are you talking about?
I wish I could give you more sunshine about lawyers saving us, but what we've seen are doors that have closed. The rules of evidence haven't been followed. We haven't had evidentiary hearings. We've basically had any case. I'm Professor David Clements. So for Dominion folks, if you want to...
Oh, that's David Clements.
David Clements, New Mexico.
Yeah, they don't care. It's very bold when no one gives a shit.
Because I think, how about the judges? One thing that was I really believe that the judges that were put in, one of the things Donald
by Trump,
so many judges, and then the Supreme Court justices, and I really believe when we get past this now, and break through the media wall, the block, the absolute cover-up that they have done.
Excuse me, I've been showing all your shit.
Judges out there, because we are, what you said before, we're one nation, and it's a lawful republic. You got to follow the laws. Yeah. But you got to go to the courts, and then they got to be, I don't know, that judges didn't look at stuff. I mean, that's such a...
No, they dismissed virtually 99.9% of the cases on a legal doctrine known as standing.
Right.
That's not true. They didn't.
President of the United States who's...
Standing was not the reason 99% of the cases were dropped.
Communism is here. Since from Bush versus Gore, there's
99% were dropped because the judges are commies.
ending. The fix was in. Can you see it?
And but when we get through that, once again, the media wall.
Right.
The big cover-up. The shameful thing.
Sorry, Trump will not be back in office, guys, by the 13th. That was a lie perpetuated on Mike Lindell. It's unfair.
The free speech?
He just said it would be somewhere during the symposium, which is the 11th, 12th, and 13th. And that he said Biden would step down Friday night.
This morning, because they knew Newsmax was going to be here in OAN.
Yes, and they'd serve them notice that if they participated in this bullshit and helped defame them, they were going to sue them, and that's why they walked back. That's why Newsmax, famously the editor there dropped Mike Lindell, left, and then they cut out parts where he would talk about, they would do the no more live interviews with Mike Lindell. That kind of shit happened at Newsmax. That's because of that lawsuit. And then they decided, nobody's looking. Let's just go cover this fucking thing. And they got sued because somebody was watching. Okay, if they show up at this fucking thing, we're suing them for defamation because they're ruining our name, and our name is our business.
All this other media was there. And I'm telling them about this symposium. They're going, Mike, your lawsuit. I said, don't you get it? That's called lawfare. This is what Alan told me. He said it hasn't been used in our country since 1798.
What, statutory rape?
I think they did some
laws, or
if there was probably a lot more than just suing them, right? So they would, kind of like old mafia.
Oh, like Epstein, just blackmailing them with child pornography. Pictures of them sleeping with underage girls that they maybe do or do not know are underage or whatever. But you'd have to ask Dersh.
I was doing that. They sued.
Yeah, lawfare, as in warfare using the law. That's what he's saying. It's
disgusting what they did. And then
by the way, it's a standard pushback when they're like, they're just using the law to attack us.
Said there were rocks and knives in my pillows. What would I do?
This fucking analogy again.
To say, look inside. It's beautiful, patented Phil. And they don't do it because there's rocks and knives in their machines, everybody. What?
Okay, yeah. Dominion's machines are full of rocks and knives.
See, not 100, but 200. But let me
what if, Mike, what if your patented fill, it was alleged that it contained carcinogens, and it was your patent was secret because you didn't want people stealing your fill, for example, and to every lawsuit that came up by your competitors, they could sue you and say it contains chemicals that are carcinogenic, and you would have to show what your secret patent is, what your secret patented fill was made of to get rid of that thing, and therefore it would destroy your company because you would have to make public something that it would make its function worthless.
And you can't even talk back.
Yeah, and don't forget the employees at Dominion that all need protection and guards now. Yeah, because of this bullshit, all these folks here think that they're enemies of the state.
Against public participation. This case against Mike Lindell, Sidney Powell, it'll never see the light of day in trial because they know they will lose.
Right.
This is to bury them with discovery. It's to get a gag order. I'm surprised they haven't tried to get that yet.
Well, if it's a gag order, then what? Yeah, they haven't.
Wins in 2 years, 3 years, as long as it takes to tie them up in the court system. They're going to hope you forget.
That's right.
That's the tactic. Mm-hmm. So you need to get
not really
ready to fight back that love this, because I'm waiting for the day when we can stop with this gamesmanship through the media.
Well,
by the way, this is this guy, for the record, jockeying, if he's not already, to be on Lindell's team with Dershowitz and get some of that sweet legal money. This is his audition to be Lindell's lawyer.
That's what he said. They're pushing it out 2 years so we forget about the 2020 election. They don't care about the billions of dollars. That's just, they put a big price tag up there to scare people. The first one against someone started in Colorado. I think it was November 9th.
Yeah, but if it affects their bottom line and any of this takes root because it's reaching the heights of like the president, for example, who has, by the way, stopped talking about Dominion for this very reason. If it gets to a point where it costs them contracts, they've done the math on the next 10 years. And if if Dominion voting machines can't be used by states because people won't vote and freak out and they're like, we're not using them anymore, we're going with ES and S because he made that name bad, and there's a bunch of right-wingers who believe this bullshit, that's how much it's going to cost them to either rebrand their company entirely and start from scratch or shut down and go do something else.
You think about that. I had 4 backups. We got on the 4th one. So everybody around the world, you need to know we got to go through this, and this is a big thing with the lawyer thing. And all your lawyers out there and the judges, but this is a good point right here on this one point. We cannot live in fear anymore. Do you know?
How can Americans get a class action and sue them? Yes, technically, if we find that it's affected the elections, like if they get rid of machines or they uniformly make it so that like ES and S and Heart Civic or whatever it is become the only ones that are available, and those are the ones that were used in Texas, for example, and that's concerning. If it basically helps create a trust for ES and S.
In our town, Mike Lindell's going to have something in our town, and
what?
Talk to a person I won't name.
A smoke.
What? I go. It's like saving money for a rainy day.
Thank you, Peregrine.
It's for us to stand up. It's pouring right now. It's it. There is no time in history if you can't sit back and go, oh, I don't want to be a part of that. What do they try and do out there this last 2 weeks? They tried to make it like it's like we're trying to overthrow. You're trying to overthrow the government.
You are.
Mike Lindell's the #1 threat to the country. Did everybody read that article?
No. No.
I sell pillows. They sleep good. No, give me a break. That's right.
And by the way, if Mike Lindell is the #1 threat to America, we're really skating right now.
I didn't, the story is, for me, everybody,
I'm going to end at 9, if that's okay with everybody.
Get it. I didn't think politics affected anything we did. I really did. I come out of crack addiction. God freed me of that on January 16, 2009. I come out, I wake up in the morning.
And then again on 2018.
The stuff that was going on, I could not believe it. And then I ended up meeting Donald Trump in the summer of 2000.
Oh, God. We've heard this story 3 times today.
Ex-crack addict from Minnesota to talk about. It was just him and I in the meeting. We talked about, first thing he said.
You donating to his campaign.
Yes, Mr. Trump, and this is a divine appointment. But one of the things in that room we talked about, he says, you make all your stuff here. He goes, I want to bring the manufacturing back for the entrepreneur in this country. And all the decisions that from that meeting that he told me, I'm going, I walk out, he's going to be the greatest president ever. I didn't know him. I didn't know anything about politics. But I did see in December of 2019, everybody go, eat to your happy place, right? Do you know how everybody felt in this country? I don't care if you were a Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, blah, blah, blah. Your lives went up a little bit, some a lot. Entrepreneurs, it was
some not at all.
More confidence. Entrepreneurs were taking chances again. They were taking chances because they weren't in fear. Everything was going.
Yeah, they didn't realize that Trump had gotten rid of the pandemic response team and the COPS program, and that less than a year later, a horrible pandemic and civil unrest would engulf the country because he didn't think it was important. Leadership.
Everything. Every single thing you do, they can make you do anything, make laws, especially if you don't have a republic, a democracy, if you don't live with a constitution. But they affect everything. We're living it now. But in December of 2019.
How many times have we watched today, by the way, this whole goddamn thing, and it's just him prattling with a bunch of people sitting at the table twiddling their thumbs.
Stuff we're going to talk about. By the time we're through with these 3 days, there isn't one person on the planet that's going to go, we're attacked by China, and it don't matter. The Democrats warned us of these machines.
Yes, at the end of 3 days, no one is going to say we were attacked by China.
Got to do something because it's scary. It's scary.
Yes, this is scary, Mike.
Movie.
But like funny scary. You know what I mean? Like in a horror movie when it turns out it's just the cat.
Here. ever. If everybody, when you talk about the Lord.
Oh, my Facebook died? All right, that probably happened.
I don't want to touch it. It's bad enough journalism, they're the start. Terrible journalists. But then when you got people that don't want to stand up, I don't want to be the one that doesn't wear my mask if I don't, I don't want to be the one in New York City that they, if I don't have a vaccine, I have to check people and you can't come in and eat. Do you know that there's I think it's 30-some% of blacks and 30-some% of, Hispanic haven't got the vaccine in New York, so those restaurants, they can't eat. They're making them so they can't eat. This is crazy, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean,
yeah, but not based on their race. And there are way more Republican white people, for example, in that same area than there are those black people who haven't been vaccinated yet because of either fear or want.
We're all in this together.
They don't want to have the vaccine.
Because we are one nation under God.
Amen.
And Pat, I want you to say his word comment on there.
I appreciate it, Mike. My name's Patrick Colbeck.
Hey, Patrick.
Those of you who don't know, I'm from Michigan.
Nobody knows.
Mike, you hit something really important, and that word was fear.
The pipe?
And it's talking about how we're approaching having civil dialogue about things that are uncomfortable nowadays. And I
like how no one there disagrees with you? Like the idea that no one is allowed at that table or at that symposium to speak unless they are all in on this already? You mean that kind of thing?
All shapes and sizes that come out to this event today.
Mm-hmm. As long as you already believe the premise.
That's what happens when you're not living in fear. That's what happens when you're going to go off and encourage people to go back into that civil dialogue. Now, you've heard a lot about Mike talking about the media.
It's easy to have a civil dialogue when you're completely surrounded by people who believe every word you say.
About something of paramount importance to our country, which is the integrity of our elections. And we can't even talk about it anymore.
You are talking about it.
So that's why
I'm talking about it. We're both talking about it.
Get a blip on the radar to discuss this. That's why we went out to Antrim County.
Well, I know that, Dimitri. I'm very sorry. And I know you're sorry. And I'm very sorry, too. Well, we're both sorry.
Orchard to talk about.
We're both very, very sorry.
That's why I put frankspeech.com up. When I put that up, I spent millions and did something that couldn't be done. And just these guys pulled this off. Then when we did absolute interference.
Yeah.
And we put things in place. Look at how hard they broke this morning. But you know what? It's just a platform to get it out to the world.
They didn't break it. Your tech team shit the bed. There's probably somebody there who was fucking with you.
So worried in Australia. They're so worried in Italy. They're so worried in Brazil.
Why would they be worried in Italy? Did our votes go there too?
To be stole just like ours is. But we caught them, everybody.
Well, no. Theirs would be stolen in another language besides English.
Look what happened. If this would have happened in December, and they would have been put in, and Donald Trump would have been put in on December 14th, we would have never known about the machines and about this attack by China. They'd have just done it better.
I swear to God, I came in way later on this shit, and he said this. He's saying the same thing in the same way, in a way that's making me think I've already seen this.
We lose.
I almost am at 20,000 subscribers. Just saying. Maybe I need to be on for, giant lengths of time for this. Jesus.
I would have said, they won't shut up about the election. Give them a Republican back. So then everyone in the country would have been just like sheep and go, Mike, let up on it. We got the Senate. We'll be fine in 2022. But what happened when they took them both? They got greedy. Greed overrides evil. They took them both, and that's why you're here. Everybody's heart sunk and go.
Greed overrides evil?
And we thought that was just Democrat. We didn't realize that was China.
Yeah, it's not Democrats at all. It was Chinese Democrats.
Miracle.
What?
He had his hand in all of this, and these things. We're going to look back. We're going to look back at each thing and go, wow, if that hadn't happened,
My Pillow might still exist.
And so it is the fear. You can't live in fear.
Exactly. And I want everybody to come into this event, and I think everybody here believes the same thing.
Yes, definitely.
We appreciate if you don't go cynical first, and we'd like you to start at skeptical. But look at the data you're going to be getting here. What we're doing, when we first started this, actually, Colonel Waldron, I think it was like 2 weeks after the election, we started talking about the need for a concept of operations to go start throwing mud up against the wall, see what evidence fits into what slots in regards to how we believe this election was messed with. And some stuff bears fruit, some stuff doesn't bear fruit. But the key is we're having that discussion.
The key is to sling mud.
Discussion. So please ask the questions, ask the tough questions.
I have a tough question. How come there's no one up there that doesn't buy any of this bullshit? How come there's no one allowed on the DS as kind of the voice of skepticism in this that goes, yeah, but what about this? This clearly could be this, because that's exactly what I do on this, and I would have gone, but this is a super spreader event, and I don't need the Delta variant, even though I've been vaccinated. I got a 10-year-old kid. I don't need that shit.
That it wasn't connected to the internet.
Too, sweet Lord.
I'm skeptical whenever I see a spread.
15 more minutes.
I'm look into it, break out the numbers, because I'm an engineer. That's what we like to do. Right. So I'm skeptical of all this stuff, but
drive trains.
You have to have that dialogue. That's why we're here today.
Right. And no, you're not. You're there to clamor in front of people who already believe what you're saying and double down and think you're right because a bunch of assholes are nodding at everything you say. You cannot shit on progressive activists for doing the same fucking thing if you're going to do it yourself.
Certain things that are going to jump out to you, and the things that don't make sense aren't going to be true. The things that do make sense will be.
That's not true either. It might make sense to you and then turn out to be completely fucking false.
Happened over the past 9, 10, 11 months where your thinking has been supplied for you by some expert talking head.
Yeah, that's why Mike Lindell brought you.
Now, and that
because you're posing, you and everybody else at that table is posing as an expert talking shill.
So can I ask a question, Professor? It seems like the biggest...
This shit was live. I missed the first hour or two, so I was going to cover we're going to go back through this. It stopped, even though it was supposed to be a live stream for 72 hours straight, and Lindell was saying this afternoon that he was going to stay on the whole time. He left at 9 p.m. his time.
Is this...
When, by the way, there was supposed to be a mock election, and they had a big announcement. His big announcement and the mock election was he voted with his feet and fucked off.
Valid argument in your legal experience? Is there a way to handle that information so that
great question
people can look at it and determine?
Oh, it's easy.
Yes. Find someone with your same expertise and your level who's your equivalent and have them sit next to you and go, I don't know. I think it sounds like bullshit.
It was fraud. You can't hide behind IP law, right? If your fraud is part of the scheme and the cover-up, how is it fair to say, hey, sorry, you can't get to us. We've got a patent. We don't want you to know how we're perpetuating our fraud against you. Isn't that?
Because you haven't proven fraud.
Do that. You can take your argument to a judge. You can protect the secrets. And if anything were to happen, the attorneys would be severely sanctioned.
See? Or can I float this if I was at the table? Or you have a proprietary patent on something and some asshole wants to file a lawsuit against you just so they can have access to that patent, either destroy it or manipulate it or make it no longer commercially viable. And all they have to do is file some rando lawsuit like a dickhead, and you have to supply, the court would force you to give away your private patented information that is literally only as valuable as it is secure, and since it's no longer secure, your entire company is fucked into a cocked hat. That also could be, see what I mean about having someone at the table that might not
believe democratic areas. I mean,
so that's a business titan.
That's a business titan, correct?
I got to interrupt here.
Please do.
Just told me Como had a press conference and he's resigning in 2 weeks.
This is basically where we came in, so I think, yeah.
Let's call that for what?
Yeah, patents are public, but the content of it, the secret sauce of the actual thing. I was referencing the patented fill thing, but the idea is that the programming, the actual coding, for example, or how it's actually designed internally, that's a proprietary company secret. And if these assholes can roll up with a lawsuit and get your proprietary secret, then you're done.
Beer. Because
it's the recipe for Coke argument, the Kentucky Fried Chicken recipe, that stuff.
We are all people.
By the way, Chick-fil-A is just pickle juice.
The Democratic Party got picked for this because they warned us. Remember, I got to keep telling you that. They're the ones that warned us.
Yeah, it was amazing. The Democrats were worried about a bridge because it looked dangerous and it looked like it wasn't being fixed. And then they passed a law to fix the fucking bridge. And now the bridge is fixed. And the Republicans don't believe in crossing the bridge because they don't want you to go from one side to the other because you might make more money than they do. So they're telling you the bridge is still fucked.
You know, so I'll just give them a little out there, right? But
to continue the day, up in the video, we collected 210 or so nonprofit organizations that are directly linked, and it's the Tides Foundation, the Ford Foundation, Open Societies Foundation, Organizing for America, Act Blue, Media Matters, all of those organizations who have I call them, we termed it the Sorosian Alinsky Marxist. That Marxist worldview that is seeking to destroy the middle class, destroy small business, and destroy the ability to make decisions and earn a living to make America a better place. I believe that Soros and the Open Societies Foundation, they truly want a global order. They want to eliminate the middle class or the elite class. So they're really going to be like China. Look at China right now if you want to see where they want to go. They want a super elite class of the Billionaires Club and the Politburo or the party.
Well, then why are they giving people a leg up business-wise so that they're no longer... What? The expansion of the middle class is what Biden ran on. That's actually the result of the rescue package. Yes, name one Marxist. Exactly. Besides, it's like 3 people who run Black Lives Matter and some college professors and Richard Wolff. That's it. And even they're assholes. Even though the Marxist who was running BLM, why did she have to quit? Because she bought $2 million worth of houses. I don't know what Marxism school she went to, but it fucking sucked.
Percent of Democrats and it's almost 100% of Republicans believe this election was hacked and taken.
No, not even close to true.
What they're doing, what they did, just think of this. When a political decision like Donald Trump, it made all those decisions for December 19th. Now I tell all my friends this is what will open their eyes, even though the terrible media keeps brainwashing, keeps pumping this garbage down. But just think of Inauguration Day.
Inauguration? I'm sorry? Inauguration?
50,000, 13 of them at least have committed suicide. No, they were promised. They're up there working on that pipeline. Who did that help? Did it help Democrats?
It helped everyone who drinks water in the continental United States.
Gas price going up, it affects
Canadian shale oil, you asshole. And those 50,000 jobs were temporary till it was built. And then there's 18 legit jobs?
Some dollars worth of gas per person, but everything you buy, there's no, just like you said, they're destroying it and destroying it and destroying it. When you see decisions like you open up a border,
no one opened the border.
Talking to Democrats or liberals out there. If it doesn't make sense, there's another agenda. If it doesn't help either party or either side, there's another agenda. What did that help at the border? I deal with my Lindell Recovery Network. By the way, it's a platform. If you got
oh God, we're back to Lindell Recovery.
LindelRecoveryNetwork.org. It's free. It's free. I put millions into it. It's free. I give it away because people are hurting right now with what's went on.
And it's worth every penny.
With the thought of suicide the last year and a half. 1 out of 4. So if you have anybody send them there. It's free. But I want to say,
25% of American kids considered suicide last year? Where in the world?
Makes sense. Fentanyl, more people dying, human trafficking. You see, we're supposed to be in the middle of a China virus. They're bringing, come on in, bring a new one in. It's crazy. It didn't help anyone.
Hold on.
If it wasn't broke, if it wasn't broke, why did you try and destroy it? You got to look at that. And that's a deviation. That's a deviation. Even if you're a Democrat over here, you're going, why'd they do that? My speech is always over here because what they've done, the narrative when they've controlled the media, we're going to keep going back to the media all 3 days because the win here is to get what we're going to give you, the information out on the big platform, the frankspeech.com. It's built, it goes around the world. I want 1 billion viewers. And it's because if we don't have our voice, I want everybody again, in November and December and January, do you know the evidence they have? 50,000. The evidence is, I mean, Pat, you know, the evidence for all of them.
By the way, what he's citing is 1 in 4 young adults between 18 and 24 say they've considered suicide in the past month, and this was August of 2020. In that month, according to new CDC data that paints a bleak picture of the nation's mental health during the crisis. Data also flags a surge of anxiety and substance abuse. More than 40% of those surveyed saying they experienced a mental or behavioral health condition connected with the COVID-19 emergency. Yeah, you think? The CDC study analyzed 5,412 survey respondents between June 24th and 30th. The toll is falling heaviest on young adults, caregivers, essential workers, and minorities. You know, the huge Trump fans. Christ. Oh, this dude again.
Point where it dovetails back to that fear thing. Yep. Are we going to, you know, a lot of people gave a heck of a lot more for the rights that we enjoy here than just being called names or being lambasted
on the media. They fought for this country. They fought for this great country. Now
it's time for the
We're
witnesses.
In a facility with all these great veterans. You know?
Right. That's where we are right now.
You know, this alliance.
You know?
The people that fought for our country.
Yeah, the Capitol Police. Maybe bring them up. Maybe that occurred to you that they were fighting for this country when they were attacked by folks present at this thing.
Wake up and go, gee, I wish I had a second chance.
Well, you know, one of those
There's
rights
no
is,
second chance.
One of those rights.
No, there really isn't.
And we've already.
And he would know.
Done to actually use some of the same technology we're talking about in elections to go off and...
The guy with the millions of dollars and the book and the TV network, who was a former crack addict, wants to let you know that there are no second chances.
Doing all this. No, you just seen the movie. We've been invaded.
Saw the movie. We saw it. And it wasn't a movie, but we saw it.
Colleges, and they go, you know, teaching this socialism.
It's just one of those things where I'm an elitist asshole because seen and saw misused. I find it annoying. And he's like, knows how to talk to people on their level. So all the folks at this thing are like, he says seen when he means saw and saw when he means seen. And that makes him real.
Inauguration day, I would have gone in a room and said, okay, nobody's going to do anything bad, so they shut up. We'd have opened up the states. They could have opened up the states and, you know, made it.
This is a replay of before, but we missed this hour, and I'm going till 9 o'clock.
And then all of a sudden they could have crushed us.
I am a grammar Nazi. It's true.
Greedy. And right now we're in a race. Do you know how much damage they've done already? Just think of it. The damage they've done in this country in these short months. That's why, no matter what.
Yeah. This is the part where you find out that Mike Lindell considers people going back to work and a vast majority of Americans getting vaccinated so that if they do get COVID, they're not going to die from it. Damage.
Those 9 people, those 9 justices, they live the American dream. They have families, they have grandchildren, they have children, They have neighbors, they have friends. They're here to protect our country.
Uh-huh.
You know, anybody that knows them, watch this movie, Helen.
Shit, that's back where we were. They didn't even start at the top. They started when they knew the feed was solid or something. That's very strange. Either that or I just missed, I saw parts of it along the way. But the idea that somebody in Sonia Sotomayor's family is going to be watching this and go, Auntie, come here and check this out. This is awesome. It's just not happening. It's not, the 9-0 thing is what he's arguing for. Christ almighty. Same shit every day.
This is evidence that this China attacked our country.
Apparently, they, according to everyone else that's associated with you, they had help on the ground except you, who's the guy paying for all this. So all of a sudden they can't bring that shit up because they'll piss off the money guy because he can't figure out who all these magic people were, like the dead people and the illegals. He can go, we'd never find them, but the underage kids, we should be able to find at least one that testifies, a little 9-year-old Guatemalan refugee found in a desert going, hey kid, you feel like voting for Biden? Shit.
About your country, don't you care? You're not going to have a job. You're not going to have a job. Who are you going to...
I have a job. This is my job right now. This is my job. I mean, I'd love to tour and all that kind of stuff, but thanks to assholes like you, the virus is spreading through a bunch of places and it's kind of shutting people down, especially when you perform live like I do. Although Sexy Liberal show coming up in October. And of course, I've got a show next Saturday in Huntington Beach at the Rec Room if you want to come see a show and you want to laugh amongst vaccinated people, because I'm not going to get a lot of unvaxxed folks showing up at my show. I'm just saying.
Let me see, because it's all...
There may be a couple of people who have it, who are on ventilators, who want to see a comedy show that tells them how wrong they were before they pass into the great beyond. But mainly vaxxed people.
Country. And I'm going, this ain't a party thing of who, this isn't about this. I told him...
Well, then why aren't you going to Biden and crying out for help and going, I want you to be legit. I think some of the things you're doing are right, like 60% of Republicans do, but this is just so wrong. I think Nancy Pelosi needs to be president for a while. We need to have a whole nother election.
I went there, and I'm going, because I knew that the word would get out. If they're keeping me down not to talk about it, at least if I got attacked, he would get out. But I walked in there, and Kendra and I were in the green room out in California, and I heard from the producer he had read my book.
Oh, this is the Kimmel story again. Fucking hell. Well, it's 9 o'clock. I'm out. I lasted longer than Mike Lindell did. I'm just saying, for the record. And it's not even my goddamn thing. Tomorrow I'll have a regular show, and we'll just check in on some of the shit along the way. I'll be in the car watching a bunch of this while I'm traveling tomorrow. So I will, I'll see if I can save some moments from it. But, yeah, this is just day one. And the next 2 days are going to be the same shit. I have no doubt. Yes, and I did it without crack. Just for the record. How long have I been on? 8 hours? Jesus. 8.5 hours, something like that. How long is this shit going on? I can't. 8 hours, 28 minutes. You're welcome. 8.5 hours. I must love you guys. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so Thursday is Summer's birthday, so we're going out of town. And like I said, I'll be able to do my show from where we're going to be, in theory. I'm bringing my rig with me. And there probably no show on Thursday, I'm just saying, because it's her actual birthday. I hope that's okay. Unless there's a big, like after we have dinner and I sneak down, she's like, it's my birthday. And I'm on the computer going, you believe this, asshole? At the end of this. Because I think, technically speaking, whether I do it Thursday or we do it Friday during the show, which we'll definitely do even if I pick up some stuff, I think we should do the last hour of Frank's speeches, this whole thing, on the Friday show. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the fuck happened for them to clinch it, you know what I mean? All right, I'm done. It's hot in here, and criminy, I came straight from the gym and did this nonsense with you, and it was worth it. Just saying. All right. So, all right, I'm signing off on these idiots. Let me switch over to here. And I want to thank you for being here. Thanks to Can't Stop Lying for hanging out this whole nonsense. Don't feel the need to do any major cuts. If we get some little chippy pieces out of this, it's totally fine. Do not worry. And I will see you guys tomorrow at the usual time so far. If there is any change in that, just follow me on Twitter at Hal Sparks, and I post if there's going to be a change there. So, good night, and may your God go with you. Long live Dave Allen. Good night. Thanks, guys. Yay. Thank you so much. Bye, everybody. Made a million clips. Oh, good Lord. Thanks, Cosmic Rose. That's amazing. Okay, bye, everybody.